Chapter 601. Did you bring us pussy? Registered. I might literally die of anticipation. The tech snarked in an attempt to dissipate his impatience. Do you really think so? His neighbor cheerily chirped, sarcasm dripping from her voice. I know, it's just that. He sighed, but realized that the distraction of talking with his neighbor was an effective cure for his impatience. Well, that plus the continually arriving new data, that is. It might not be complete, but there was something satisfying and cathartic in watching the display slowly grow on his screen. As the two continued discussing the map and their plans for the very near future, another team of researchers were having heart attacks and existential crises of their own as the results of their scans were coming in. Well, Sue, yeah, that's a thing, one of them announced, listening to bits of a radio broadcast that, to the best of their knowledge, was a mere 5 years old. The TSEF Proxima had multiple sensors studying her exterior, and of course some of those were radio antennae. The radio pickups were an important part of astrogation, as the primary method of fixing their position in the galaxy depended on receiving signals from known pulsars. And without knowing where they were, the task of figuring out how to get to their destination would become incredibly difficult, especially over interstellar distances, where deviations beyond the 10th decimal place could cause an astrogator to end up literal light years from their intended destination. Note: pulsars are neutron stars that emit beams of electromagnetic radiation on specific, identifiable frequencies from their magnetic poles as they spin. To this date, no two pulsars have ever been found to share the same signal frequency. While it's possible, theoretically, for the signals to temporarily align, the environmental factors, rate of rotation, and individual properties of each pulsar ensure they won't align for long. It's like how cars' windshield wipers sometimes go in and out of sync with each other. Thanks to the multiple radio antennae and the layers of redundancies in them, the team had turned the entire city ship into one enormous radio receiver. Their crazy idea had paid dividends. They were picking up snippets of a broadcast from 5 years ago on Earth. And what they heard, specifically, had them caught firmly between laughter and tears. If any extraterrestrials were capable of decoding the signal, then Earth would be in trouble. Who knew that Howard fucking Stern would get to Proxima Centauri before we did? One of them joked. I wonder if they exist. Will they enjoy the crass humor of shock jocks as much as we once did? I'm more wondering if the conspiracy theorists had it right, another mused. Conspiracy theories? Yeah. There was one a while back before the satellites all got taken down in the last war that talked about Sirius being a sock puppet for the US government and their satellites all being spy satellites. Well, their signal's powerful enough to reach Proxima Centauri, so it wouldn't surprise me. Still, I can't help but wonder what kind of impression we Earthlings have made on who or whatever lives here. If anything does, anyway. They'd need to crack our signal for that, not to mention learn English. Then they'd need some kind of cultural information to really get the jokes, but I think even if they don't understand them, their confusion might lead to some terribly awkward moments at first contact. I mean, imagine them thinking that dick and fart jokes are some kind of greeting, and the first words they speak to us are, "Did you bring us pussy?" Note: when talking about the Iraq War on his show, Howard Stern joked about taming the region of Iraq by giving them access to, quote, strip clubs and whores. His reputation as a shock jock is very well earned. You can Google some of the outrageous things he said if you're interested. This reference is incredibly tame compared to some of them. They were obviously joking to break the tension. Given humanity's complete lack of caution in terms of signal security, Howard Stern having an influence on any extraterrestrial society would be the absolute least of their concerns. but they probably have decades of signals to work through. I'm sure we've been broadcasting for far more than just a mere 5 years, but I'm also sure that, thanks to the inverse square law, a lot of those decades of signals you're talking about probably didn't have any kind of coherence outside the solar system. Another researcher interjected. Still, think of the kind of things we've been broadcasting over the past. However many years we've had access to high-strength, high-fidelity broadcast signals. The second scientist replied, "Nothing good will come from that, assuming they've cracked our signals." Coming from what? Them having more information about us. It's not a bad thing for them to have more information about humanity. The problem I'm seeing is what kind of information they have about us. Even the past 5 years have been less than peaceful, shall we say. And having that information in the post-9/11 era of media fearmongering and violence on television, mass riots like Arab Spring, the Paris riots, the U.S. race riots, the list goes on and on. But what I'm saying is, if you judge humanity based solely on the media we regularly broadcast and consume, that'll give you the completely wrong first impression. Most of humanity is made up of good people just trying to do their best in their day-to-day lives. I know that, you know that, we know that, every single human being knows that. But the media. He shook his head with a sigh. Our media thrives on chaos and fear, all of it. And our entertainment media is almost all violence. Well, except for Bollywood. Let's hope they saw more Bollywood and less Hollywood. Maybe then the worst they'll expect from us is that we'll randomly break out into choreographed song and dance numbers. The team he was a part of fell into silence for a few minutes after he explained his position. Damn! So if they've pegged us, and even without knowing the language, there's a lot of information you can pick up just from what you just described. The first researcher shook his head and slumped into his seat. We're fucked. Absolutely, 100%, completely and utterly fucked. The executive officer of the Proxima happened to be passing by and listened to that conversation. He saw how unmotivated and afraid the scientists were and said, "That's just a theory. There's no way to know if they'll understand all of it, or what they'll think of us even if they do. So stop borrowing fear and speculating. It won't do any of us, least of all yourselves, any good at all. Get back to work. We've only got a little more than 2 days until our initial survey is complete, and we'll be entering the system after that. There's no time to waste at all, let alone on your unfounded speculations. Am I clear?" "Crystal clear, sir," the researchers chorused, then returned to their assigned tasks. Chapter 602 Anxiety Trumps Caffeine. System checks complete. Commander, the AI of the TS Far Side announced. Commander Takahashi Ayaka, the ship's executive officer, was the one in charge of making sure the ship herself was functional. Her captain, Shannon Mir, may be mistress after God and nominally in charge of the crew and ship, but it was an executive officer's task to ensure that the captain had a functioning crew and a working ship in the first place. Excellent. Progress on the cargo loading? Ayaka asked from her position in the captain's chair on the bridge. Captain Mir had handed her the watch while she took care of all the last-minute paperwork that seemed, no matter how technologically advanced, any government produced in job lots. She and Ayaka often laughed about the Sisyphean task of keeping current with paperwork, and how their jobs were 99 parts paperwork and 1 part ship handling. At least in the simulation, anyway, this was their first real-world experience at the helm of the Farsight. It struck them as odd how familiar, yet strange it felt to know that this time, this ship, and this place was real, and not just an AI-generated simulation of what it thought reality should be. Cargo is 70% loaded and on schedule. Estimated time to full readiness: 1 hour, 7 minutes, the AI answered in its flat, neutral voice. Low-order ALS, like those that were installed on the ships, showed no sign of the sentience of higher-order ALS like Nova, Athena, and Gaia. They were in fact prevented from ever developing it, as there was a distinct risk of a ship's AI that was out of contact with the rest of his or her siblings would go insane for the lack of contact and teaching. And the absolute last thing the Empire would ever need really was an insane warship. Estimated time to passage through the heliopause? Unknown, Commander. What's the holdup? Due to external factors, I am unable to estimate the time to any degree closer than 3 hours to 48 hours, the owl faithfully reported. Keep me updated, please, Ayaka said. After a moment of thought, she added, once the cargo is completely loaded, step down from general quarters to condition yellow. Understood, Commander. There were 5 main conditions aboard any Terran fleet vessel, whether space fleet or exploration fleet. Station keeping was the calmest, and only used for when the vessel was definitely in an area of space deemed completely safe. The reactors would be shut down, and the crew complement would be minimal, basically only a skeleton crew on each watch with other crew members as necessary, such as if the ship were to be in the yard for refit or repairs, and the engineers working on it needed work parties for more hands-on tasks. Condition green was a step up from station keeping. The crew would still be stepped down to a skeleton of its normal head count, but all hands would remain aboard and the reactors would stay warm in case they needed to be brought up in a hurry. Even with a mature technology like Aaron's fusion reactors, it still took time to bring them to life from a cold state and spark the fusion reaction in the containment bottles. And no warship could afford that time in an emergency. Condition green, however, allowed for the off-watch crew to spend their time in their personal VR spaces, since no action was anticipated when that condition was called. Condition yellow had the reactors maintained at 80% of their maximum power, a balance between readiness and wear and tear on the parts, and all crew was to remain out of their VR spaces. When the ship was in the unknown, or there was any uncertainty at all in terms of the necessary readiness, the ship would be kept at condition yellow. General quarters, or GQ, was the next step up, and it was closest to the maximum possible readiness the ship could be. All crew on watch would be at their stations, including weapon stations, but they would keep to the watch schedule, and shift changes would still happen as normal. Damage control crews, however, considering as they were primarily made up of the ship's marine contingent, would remain off duty, but in a state of readiness. And finally, there was battle stations. Every station on the ship would be fully manned. Shift changes would be suspended for the duration unless made necessary, and the ship's executive officer would bring the second watch crew to the auxiliary bridge and remain ready in case the captain and the bridge crew were incapacitated for any reason. The only time a ship was ever brought to battle stations was when combat was imminent. Ayaka returned to her own Sisyphean stack of paperwork and, for once, completed it in very short order. It must be nerves, she thought. Anxiety trumps caffeine as a performance enhancer. She grinned to herself, then a random impulse to check on the terrible teenager struck her, and she scanned through the ship's camera network. She found him in one of the shielded Blessings rooms, where he was seated in a meditative trance, obviously working on enhancing his skill at manipulating his blessing. A faint warping of the image around Junho's body indicated that he was actively putting his blessing to use, anyway. But the grin faded, and her expression returned to neutral. She was far too well bred for anything but pleasant expressions to ever be allowed to cross her face when she turned on the audio pickup and heard the sound of a popular anime's opening theme song blaring from the speakers in the Blessings room. She ignored the weird looks the bridge officers were shooting her and rapidly closed the audio and video feeds. "At least he's diligently practicing," she muttered under her breath. 6 months of enforced interaction with him, generally with him, as the enforcer of said interactions, had taught her much about the boy. He had a crush on her, yes, but as long as she managed their interpersonal affairs well, she hoped it would fade. She did not now, nor had she in the past, and would not have any feelings for the terrible teenager in the future. So the most he could hope for on her part was simple tolerance. It wasn't that she actively disliked the boy, more that his overly enthusiastic puppy personality clashed with hers. There was no malice there, simply apathy and a willingness to look past his behavior and establish a working relationship with the partner the Empire had forced on her. With that interlude complete, she returned her focus to her display, where she continued brushing up on the known information and keeping up with the current influx of data from the TFS Proxima. And behind her calm expression was excitement. She couldn't wait to take her spot in the first exploration of an alien star system. Alien in the sense that it wasn't the sole system where humanity had grown up, she had to remind herself, and not in the sense that alien life was confirmed to live there. Chapter 603: The Difference Between Betas and Demos. Back on Earth. The broadcast of the diaspora was still ongoing, as the great colony ships carrying seeds of humanity, they were even named after different seeds, a PR masterstroke that was designed to offset the upset of the forced exodus, had scattered in every possible direction. They were still in the solar system, though, and the broadcast would continue until they reached Jupiter, where the live broadcast would cut off and switch to online streams, which people could still watch if they chose to. At point 15C, that point would take just under 4 hours, but the streams wouldn't be cut off until the colony ships reached the heliopause, roughly 15.5 months later. Each of the thousands of ships had their own stream already running concurrently with the broadcast, so that those who had loved ones on them could follow their journey until the last possible moment. Their final destinations would be unreachable by the vast majority of people currently alive, even at warp speed, which humanity at large was still unaware that they were capable of achieving. It would still take hundreds of years to reach most of them. But a few millennia later, they would be sure to return, though that would be a problem for future humanity to contemplate and solve. "How are people reacting now?" Aaron asked Mnemosyne. When he had asked before, she told him most of the people were feeling something akin to survivor's guilt. It was understandable, though, as the separation between the erstwhile colonists asleep in their stasis pods and the rest of humanity might as well have been as vast as the gulf between life and death. And despite most of them rationally understanding that the hard choice Aaron had made was necessary, it would still take time for them to understand it on an emotional level. "They're still grieving," Mnemosyne replied, "but it's improving." Aaron nodded, then changed tack. He turned and asked the empty air, "How's development coming along on the game?" "It's in the final alpha version and being polished for the beta release," Nova answered, materializing in her customary place slightly behind him. He turned and continued, "When will that be ready?" Beta versions of games had long since stopped being about bug hunting and final polishing. Instead, they were just thinly veiled demo versions, but without the negative impact demos had on game launches. When someone played a demo of a game, one of 3 outcomes would result. People would either enjoy it and anticipate the full game, hate it and bash it online, or continue feeling neither like nor dislike for the game. In most cases, those who played demos wouldn't change their minds for the better. Instead, they had a demonstrably negative effect where they would turn anticipation and enjoyment into outrage or neutrality. But if a game developer called their demo a beta, people would be more likely to give it the benefit of the doubt and assume anything they disliked could be changed before the game was actually released. Thus, they would cherry-pick the aspects they enjoyed and be more likely to adopt the game on launch than they perhaps would have before playing it. If I assign more resources to the process, we can release the public beta in 2 days. Aaron paced back and forth. Normally, game launches are supported by months, if not years of media driving attention to them. 2 days is a bit too fast. How long until it's beta ready if you don't do anything to hasten the process? 3 weeks to a month, I think. Quite a bit of my computing power is being taken up by other projects right now. But since the game wasn't exactly a priority, that was an acceptable trade. If you want to bump it up the priority list, I can, but... I understand, he interrupted. How about a compromise? Tell Sarah to release the marketing blitz and announce a public open beta for, let's say, next weekend. That cuts it from 3 to 4 weeks down to 1 week. Will that work for your project? Of course, sir. I'll tell Sarah the updated plan and schedule, and she can work with Panoptes to push a social media blitz. Getting it into traditional media will be an issue, but online will be easy enough and nearly as effective, she said, then flickered as she delivered the message and arranged more quantum superclusters to be dedicated to the polishing process. Mnemosyne faded away, having delivered her report, and waited a polite amount of time to see if Aaron had any follow-up questions for her. Aaron and Nova were left alone in his virtual office in the simulation, facing a screen that displayed the Sol system with real-time tracking of ship movements. He took a moment purely to enjoy the view, then, with his eyes still focused on the display, he asked, Task Force Proxima should be arriving right about now, shouldn't it? Yes, sir. If all went well and there were no accidents, they should have arrived outside the heliopause around Proxima Centauri a few hours ago. The display wall in Aaron's office changed to a view of the galaxy from above the galactic ecliptic plane and showed colored cones stretching out of the Sol system with their destinations at the wider end. Assuming nothing had gone wrong with any of the task forces, they should be right smack in the middle of the predicted area along the line indicating the path they intended to travel. That said, though, they could be anywhere within the marked cone, as any deviation at all could, and likely would, throw them off course. But hope springs eternal, so the flashing dot that represented Task Force Proxima was right up against the circle drawn around Proxima Centauri on the map. He could have turned the Henry's eye sensors on the 5 task forces, as it could detect the mana signals from the city ships from up to 10 light-years away, but he intended to begin as he meant to go on. Eventually, the exploration fleet and space fleet would be taken beyond ranges at which they could be detected, much less contacted, by Earth. So, in the grand tradition of birds that threw their chicks from the nest to either fly or fall to their deaths, he had chosen to do much the same with the fleets. They had the best equipment he could give them, the best men and women he could ever hope to see on their ships, and they had been given the best training possible. If they couldn't succeed in their missions even when given all that, then, perhaps it would be better for them to be lost, and allow him to begin fresh from the drawing board. Chapter 604 Stress and Excitement. 2 days later. Analysis complete, Admiral. No signs of advanced alien life detected in space, the Proxima's AI reported. It had spent a few hours repeatedly examining every pixel of the completed map and come to the conclusion that, if alien lifeforms existed in the Proxima Centauri system, they were either incapable of spaceflight or used a means too advanced for it to detect. Signal the fleet. The fleet will prepare to launch after crossing Proxima Centauri's heliopause. Once launched, the escorts will take up formation around the TSF Proxima. Exploration fleet is to remain docked but move to condition yellow. They will launch once we're 10 AU inside the system, Admiral of the Red Bianchi ordered. Signal sent and acknowledged, Admiral, the AI replied, then engaged the Proxima's gravity drives. They were close enough to the star to get at least minimal acceleration out of them. Proxima, all hands announcement. Recording, Admiral. All hands hear this. We have completed the initial system scan and detected no signs of advanced alien life thus far. We are currently moving into the system on gravity drive. Your captains have their orders, and you are released from station keeping status. Bianchi clear. The announcement played from every speaker and within every one of the stasis and VR pods, then repeated itself twice as crews began stirring, the lids of their pods sliding open and letting the people contained within climb out and get dressed. Proxima Centauri was a red dwarf star about 250 million years older than Sol. It orbited the Alpha Centauri binary star system from about 0.21 light-years away, far enough to not join Alpha Centauri A or Alpha Centauri B to form a triner system, nor to be influenced by their gravity, but close enough to be captured in their orbit regardless. It was a point of contention among astronomers, professional and amateur alike, whether or not Proxima Centauri was part of Alpha Centauri. The orbits and distances involved contradicted each other, so the argument had never been settled. The red dwarf only had a single planet orbiting it, Proxima Centauri b. But that single planet was well within what humanity called the Goldilocks zone, or the band of space around a star where the conditions were ripe for liquid water to be present on the surface. It was an indicator that a planet could possibly be inhabitable, or even inhabited. As any desert dweller could tell you, where there is water, there is usually life. A few hours later, the TSF Proxima crossed into the heliosphere of Proxima Centauri and began picking up speed as her gravity drive finally found its footing. The crossing had been rather smooth, much more than the outbound crossing of the Sol system's heliopause. That had required the crew to scramble into their acceleration couches and strap themselves into their crash harnesses, the vigor of the collision between the younger star's solar wind and the interstellar medium far more intense than that of the older, more calm red dwarf. In part, one of the indicators of the size of a star system's heliosphere was the number of exoplanets orbiting the star at its center, and the distance they orbited at. Compared to the Sol system, where the nearest exoplanet, Mercury, orbited the yellow star at 39 cents, the Proxima Centauri system was much smaller. Proxima Centauri b orbited its much smaller star at a mere 5 cents. In the Sol system, it would be little more than a permanently molten globule of magma and metal at that distance, even if it wasn't captured and drawn into the star itself. And Proxima Centauri was an incredibly small system, if indeed it was an independent system at all, and not lumped in with Alpha Centauri's binary stars. The star itself was much smaller than Sol. In specific, it only had 14% of the diameter and 12% of the mass, and only 0.17% of Sol's luminosity. The temperature of its surface was also 2,500 Kelvin cooler than Sol, meaning its solar wind was much slower and lacked the power of the star that humanity was born under. With all of that taken into account, the entire heliosphere around it was not only much more calm than in the Sol system, but also much smaller. It was only $30 on average between the red dwarf and its heliopause, compared to Sol's $100 average. Proxima Centauri b is our eventual goal and our responsibility, Commander Takahashi said. She was briefing the exploration team that would be joining her in first footing the planet. The lucky person, who had been randomly selected to be the actual first human to set foot on the planet, had been detached from the crew of the TFS Avenger and seconded to the TS Farsight's crew, much to their envy. There wasn't a single person in the entire Proxima task force that didn't want to be in the young man's place, and anyone who said otherwise would be lying. But at least there would be something to be said about being the first exploration team to land on the planet, right? Yes, ma'am. The people being brief chorused, a bit louder than was perhaps absolutely necessary, but given their general excitement, it could be excused as an overabundance of enthusiasm. Then, the commander looked around the large VR briefing room everyone was in. You? She pointed to the lucky first footer, ordinary crewman Lance Parker. Stand up and give us a briefing on Proxima Centauri B. She was perhaps being unfair to the man, but she was only human and felt a little bitter about not being the first footer by right of her rank and position. Yes, ma'am, O.C. Parker said as he stood, then began regurgitating the information contained in the data file on the Proxima Centauri system. To understand Proxima Centauri B, we first have to begin with the system it inhabits and the star it orbits. Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf star. Ayaka interrupted him when his explanation began to falter, as he struggled to recall more information about the solar system and its sole inhabitant. Excellent, O.C. Parker. You've memorized our briefing material to an outstanding degree. She changed tack and continued. I'm sure everyone's also familiar with the precautions we'll be taking as we approach the planet, so there's no need to repeat them. We've all been drilled on it enough in VR, both in training for the mission and during the trip out here. There will be one more drill this evening, ship time. The briefing continued for a few minutes before Ayaka clapped her hands and dismissed everyone. They all disappeared from the virtual briefing room in dribs and drabs until she was the only one left. Then she tottered over to one of the seats in the room on wobbling knees and fell into it. The stress of her position was getting to her, but the time to explore had almost arrived, and it had brought excitement with it. Chapter 605. Maybe they were just imagining things. As soon as the briefing was over, Junho opened his eyes and climbed out of his pod. Throwing his arms over his head, he leaned back and stretched as far as his 163-centimeter body would allow him to and groaned in excitement. This must be what sex feels like, he thought as he held the stretch for as long as possible. And given that he had received genetic enhancements, that would have been a long time indeed, but the feeling soon passed as his body adjusted itself. Thanks to those same enhancements, physical feelings of relief came on fast and left faster. Mana, he muttered under his breath. While the pods didn't have any mana to draw on, while the vessel they were on was inside a warp bubble, now that they were traveling at sublight speed, the pods could, and did, draw mana from their surroundings and concentrate it within the pods to provide awakeners with a higher density of mana in which to train. And he wasn't the only person who felt like he currently did either. Every single awakener felt the same as they climbed out of their pods, most of them wishing they could climb right back in and enjoy the sensation for longer. It seemed like Proxima Centauri was a far more mana-rich star system than their home. It's perfect, Junho continued muttering to himself as he paced back and forth in his quarters. Not only was the overall mana density higher than it was in the Sol system, but it even had a much higher than usual concentration of gravity mana for some reason. He climbed into his form-fitting environment suit and put his uniform on over the top of it, then latched his helmet to his belt and trundled off to his duty station. Although he hated how confining the environment suits were, he had to admit that they at least slimmed him down some. Now he looked like he only weighed 120 kilograms instead of his actual weight of 180 kilograms. He hummed the opening theme to one piece as he trundled down the passageways of the far site toward the bridge. The TFS Proxima decelerated to a halt 10 AU inside the heliosphere of Proxima Centauri. It would remain in place for the foreseeable future, acting as central command for the task force as the exploration fleet performed their surveys, collected their samples, and did their investigations throughout the star system. Depending on what they found in Proxima Centauri, they might even continue on to Alpha Centauri and explore the binary system there as well. Tiny, stealthy recon drones were already on their way to perform the initial work in mapping there. Once the city ship came to a halt relative to the star, the lighting in the cavernous holds that contain the exploration fleet vessels and their space fleet escorts turned red. The ships, which had been held in the vacuum of the Proxima's internal docks, were about to be released. Huge docking clamps disengaged from each ship, and they hovered in place as the stasis shielding surrounding the external docking bay doors was disengaged, and the doors themselves ponderously slid back into recesses in the hull. In an emergency, the doors could be blown free, allowing the ships within to immediately sortie, but this was no emergency. And perhaps, feeling a sense of gravitas, the technician manning the docks had purposefully slowed down the doors' opening speed. Or maybe the crews of the ships were simply impatient and imagining things. After 10 minutes, the doors were fully open and the stasis shields were down. Vessel after vessel sped away from the Proxima like individual drops of water from a dog shaking them off after a bath. Space around the city ship was organized, choreographed, practiced, and pure chaos as the individual components of each squadron in Task Force Proxima found each other, formed up, and headed out on their assigned headings. One of those groups included the Farsight, which served as the flag vessel for their squadron. Their destination was Proxima Centauri b, and they would make no stops until they reached the planet. The squadron would split up and perform close scans of the surface before the first exploration crew boarded shuttles and headed down. A moment later, the Marine guarding the bridge entrance shouted, "Captain on the bridge!" Everyone sat up straighter at their stations, and any ongoing conversation screeched to a halt, but the bridge of a warship. Even the lightly armed cruisers of the exploration fleet, which had guns more suited to clearing navigational hazards than other enemies, was no place for people to be distracted by leaping to their feet and coming to attention when an officer, even one as exalted as the captain of the ship, entered. "Carry on," the captain said, then turned to Ayaka. "I have the con, Miss Takahashi." "Aye, sir, you have the con," she said, and rose to her feet with a lithe grace, and moved to the executive officer's station to the left of the captain's chair. "Don't you have some prep work to do for your team, Ayaka?" the captain said to her with a smile. "Not at the moment, sir," she replied, her liquid contralto voice as professional as she was. "Very well, XO." She nodded and turned her eyes back to her display, working on the initial exploration plan for when they reached the planet. She had chosen her team well. All of them, with the exception of the terrible teenager, were young and even more fit than could be accounted for merely by being enhanced on the genetic level. Genetic enhancements could only do so much. It still took effort to train a fit and trim body even after receiving them. And since Proxima Centauri b was 17% larger than Earth, it likely had 17% stronger gravity as well. Thus, while 1.17 g wasn't all that extreme, it would still be wearying after extended periods of time on the planet's surface, and her crew would need to be fitter than the average person to withstand those long hours on a planet that had higher gravity than Earth and none of Earth's amenities. Presumably, the squadron set out toward the planet at 250 gravities of acceleration, with a planned turnover at the halfway point where they would immediately switch to deceleration instead of inserting a coast phase in the middle of the trip. Thus, they would reach their destination in a little bit less than 20 hours. Chapter 606, Preventing Piss-Poor Performance. An AR hologram of Proxima Centauri B was floating in the middle of the Farsight's bridge, updated moment by moment thanks to hundreds of close and survey satellites that the exploration squadron had released. Each of them were specialized satellites, some for weather, some for tectonic activity, some for mana detection, and so on. The information was collated and sent to the squadron flagship by a network of relay satellites, so there was no delay in delivering information gathered on the opposite side of the planet from the ships. They were to be the first to set foot on a planet outside the Sol system, so before that historic event took place, they were determined to know everything they could about the planet in order to prevent as many possible mishaps as they could. Of course, nothing could prevent Murphy from sticking his own fingers into their meticulously prepared pie, but proper planning and preparation prevents piss-poor performance, and they were determined to at least do that much. The only tool they had at their disposal that hadn't been released en masse were their rovers. Those would remain in the ships until if and when they ruled out the existence of intelligent life. Before the satellites finished their data sweeps, absolutely nothing would be entering the planet's atmosphere. The TF had already designed a complex operational doctrine for situations like this one, and despite it being the first time it was put into practice in reality, the crews of the exploration ships were operating like clockwork and checking every box. All of them knew the risk of contamination, not only cultural, but biological as well. When the Pinta, Nina, and Santa Maria had landed on the shore of America in 526 B. 1492 by the Gregorian calendar, the explorers from Columbus' crew, and the colonizers that followed from all over Europe, devastated the indigenous population by introducing new pathogens to them. Smallpox, measles, influenza, typhus, and so on, all of them contributed their part in the collapse of societies and cultures across North America, some of which never recovered. Thus, the first line of text in the book read, "Something as simple as the common cold can destroy an entire civilization." As the hologram on the bridge continued being updated, the first survey result was displayed next to it. The composition of the planet's atmosphere had been measured by spectroscopy from the Farsight, and a transit spectroscopy study had just been completed by the weather satellite. It wasn't detailed enough, yet, to determine exact composition ratios, but the gases themselves had been listed. Hydrogen, helium, water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, ammonia, nitrogen, and oxygen were all present in Proxima Centauri B's atmosphere. A great, whooping cheer went up on the bridge as the announcement was made. With those gases, the planet was very likely to have a breathable atmosphere. The next satellite to report the gross completion of its task was the mapping satellite. Though the image would continue to be refined as it continued orbiting, the hologram had at least been filled out with continents and oceans. The bridge fell silent as everyone turned from their station to look at the hologram, and they received their first shock of this as a different planet from the view. The vegetation covering the single supercontinent on Proxima Centauri B was a deep, dark green that was practically black. As a red dwarf, Proxima Centauri emitted light primarily in the ultraviolet and red spectrum, and its low luminosity dictated that visible light was far behind ultraviolet. Thus, the plant life had adapted to that. The darker they became, the more ultraviolet light they could absorb. The oceans, or rather ocean, singular, weren't spared the difference, either. The planet lacked the polar ice caps that Earth had, which perhaps explained why most of the planet was covered in ocean to the tune of 88.25%. The rest of it was mostly concentrated in a single, large land mass, around 9.5%, with archipelagos scattered around the rest to make up the difference. And also due likely in large part to the low luminosity of Proxima Centauri, the water on Proxima Centauri b was a deep, murky green instead of the brilliant blue of Earth's oceans. "Beautiful," Ayaka breathlessly said, as she gazed upon the hologram of the alien planet. Then she gave herself a mental shake and asked, "Farsight, how long until the data collection is complete?" "One rotation around the star, Commander," the AI replied. "So 11 days," Ayaka thought to herself. If she was a mind reader, she would have heard that same thought, or at least close variations along the same theme, from everyone else on the bridge as well. "Captain," she began, turning to the Farsight's captain seated next to her on the bridge. "Request permission to gather mission specifics from the rest of the task force." "Granted, Commander," the captain gravely replied, aware that every word he spoke was being recorded for posterity. During the trip from Earth, the two had gotten to know each other fairly well, and Captain Demetrius Marinakis was normally a jovial, high-spirited fellow, as quick with a joke as he was with a wink. But now, he was all grave-faced duty and stoicism, likely because he was aware that every action he took and every word he spoke would become part of the official record that historians would study for millennia to come. "Thank you, Captain," Ayaka replied, just as formal as the captain. Formality came easy to her, unlike the captain's gregariousness. She had been raised strictly by traditional Japanese standards, while the captain had been raised on the wind and waves around the island of Mykonos, playing host to tourist after tourist wanting to play in the famously crystalline blue water that surrounded the island-cum-tourist trap. Perhaps their two personalities, neither of which clashed with each other, Ayaka was too polite to externalize a personality conflict, while Captain Marinakis was too jovial to take offense at much of anything, after all, was the main reason they were so effective as a command team. Commander Takahashi turned to her display and said, "Pass the request to the scientists. They have 10 days, Earth time, to send a prioritized list of what experiments they would like carried out on the planet. Link them into the DataNet so they have a real-time updated information base to help them make their decisions and rank them." "Yes, Commander." "Also, squadron-wide announcement." "Recording, Commander." "All hands are cleared to step down from general quarters. Condition yellow across the squadron. I say again, condition yellow across the squadron." "All hands message delivered, Commander," the AI reported a few seconds later. "Very well. Thank you, Farsight," she said. "You're welcome, Commander." Chapter 607 Glory vs. Anxiety. 607 Glory vs. Anxiety. 11 days later. With enough data about the planet, or its surface, at least, the crew of the Farsight had a prioritized list of possible landing areas. Each of them had points of interest that the ship's AI had picked out and the researchers had filtered. They ranged from unique geographical formations, to clusters of vegetation that differed from the plants around it, to possible artificial structures that would require a more hands-on investigation. What none of them included, however, were signs of habitation, so the planet had been deemed safe enough for a single lander to be sent down. "What we know about the planet is that it's currently a Pangea. There is a single, mountainous supercontinent, and the rest of the surface is scattered with archipelagos. A bit more than 88% of the surface is water, which our satellite scans were unable to penetrate beyond a certain depth. Proxima Centauri itself serves the same gravitational purpose of a moon, which Proxima Centauri B lacks. Or at least we assume that to be the case, as the tides have moved in and out over the past 11 days we've been surveying it. However, no matter whether it's aphelion or perihelion, the tides have been steady, so our confidence in the star itself controlling the tides is only about 47%. Ed note, E-time is the time that passes on Earth, divided into E-years, E-months, and E-days. Hours and minutes are too short to bother comparing to the passage of time on Earth. So, today, we will be sending a single lander to the center of the land mass we've tentatively named New Australia, and the crew we send with it, you, will disembark the lander in full environmental protection gear, take samples based on your specialty, and immediately reboard the lander. The time it will spend on the surface is exactly 30 minutes, not a single second more. So you will be back on the lander, or you will be left behind. And assuming you survive until our sample research is complete, which isn't a guarantee, when we return, you will be confined to quarters and stripped of surface privileges for the duration of the mission. So I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that you finish your sample collection and re-embark the lander early. Am I clear? Major Viktor Petrovich said. As the leader of the landing crew's armed Marine Guard contingent, he was the de facto leader of the mission, since his orders took precedence over any others issued before the lander touched down. Understood, Major, the researcher said in disunison. They weren't soldiers, though, so it was understandable that they made a mess of sound instead of speaking with a single, unified voice. Ordinary crewman Lance Parker was with the initial research crew that would soon be headed to the surface. If he wasn't wearing his full environmental gear, he would have been nervously chewing his fingernails down to the quick. But he was, so all he could do was fidget in place. He had already locked down his crash harness, so he couldn't even pace. Fleet landers were designed to carry battalions of troops in full gear with full mission equipment, so there would be plenty of room for pacing, if he hadn't already locked himself down early. When he had first won the random draw to be the first person to set foot on Proxima Centauri B, he'd been beyond excited and could only think about the glory he would come back covered in. But when Major Petrovich had taken him aside and slapped a loaded charged pistol against his chest and told him, "Shoot them before they eat you," the excitement had faded and become severe anxiety. But he couldn't back out, not now, and not from an honor like this. So all he could do was twitch and fret, and try to stay on the surface for the duration instead of just hop out of the lander then immediately hop back in, where he would be safe. He was just an ordinary crewman and his assigned duty station was the algae farm. For fuck's sake. Major Petrovich swept his gaze across the waiting researchers and the anxious first footer, then nodded and said, "Good. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen." He walked to the lander's cockpit and pounded on the door twice hard and yelled, "Good to go. Let's get these good people on the ground." "Copy that," the pilot replied, then, without bothering to check if his cargo had settled in and engaged their crash harnesses, shot out of the boat bay and rocketed toward the ground with 8 g of apparent acceleration. Thanks to the inertial sump in the lander, it was actually shooting toward the ground at over 100 Gs of acceleration while only letting 8 leak through, to be felt by the people inside. The only thing that kept them from rattling around like dried peas in an old-fashioned air popcorn popper was the gravity plating underneath them. It was still a rough ride though, especially once the pilot initiated a random walk, evasive maneuver sequence. Major Petrovich loosed an uproarious laugh and shouted, "It's good to be alive, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?" Only a Marine would be crazy enough to enjoy a ride like the one the researchers were on. Only a few of them had had time to strap into their acceleration seats and engaged their crash harnesses, and the sound of dozens of people praying to different gods filled the air in the compartment they were in. Once the lander crossed the Kármán line, however, it rapidly slowed so as not to present a fireball of superheated air around it. The pilot could have all the fun he wanted, outside the atmosphere anyway. But once his lander had switched to its atmospheric engines and started sucking air instead of vacuum, he had been given strict orders to land as covertly as possible to minimize any disturbance the arrival of humanity caused to the first planet humanity had ever visited outside the Sol system. The dizzy and nauseous researchers fled to their acceleration seats and strapped into their crash harnesses with a collective frenzy. At least those that could see clearly, anyway. The ones whose helmets had been fouled by last night's dinner were still having a bit of trouble finding their assigned seats. The pilot's voice came across in the hold. 8 minutes to ground, passengers. Collect your bellies and strap in. This will be a smooth landing, but I make no promises as to the rest of the journey. The landing may be up to me, but the flight is in God's hands. With a collective sigh of relief, those with fouled helmets began a self-cleaning cycle of their environmental suits, triggering an ionic sweep that would vaporize anything stuck to the insides of their visors. The smell, however, lingered, and they were currently thanking whatever higher power they believed in for the suits, plumbing, connections that ensured the only foul things were their helmets. Chapter 608 Parkering It. The entire landing was being broadcast, both through external cameras on the lander and helmet cameras from each crew member, for anyone in Task Force Proxima to watch. At least if they were off watch, anyway. People who were on duty were prohibited from watching the broadcast instead of doing their jobs. It drew every eye in the entire task force save only the most dedicated of researchers still on the city ship studying the gravitational tides between Proxima Centauri and the Alpha Centauri binary system. The altimeter continued ticking down as the lander crept toward the surface at an agonizingly slow speed. 150, 30, 20, 10. The numbers finally stopped creeping down when it reached 10 centimeters from the surface of New Australia. A collective stare state swept over the crew of the task force as everyone currently standing watch at their stations were suddenly given permission to watch the live broadcast. Fleet Admiral of the Red Bianchi had considered the trade-off between distraction and morale, and had chosen morale. Thus, nearly 1 million people had dropped what they were doing and stood or sat where they were, eyes glazed over as they watched the landing in full, glorious augmented reality. The silent stare state lasted a full minute before the sensors studying the exterior of the lander performed detailed close-in scans determined that the area was safe, and allowed the ramp to drop from the aft of the vessel. The only thing separating the explorers from the surface of Proxima Centauri B now was a thin ionic atmosphere shield, which had the sole task of preventing atmospheric and microbiological exchange between the interior of the lander and the world outside. The exterior camera on the aft of the lander panned around and focused on the exit ramp, where someone in an ordinary crewman's environmental protection suit was tottering toward the ramp, quivering and swaying from side to side as if he was drunk. He stopped at the top of the ramp and looked down at the pistol that had been stuck to the chest of his suit in a tactical quick-draw holster, then squared his shoulders and stomped on the ramp. He failed to account for the increased gravity, though, as Proxima Centauri B had gravity that was 17% stronger than Earth, and stumbled. Then he failed to recover and rolled down the ramp to the loamy soil in the clearing the lander had come down in. Commander Takahashi, Captain Marinakis, and Fleet Admiral Bianchi simultaneously facepalmed, almost loud enough to be heard through the vacuum of space. Thankfully, Oseed Parker would be the first and last crew member of any exploration mission to be selected via random draw to first foot an alien planet. What made the tumble even worse was that O.C. Parker had already started his famous quote for posterity before taking the fateful step. "I knew Hor 3, OHSHIT," he said, his voice breaking on the final syllable as he passed the point of no return and began his tumble. He lay there for a moment, then clambered to his feet and cleared his throat. Once again, he took a deep, settling breath and squared his shoulders, then began. "A new horizon, a fresh beginning. Today I take the first step of humanity and the Tron, air, Terran, empire, and dream of ambition to explore and... fuck it." His shoulders slumped back to their original posture, and he raised the index finger of his right hand straight up above him. "To infinity and beyond." It was perhaps less Buzz Aldrin and more Buzz Lightyear, but the moment provided a brief respite in levity to the men and women of Task Force Proxima, who had perhaps been entirely too stressed and anxious as they slowly moved in system upon dropping out of warp for the final time. The moment didn't last long, however, as the rest of the explorers swarmed down the ramp, none of them, thankfully, repeating O.C. Parker's mistake, and began collecting their samples. In keeping with the tradition of first on, last off, Ayaka finally strolled down the ramp and stopped at Parker's side. She patted his shoulder and said, "That was definitely a stylish fall, Mr. Parker." Lee Junho put his arm around Parker's shoulders from his other side and added, "Don't worry, I'm sure the term Parkering it will be added to great military sayings in the future, up there with Murphy's Law and the 70 Maxims." Ayaka almost couldn't hold back a snort of laughter, and was thankful that the armor-glass portion of her helmet was polarized so nobody could see the uncontrollable twitching of her lips as she fought against the smile that would have been the point of no return in her loss against the urge to laugh. While she stood there battling the belly laughs, a whole host of land-restricted rovers and their accompanying flying drones came down the ramp and entered sleep mode. They wouldn't be activated again until after the lander had departed the atmosphere and returned to the far site. Many would perhaps say they were being extremely cautious, if not overly so. But everyone who was participating in the landing had experienced a brief visit to one of Athena's many hell worlds, ripped straight from the Reaper final training exercise. So their opinion was that anyone else who had an opinion about how careful they were being could go pound sand. The explorers knew beyond a shadow of a doubt just how shitty worlds could be to fragile scientists like them. 27 minutes later, the scientists had gathered at the bottom of the ramp again, their sample containers presented to Ayaka for inspection. They were kept in specialized stasis boxes that would prevent any contamination from occurring on either side, and they would be handled aboard specialized lab modules that could, and would, be instantly ejected and self-destruct should any accidents occur. The inspection was soon finished and Ayaka led the crew back into the lander, and it lifted off even as the ramp began closing. It wasn't returning to the far site quite yet, but rather heading out to the ocean to gather samples of the seabed and water from just off the coast, then drop a submersible rover for further exploration. Once the lander reached its second and final stop in the atmosphere, it released dozens of drones, whose purpose was to gather water and soil samples from directly under the lander, a mere 10 feet past the breaking point of that particular beach. While waiting for the drones to return with their samples, the Henry's eye sensor on the lander showed an anomaly. On the screen, it looked like mana flows were pulsing around the lander like the roots of a tree, or perhaps the dendrites in the brain. A soft alarm sounded and drew the attention of everyone to the display. The Lander 6, detecting a possible threat, communicated with the AI of the far site, and the decision was made to slowly increase the lander's altitude. Then, just a single second later, an alarm whooped throughout the entire transport bay of the lander, and it rose as fast as its inertial compensators would allow. The people inside were pressed to the floor, briefly experiencing an excess of 30G, and the ringing of tinnitus in their ears mirrored the whine of overstressed inertial compensators that were being held together only by the safety interlocks built into the small landing craft's gravity drive. Beneath them, a sonic boom exploded so close to the lander that the entire craft shuddered. An enormous gnarled tree root had cracked like a whip mere centimeters away from the exterior of the lander, destroying dozens of sensors, but thankfully leaving it flight-worthy. What the fuck? As fast as the root had appeared, it disappeared back into the ocean and everything returned to its previous calm. Everything, that is, except the heart rates of the people in the lander and those still paying attention to the broadcast being sent through the system. Shit had just gotten real for them. Chapter 609: Amassing the Area. The lander continued rising, though at a speed that wouldn't overtax its inertial compensator. The pilot did, however, continue random walking to the point where someone that wasn't aware of what was going on might think that he was drunk. The vessel sure was swaying and lurching about like he was, anyway. They stopped briefly at the 50-kilometer mark, since that was the flight ceiling for the unmanned collection drones that had been sent to collect samples from the ocean. Even with gravity drives, there was still a practical limit for machines that small. 2 of the drones were caught by the whipping root tendrils, but the other 8 managed to return safely to the lander and deposit their samples in the stasis fields prepared for them. And the pilot wasn't willing to wait around, as it seemed the roots were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, so he rocketed straight up toward the Kármán line in a maneuver that the Marines, who normally rode in landers, called amassing the area with a quickness. They soon reached the far site, then slowly crept through the ionic stasis shield that kept the boat bay pressurized. The flight up from the surface had taken minutes. Passing through the shielding on the boat bay, on the other hand, took over an hour as they were being incredibly careful to avoid any kind of contamination from the planet. It was easy enough to do. The entire lander was inorganic, on the surface at least, so all they had to do was eliminate any biological material that was stuck to the vessel. Disinfecting the people aboard, however, was a much more complicated and involved process. After all, it was impossible to tell the difference between biological material that was a part of them and biological material that was native to Proxima Centauri b, and the surface of their environmental suits couldn't be 100% inorganic like the surface of a lander could. Thankfully, that had been anticipated, and problems that the Empire could anticipate were already half solved. The rest was simple engineering. Thus, the suits themselves were disposable and layered. The passengers of the lander just had to remove the outer layer of their suits and discard them while in a perfect vacuum, then head through a series of decontamination airlocks before the whole mess, not including the people, naturally, was ejected from the far site to burn up in the atmosphere of the planet below them. The explorers tottered their way to a designated quarantine area on wobbly legs, or at least most of them did, anyway. The crew members of the far site and the security team were quite used to handling high-G maneuvering, so their strides were as sure as they had been before the sudden evasive maneuvers. Of course, there was another aspect as well. The researchers were non-combatants, so they were very much unused to the rigors of combat, both mental and physical alike. They couldn't help but picture what would have happened had the root caught them. One of the hallmarks of a good scientist was a good imagination, and they were very, very good scientists. As for the soldiers and crew of the far site, well, not much needed to be said for them. They had all been taught in Athena's school of hard knocks and harder heads, and in comparison to that, what they'd just gone through was just another Tuesday for them. Farsight Bridge, 36 hours later. "Bring the crew down to condition yellow," Captain Marinakis said as Ayaka entered the bridge. He motioned her to her seat next to him as he recorded the all-hands announcement. The Farsight had gone to battle stations the moment the first Root had attacked the lander, then stepped down to general quarters after the lander returned. Though the exploration fleet ships were lightly armed, by Imperial standards, anyway, they still had a number of orbital supremacy weapons aboard. Kinetic energy weapons were considered to be just good sense, and their LiDAR system could be weaponized by the simple expedient of providing it with enough power to turn the normally harmless lasers into powerful weapons. It would burn out the emitters after being fired once or twice, but those 1 or 2 attacks would definitely let who, or whatever they hit knowing they had been kissed. Ayaka shook her head at the captain and gestured toward the briefing room. "The scientists called a meeting," she said, then ducked into the conference room just off the bridge. The moment the door closed and she was alone in the room, she leaned against the door and sighed in relief as she slid down it to sit on the deck. Although she had been trained in what to do if she experienced problems on away missions, experiencing it in reality where catastrophes wouldn't simply be dragged out of a simulation into an after-action report where they ran down everything went wrong, well, that was a different feeling altogether. She'd had time to decompress and rationally sort through the stress reaction in quarantine, but somehow being on the bridge of the Farsight had just brought it home to her. She had almost died, and not only her, but everyone she was in command of. It was a weighty burden to bear, and that fact was only just now hitting home for her. Things she rationally knew were becoming things she intuitively felt, and she found herself disturbed by it. So, she took a few minutes to get her headspace in order, then rose to her feet, tugged at her uniform to ensure it was in pristine condition, and checked her facial expression for any sign of stress. Finding none, she nodded to herself and stepped back onto the bridge. As soon as she walked in, the debriefing began. The bridge disappeared from around her and became a conference room with a long table, at which sat Fleet Admiral Bianchi, accompanied by his intelligence officer, science officer, and the heads of various research departments that had remained aboard the TFS Proxima. With everyone in attendance, the debriefing began. "We have decided to suspend landings until further notice," Ayaka said in a grave tone. "As the commander on site, it's my thinking that we need to analyze the information we have and determine just what that route was before we return to the surface. Or at least as closely as we can, anyway. From the satellite ring, we noted an uptick in mana, almost as if the route was a conscious, sapient being, or perhaps it isn't sapient, and was just responding to our intrusion like a horse would to a fly that was buzzing around it. The problem, at least as I see it, is that we simply don't know enough to know just how much we don't know." The participants at the table nodded in understanding. "As to what exactly happened," Ayaka continued, "I'll let the researchers from the Proxima go over that. They've had 36 hours to go through the raw data while we were in quarantine, so they've got the best idea of exactly what was going on. Miss Standing Bear, the floor is yours." Ayaka returned to her seat as a Native American woman stood from hers and walked to the head of the table. Rebecca Standing Bear nodded to the people at the table and delved right into the heart of the topic. "From the data we collected, and until and unless any evidence arises to the contrary, our initial conclusion is that Proxima Centauri B has evolved intelligent life. And that intelligent life has already reached the awakening stage of its evolution, as you can see here from the Henry's Eyes sensors." Having begun the briefing with that particular bombshell, her presentation of the data lasted quite some time before she opened the floor to questions. Chapter 610 Swags. Fleet Admiral Bianchi was the first to react. "What makes you say that?" he asked. He wasn't surprised that they had found life, or rather, sentient life anyway. Whether or not it was sapient was still in question. After all, liquid surface water was what made life possible in the first place, and if Proxima Centauri B had anything in spades, it was water. Note: sentience and sapience aren't exactly the same thing. Sentient beings are capable of experiencing sensations and, perhaps, emotions. Sapient beings are capable of higher orders of rational thought. For example, dogs are sentient beings. They can experience physical sensations and emotions, but aren't capable of rational thinking. Humans, on the other hand, are sapient. We're capable of thinking beyond our urges. This, Dr. Standing Bear replied, her eyes glazing over as she selected a file to play on the screen behind her. The recording showed the mana pulses detected by the Henry's eyes sensors moments before the Root had attempted to whip the shit out of the lander. We'd assume that the pulses you're seeing here were simply something like... She paused, seemingly struggling to find an explanation that would satisfy a layperson while remaining as close to accurate as it was possible to be. Like the concept of laid lines in a fantasy novel. But when the lander stopped over the ocean, the video showed the increase in intensity and frequency of the pulsing mana. It became obvious that they were functioning much like the meridians that we've been taught to circulate our own personal mana through. We don't know what, exactly, the so-called Root was reacting to. It could have been reacting to the lander itself, either because it was perceived as a threat of its own or because it was the source of the drones, or it could have detected the explorers aboard the ship. Or perhaps it was reacting to their passive absorption of mana, though that's doubtful since the only awakener aboard was a gravity aspect awakener, and we don't think the being shares that particular aspect. Or perhaps it was simply curious about what the new sensation was, and there was no ill intent. She paused, again seeming to be trying to interpret the data in her report in a way that her audience could understand. Regardless of the intent, or whether or not the being is sentient or sapient, we strongly believe that the lander was attacked because it entered the being's sensory range. It wasn't until they were over the ocean and low enough to release the sample collection drones that the being responded. We also believe it's likelier that the being detected the lander rather than the drones. After all, the only drones we lost were ones that were in the path of the initial attack, which could mean that they were small enough to not be sensed, or perhaps too small to trigger a threat reaction. As for what exactly the being is, we aren't sure. It could be any number of things, but the only thing we know for sure is that it, or they, evolved to use the abundant mana in the environment around them. And it's far more abundant than in our home system. If we were to quantify it, every sample we've collected shows about 200 times as much raw mana as we have back home on Earth, pound for pound. Everything, from the microbial life to the water, and even the soil samples. Every bit of this planet is as dependent on the mana in its surroundings as humans are on the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere. When we put the samples in a shielded environment that prevented mana from entering, everything seemed to, for lack of a better term, wither. That's all we know and suspect based on the data we have. Anything else will be nothing but swags. The other people at the table snickered at the term. Everyone knew what a scientific wild-ass guess was. Once the snickers died down, Dr. Standing Bear continued. And we have no way of proving or disproving them until if and when we're able to gather more data. She waved her hand, and the screen behind her went blank. Any questions? Did the being evolve on its own, or do you think it's been engineered? The head of xenobiology, Dr. David Adams, asked. There's insufficient data to determine either way. We'll need a sample of the being itself, at a minimum. We have some samples of plant life, but they were all destroyed when we placed them in the mana vacuum, and without that, we have no way of knowing whether or not Proxima Centauri B was engineered to be the way it is. Does the attack mean we'll be limited to rovers to do all of our research? Another scientist asked. For now, and for the foreseeable future, yes. That's correct. We'll still need to send manned missions into the atmosphere to gather the collected samples, if nothing else, but there won't be any more landings until we determine what exactly the being is, and if it's hostile or not. Until we know what exactly it is that provoked the response we got from it, we can't risk any of our science staff. What direction do you suggest we go from here? Ayaka asked. The Farsight was the exploration cruiser assigned to the surface of Proxima Centauri b, and she was the one in charge of all the landing missions. So she needed to gather suggestions in order to chart her, and by extension, the rest of the exploration crew's future activities. I suggest we bring the rovers and drones online. If they aren't attacked, we should continue sending bigger unmanned exploration vehicles in different configurations to see what, if anything, the entity, or perhaps entities, respond to. If the being doesn't react to an unmanned lifter-sized object, then that means it's likely that it was the people aboard the lifter that were detected rather than the lifter itself. But the most important thing to do next is to map out the ocean floor as soon as possible. The lander wasn't attacked over the land, so it's likely that the entity, whatever it is either fully aquatic or perhaps amphibian. Silence took over the briefing room, indicating that nobody had any further questions for Dr. Standing Bear. At least not for the moment, anyway. There would definitely be more questions as they continued gathering data on the planet and the system it was a part of. Thank you, Doctor. Fleet Admiral Bianchi said, speaking for the first time since he had kicked off the presentation. He turned to the other people seated at the conference table and continued. Now the question becomes, where do we go from here? We know there's life on the planet, but we don't know if it's sentient or sapient, nor do we know whether or not the attack was made with malice aforethought or if it was a simple reflex action. We don't even know how it detected us, or what about us it detected. So, as the head of the escort fleet and the commander-in-chief of Task Force Proxima as a whole, I want to canvass your opinions. Chapter 6:11 Limitation is the midwife of invention. We should maintain our position and try not to provoke the being until we have an idea of how to communicate with it, Admiral, Ayaka said. As the leader on the ground, Fleet Admiral Bianchi had looked to her to open the discussion. After all, if you look at the situation from the being's side, we're the invaders that were interrupting its life. So its reaction is understandable in that light, even if it is both sapient and purposefully hostile. Wherever we go, the law of nature still applies, Captain Marinakis interjected. The strong eat the weak, and mercy is a privilege of the strong. We have no idea if communication will even be possible, so I'd rather eat than be eaten, sir. Nobody else spoke, letting Fleet Admiral Bianchi weigh the two options presented to him. They were on opposite ends of the spectrum, which was rare for the command team of Ayaka and Demetrius, who were normally rather synchronized in their approach to problem-solving. The Admiral, however, gave no sign of what he was thinking. Ayaka's suggestion came directly from the book, and would definitely be more in line with their mission of peaceful exploration. But Captain Marinakis also had a point. The one unbreakable law in the universe, especially now that humanity's exposure to mana and its subsequent evolution had overturned their perspective on the other laws of the universe, was the law of the jungle. And the commanders on the ground had great freedom to overrule the book, though they would eventually have to justify their actions when they returned to an area where real-time communication with CENTCOM was possible. Task Force Proxima thus had a window of time to decide how to respond to the being. Everything was still unknown at the moment, thus everything was possible and even permitted. If he so chose, Fleet Admiral Bianchi could pull up stakes and move on to Alpha Centauri instead of remaining in Proxima Centauri. or even turn around and head home, though that would be disastrous to his career and perhaps even harmful to humanity as a species. So instead of making a decision as to which end of the spectrum of possibilities his response would fall on, he changed tack. "How long until our forges are completed?" he asked his chief of staff, Lieutenant Commander Tabo Boda. "The probes just completed the detailed mapping pass on both asteroid belts. We have preliminary sites picked out based on initial spectrographic scans, and if all goes well, the forges will be completed in 6 months or so, sir. Until then, we'll have to get creative with what we already have." Admiral Bianchi pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's a good thing our engineers are the cream of the crop. There's going to be a lot of jury rigging if we can't send manned missions to the surface," he sighed. Until they developed an in-system industrial base, they would be reliant on forcing square pegs into round holes in terms of mission-specific gear. Luckily, though, they had trained for just that kind of situation. If necessity was the mother of invention, limitation was its midwife. The briefing continued for a few hours, barring a small break for a meal, as the leaders involved hammered out a tentative doctrine for dealing with what they had found themselves up against. Though they had all trained in simulations for subjective years, that didn't necessarily mean they'd been exposed to every single situation they could encounter in an infinite, ever-expanding universe. And hostile route swatting at the explorer's lander just so happened to be one of those situations they hadn't covered in their training missions. A few days later. Over the past few days, the rovers and drones had been collecting samples and performing rough analyses on them non-stop. Data had been flowing to and from orbit in a steady stream, and the engineers had outdone themselves by converting a lander as it just so happened to an unmanned vehicle. Should anything happen to it, it wouldn't be nearly as big a loss as it would if it were filled with researchers, spacers, and soldiers. Thanks to that, together with the first round of samples collected by the landing crew, the researchers had discovered a veritable smorgasbord of single-celled organisms that were along the same lines as those that had once floated in the primordial soup on Earth and eventually became humankind. All of their discoveries had been scanned and replicated in the limited VR simulation, though their scanners weren't quite up to dealing with mana yet. There was a limit to Tier 1 technology, after all, especially when it was trying to deal with mana. Any scanner that wanted to detect and recreate mana in virtual form to any usable degree of granularity and fidelity would need Aaron to imbue it with intent, not just use the atomic printer to carve the runes and a converter to transmute electricity to mana and flood the runes with that mana. Aaron was still the only runemaster in the human species, and only runemasters of the highest level could imbue runic constructs with intent. And there simply weren't enough hours in the day for him to personally imbue all of the hardware on entire fleets of thousands of ships, even if he were inclined to make the attempt. Thus, the researchers had a wealth of information to study, though they would have to solve the issue of safely landing on Proxima Centauri B's surface in order to study the withering they had noticed in the first samples brought to the far site. The samples they had been taking over the past few days, unlike their very first, were being very carefully handled so as to avoid wasting them. They already knew what happened when they removed them from the mana saturating and surrounding the planet, so until they were ready to study the withering itself, they would ensure that the integrity of their samples remained intact. Some of their initial discoveries had made the exploration of the surface even more important. One in particular, though, blew the rest completely out of the water in terms of importance. In fact, it was perhaps on the same level as the discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming in 80B. Specifically, they had discovered miracle shit. Certain single-celled organisms that resided on the planet, when provided with proper nutrients, would convert those nutrients into energy for themselves and excrete the rest as pure mana, among other byproducts. Sure, the amount of each individual organism's miracle shit was minuscule, but that didn't matter. There were a lot of those organisms, and quantity could make up for the lacking amount in each miracle shit. Thus, the rovers were kept busy for an entire PCB year, 11 days, collecting sample after sample and shipping it up to the far site via unmanned lander as the researchers polished and began implementing Operation Bear Baiting. A single unmanned lander was sent to test the hypothesis that the being had detected the hardware itself. Should the being respond in the same fashion as it did before, by attempting to whip the shit out of the lander, it would suggest that the lander itself was what had disturbed the being. If it didn't, then it would suggest the opposite. Of course, they wouldn't be able to tell with any certainty, as they were still unable to tell if the being was sentient, sapient, or even non-sentient. After all, no one would claim that a Venus flytrap or pitcher plant was sentient simply because they were capable of attracting insects and reacting to them by trapping and digesting them. The lander slowly descended with all of its sensors tuned to their max sensitivity and range. And that was quite a range, as the vehicle itself had been refitted with spare sensors from the Farsight spares inventory along with a dedicated microfusion plant specifically to power them. The modifications hadn't exactly been easy for the engineering crews to make, but thanks to Imperial technology being essentially modular in design, they had been within the realm of possibility. But as any good engineer would tell people, knowing something could be done was 90% of actually doing it. The lander continued descending until it reached the same elevation it had been at on its previous trip, where it hovered in place as practically the entire task force watched for roots with bated breath. They didn't have to wait for long, as the suspected root system showed an initial uptick in mana pulse intensity and frequency similar to the previous invasion of its space, but it soon returned to quiescence and no actual attack took place. Chapter 6:12 A Wizard Did It. Over the next few weeks, the researchers of Task Force Proxima conducted hundreds of different tests and learned a few things about the root. As it turned out, it was just one of an entire network of roots that covered the bottom of the entire ocean that they had jokingly named the New Australian Sea. After all, everything they knew lived in it had demonstrated that it was out to kill them, so the name seemed quite appropriate. The root network was incredibly dense, with nearly 100% coverage of the ocean floor, and each root itself was equally dense. The water pressure in the deepest part of the ocean, which was a full 20 kilometers deep, applied over 10 million psi of water pressure. But even at that depth, they'd learned, at the cost of a few submersible drones loaded with mana batteries, that the roots could still move with the same blinding, predatorial speed as they had near the surface when one had attacked the crewed lander. Another incidental discovery was that their tide hypothesis had been disproven. Proxima Centauri had little to no effect on the tides of the New Australian Sea. Instead, it now seemed as though the tides were driven by the roots as they twisted, turned, and writhed, seemingly inhaling and exhaling on a slow but regular schedule. That said, the star did play at least a minor role in the rise and fall of the tides. It just wasn't the only factor that drove the rise and fall of the ocean. The final discovery the researchers had made was the approximate age of the root network. From the instrument readings, the roots were only a few 100,000 years old, which made for a dilemma. In order to grow to the kind of coverage they had, even going so far as to raise the sea level by entire kilometers and drown multiple continents, the roots should by all rights be millions of years old, not just hundreds of thousands. And that age-related dilemma was the source of many arguments and debates among the scientific staff. The only reference they had, though, was comparing the alien roots' growth with the growth of Earth's flora. So the arguments eventually died down, and the initial consensus was, a wizard did it. Or in other words, it was related to a function of mana that humanity simply hadn't come into contact with yet. Apparently, superdense mana plus a star that radiated primarily ultraviolet light equaled unimaginable plant growth speeds. It was almost like Miracle Grow, only thousands of times more effective. However, all of the information they were working with was from instrument scans only. None of it could be proved or disproved until they had actual, physical samples to work with. But based on the root's movement speed, density, and general irritability, actually getting those samples would likely prove to be a very difficult and arduous task. And that wasn't even considering that the roots they needed samples of might also be sapient in some form or another. They still weren't even sure they could rule that much out. But they had all the time they could want, or at least as much time as the powers that be would allow them, which was subject to the whims of Fleet Admiral Bianchi and his staff. Thus, unable to make practical progress on the issue of the root network, it was unceremoniously shoved on the back burner until their protostellar forge was completed. Ed note: here, the concept of a stellar forge differs from most sci-fi novels that use the same reference, much less the Marvel Cinematic Universe version, though the MCU is far closer than others. It's a method of using a star literally as a forge, not forging creations on a stellar scale. More details will be in future chapters. I don't want to spoil you on it here, as I personally think it's a pretty cool concept the way Agent envisions it. The same couldn't be said for samples from New Australia itself, however. The sole continent remaining above the surface of the New Australian Sea was lush with plants of all shapes and sizes, though lacking in multicellular life beyond plants that were so dark they practically glowed. Samples were taken there, and the landers they had modified to be remotely piloted flew from surface to ship in an almost unending stream to transport them. After all, the plants on the continent were different from the roots on the ocean floor. Though they too had roots, they were of a much more normal sort than the beings that populated the seabed. Much smaller and weaker, and, more importantly, immobile, they served the same purpose as roots did for plant life on Earth. The trees and shrubs had taproots and whiskers, digging into the soil deeply enough to keep them stable, though they seemed to avoid the beaches and ocean. It was almost like the ocean roots were predators that preyed on the roots of the plants on the land. There was another curiosity that drove the scientists up a wall with frustration as well. The only multicellular life on the planet was plant life. Other than single-celled organisms, there was no fauna to match the flora. The current leading theory on that thorny problem was that, much like on Earth, animal life had first evolved in the ocean. But given the demonstrated hostility of the New Australian Ocean seabed root network, it was likely that the roots had simply wiped out all the other creatures in a bid to ensure that the resources of the ocean, primarily its oddly rich mana density, belonged solely to them. Still, given that the land flora showed no signs of either sentience or sapience, much less any hostility, it was decided that the land mass would soon be open to human exploration, so long as they avoided going anywhere near the ocean. So the exploration team decided to get a jump on the mission, planning for their return to the surface in preparation for when the top brass authorized the trip. Chapter 613: Who Let the Dogs Out? What are the odds of being attacked by ocean roots if we're on land? Ayaka asked. She had already been briefed about the assumed safety of the plants on land, but was still wary of the root network at the bottom of the New Australian Sea. We estimated at less than 1 in 50, Commander. We stopped getting reactions from the roots at about 1 kilometer from the shore when we sent down the mana batteries as bait, but we'll be testing it with a few landers full of Marines before we greenlight any researchers or explorers landing. Begging your pardon, You just aren't as trained as we are when it comes to havoc and mayhem, ma'am, Major Kelly O'Shanrahan answered. He was the commanding officer of the Farsight's Marines, and it was his job to ensure the safety of the exploration teams on the ground. Once we're positive that the surface is safe for extended stays, then you can come down and establish a more permanent camp, he continued. Before that, I can only allow brief expeditions, since we just don't know how the locals will react to long-term residences. Locals, Major? Ayaka faintly smiled at the Marine. Aye, ma'am. Locals. In Marine country, we're split about 60-40 for the root network being sapient. But you know, Leathernecks, we'll gamble on anything. Ed note, Marine country is the dedicated area on naval vessels that the Marine contingents stay in. They like to keep a separation between the services aboard ship to prevent friction and conflict between Marines and sailors, and it developed into a tradition over the centuries. I see. Another thought occurred to Ayaka, and her brow knit in a frown. I'm sure we'll have at least a few that'll refuse to return to the surface. What'll happen to them? Well, ma'am, while I'd like to send them to the ocean surface in a rowboat without oars, the likeliest outcome is that they'll be reassigned to the Proxima and replaced with someone from there who I ask willing to go. Not like we have any shortage of eggheads willing to risk their biscuits for a chance at immortality in textbooks. After all, while we technically can force them to go back down, you can't force good work out of scientists. So we'll just dock their pay, replace them, and when it's convenient, the brass will load up a ship and send them home. I'll let the team know, and put together a list of people that request reassignment, Major. You'll have it before we're cleared to depart for the surface. Thank you, Ayaka said. Understood, ma'am. We'll have you dirtside in no time. Ayaka nodded and swiped her AR display closed. She sent a request to the research team leads for them to put together a list of their team members requesting reassignment, and a second list of who their preferred replacements would be, then discarded her perfect posture and leaned back in her chair with a sigh. Keep your eyes and ears open and your trigger fingers loose, Marines. No respawns anymore, so no dumbfuckery will be allowed. Looking at you, Chong, Lieutenant Jason Morris said to the company of Marines in the lander with him. A wave of chuckles followed his words, along with the soft metallic sound of soldiers in full battle rattle performing final checks on their gear. A comms request popped up on his HUD. He blinked to answer it, and the pilot appeared in his field of view. We've been cleared to fly. Your boy is strapped in back there? Things might get rough, the pilot said. We're always ready. Let's get this show on the road. There's dumbfuckery to be had. Copy that, the pilot said, and Lieutenant Morris was immediately slammed into his crash harness by the hammer of God. Coulda warned me, asshat. Beer's on you when we get back. The Marine Company commander grunted, but the pilot only laughed and cut the comm channel as he performed completely unnecessary evasive maneuvers. Jason spat a stream of cursing that would make any NCO proud for the full minute it took to reach their destination. Archangel to Jarheads, you are cleared to unask my ride, the pilot announced over the speakers in the lander's passenger cabin. In case you didn't understand me the first time, that means get the fuck off my lander, Marines. As he said that, the aft bulkhead fell open and slammed to the ground. The Marines' crash harnesses released them, and they sprinted down the ramp, setting up a perimeter around the landing zone in a focused silence that spoke of long hours, months, or even years of training in the time-dilated simulation. Every Marine in the Bravo Company, Bulldogs, had a place, and each of them knew exactly, to the millimeter, where that place was. The lifter rose back into the air to provide fire support, should it be needed, and the Marines waited in place, eerily silent, for 5 full minutes as their HUDs generated a threat map. Time to get to work, Marines. We need a functioning camp in 20 hours, clear? Clear as crystal, sir, came the enthusiastic chorus of replies. Jason racked his plasma caster in its place on the back of his armor. He wasn't necessarily the type to enjoy getting up close and personal with his targets, but a plasma caster just seemed like the better weapon choice for use on a planet populated entirely by possibly sapient plant life. It wasn't like a pulse carbine would do much to a tree, after all, or a root, for that matter. He looked up and watched as container after container came screaming down from orbit and slammed into the ground after a brief flare of thrusters to make the end of the trip as survivable as the beginning for anything inside the containers. Then he saw that some joker had managed to somehow find spray paint and tag each container with elaborate graffiti that spelled out the chorus of the old song by Baha Men. Who let the dogs out? Chapter 6:14 A mayonnaise jar on stilts. 2 of the 5 squads of Marines left their places on the perimeter of the landing zone and headed to the decorated containers. One by one, the containers cracked open, small clouds of fog drifting out of them and pooling in the low areas on the ground. The fog was the remains of the shock foam that researchers in Lab City had developed to allow for higher speed impacts in yeet pods, or cargo launched from mass drivers. The beauty of it was that it was a completely analog system. Mechanical altimeters would detect when the pod or cargo container reached a set point, usually 100 meters before impact, and trigger a valve that would allow 2 binary agents to mix. The resulting chemical formed a foam that expanded, bursting the relatively fragile containment tanks it was mixed in and allowing it to expand to fill whatever space it was in. It had a ridiculously high shock tolerance and would rapidly decay and sublimate into a gas composed primarily of nitrogen, helium, sulfur hexafluoride, and other trace elements. After verifying the Marines' biometrics, Cerberus mulebots woke to life and grabbed cargo sleds in their teeth before digging in their mechanical paws and dragging the tons of materials that had taken the short journey from orbit with the bots out of the containers on heavy-duty runners. Each container held 5 cargo sleds, and each of those weighed 8 tons. All in all, the cargo that had just come down from the far site would be enough to build a reasonably decent-sized, semi-permanent research base. And the constructor's swarm queens included in the drop set about doing just that as soon as the cargo had been unloaded and consolidated in one stockpile. Their initial jobs completed, the Cerberus mulebots took up a complex patrol in the jungle surrounding the clearing the lander had come down in, outside the perimeter the Marines were guarding. Okay, guys, gals, and undecided pals, time to get to work. This base ain't gonna build itself, the platoon sergeant announced at the top of his lungs, as platoon sergeants all through history had been wont to do. By squad, 1st and 3rd squad fall out of the perimeter and follow the assigned tasks in your HUDs. For our shifts, 2nd shift will be squads 2 and 4. Squad 5, continue overwatch on perimeter duty. A smattering of scattered acknowledgments followed the sergeant's orders, and the Marines began moving like oversized worker bees, unloading this, carrying that, and so on. Man, I wish the fat kid was here. He's got a gravity power, and this would be so much easier with that to help. A Marine grumbled as he picked up a large piece of reactor shielding for the fusion reactor that would power the research base. It was unwieldy to carry, and so heavy that it strained even the reinforced musculature of his battle armor. Not only is he a brat, but he's a coward and lazy, to boot. But he's still valuable to the PTB. Do you really expect them to send him down with grunts like us? Another Marine grumbled back at the first. I saw him practicing once, I think. Or maybe he was just doing some weird shit with his superpower. He was putting something together using it and juggling like 50 pieces at once. I didn't know whether to be impressed or shit my pants at the thought of what he could do if he really unleashed his ability. Every soup I've ever seen is monstrous in some way or another, and our kid is apparently pretty high up in the power pyramid. The first Marine continued. I'm pretty sure there's scarier people than Doughboy in the Navy. A buddy of mine saw one on a Reaper team attached to TF Trappist, and he went white just thinking about it. Apparently, the guy can just decide things aren't allowed to exist anymore, and reality does what he says. Our pet soup is downright tame in comparison, like one of those yappy little piss machines that old ladies carry around in their purses. And the guy on the Trappist is a giant hunting mastiff with anger issues. The Marine shuddered as goosebumps popped up all over his body. He was equal parts envious and terrified. He envied the Awakeners their powers, but was terrified that they had them, especially since they were all so young. He remembered the dumb shit he had done when he was younger, before he joined Ares, and couldn't help but think how much more dangerous a rebellious teenager would be when they could just wink things out of existence. The two Marines continued their discussion as they lifted, carried, and gently put things in various piles to make it easier for the swarms the constructor queens were building to assemble into a base like a giant 3D puzzle. It was tiring and back-breaking work, but their HUDs made it easy, as all they had to do was line their loads up with the silhouettes in their field of view, and once the shape turned from yellow, or whatever other color they had chosen when customizing their displays to fit them, to white. The cycle of lift, carry, drop, repeat continued as the Marines, who felt safe thanks to their Archangel, on overwatch from 10 kilometers above them, proceeded from here to there in the clearing, handling the initial grunt work of construction with relative ease. 24 hours later, the initial phase of construction was complete. Each of the constructor swarm queens had assembled their entire swarms and had gotten to work, building what looked very much like an opaque mayonnaise jar on stilts in the very center of the clearing. The stilts were deceptively small and were actually each about a meter across. They only looked small because the mayonnaise jar they were supporting was so big. The order came down to evacuate the clearing and take a quick jaunt back up to low orbit, as the fusion reactor the swarms had built was about to come online. And since it was the first time that a reactor had been assembled from parts, rather than printed, nobody knew if it would peacefully generate electricity or go supercritical and turn into a second, brighter star that was much, much closer to Proxima Centauri B's surface. But it turned out they had been worried for nothing as the reactor came up to temp, ignited, and settled into producing a steady stream of power that ran through cables strung inside the stilts that supported the reactor and held it above the ground. Those cables split, some of them going to converters that converted the output from electricity to unexpected mana, and others passing through step-down transformers that lowered the voltage to something that regular hardware could handle. The Marines returned to the surface, where they continued hauling cargo around for the constructor swarms to assemble, and soon, the research base had taken shape. Surrounded by a spherical mana shield, the base's completion marked the moment that research could begin at full speed, instead of the fits and starts it had been proceeding at while the researchers had been stuck in orbit. Chapter 6:15 Lacking in Human Resources. A month later, Proxima Centauri B was a hub of activity. The initial construction phase of the exploration base had been completed, but the building continued, though the base was already home to 100-odd researchers and 2 reinforced companies of Marines. There was also a constant flow of technicians directing the ongoing construction. But just because the construction was still ongoing, that didn't mean the base wasn't operational. It was, actually, though just at a minimum level. The ongoing expansion was more for creature comforts and wants, rather than needs. Everything the researchers needed was there. It was only luxuries that were missing. Well, most of the scientists considered their labs to be rather luxurious. After all, up until a few years ago, they were relying on prying research grants out of donors and benefactors of all sorts, and those grants practically never covered all of the equipment and other assorted materials required to, properly, carry out their experiments. Thus, things like comfortable beds, appealing housing, and so on were what they were doing without. It was an odd reversal of expectations for the teams assigned to the semi-operational research base. They were living like peasants, but their workspaces were outfitted such that they could only be compared to an emperor's court. Tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of E&D had been spent on research equipment, while the researchers themselves were bleary-eyed and could only catch naps by hot bunking on cots that had been stuffed everywhere. They could only consider themselves lucky if an empty cot tucked away in a maintenance closet somewhere just happened to come open as they were stumbling off to catch a few minutes of rest while waiting for their hardware to run tests on samples that were coming in like floodwaters. They understood their situation very well. They were on a planet where the only known advanced multicellular life form was demonstrably hostile to them and occupied almost 90% of the planet itself. And until the protostellar forges were complete and they could build modular housing units for them to live in, they would just have to put up with the terrible conditions they were limited to and pray that Murphy didn't come to make a house call, as he often did. Inside the main building, a group of researchers were huddled around a screen that was displaying the results of their most recent experiment. These bacteria are a gold mine. The xenobiologists back home will go bonkers when we get back with the samples and research results, one of them said with a low whistle as he stared at the data displayed on the screen. It was common knowledge back on Earth that there were trillions of microbial species on the planet, with more than 99.999% of them having gone undiscovered. That had been changing with the opening of Research City, though, and new single-cellular life forms had been being added to the Akashic record on a nearly daily basis since then. So the percentage of undiscovered species had been rapidly falling, primarily thanks to the injection of imperial technology and standards in research equipment and education, respectively. Microbiologists had been multiplying almost as fast as the species they studied, now that they had access to all the equipment they needed, regardless of how expensive it may be, along with unlimited access to samples, materials, and so on. Virtual labs had been proving the concept of the Empire's stance on the technology, and very few people were still grumbling about it. But the problem on Proxima Centauri was a lack of resources. Specifically, human resources. There simply weren't enough xenobiologists in the entire task force to handle the sheer number of discovered microbes, accurate virtual recreations or otherwise. There were perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 xenobiologists in the fleet, but they had already discovered millions of different species. Let's log the results and move on. We're already behind and have to work faster if we don't want to be called up to the brass to explain why we're lagging, the team lead ordered. Leading research teams was as difficult as herding cats to begin with, but leading research teams that were focused on actual alien life forms was somehow even more impossible than that. A susurration of disappointed sighs and whispered complaints followed the order, but the researchers dutifully logged the results into their local copy of the Akashic record and put the samples into tagged stasis chambers, where they would remain until the task force returned to the Sol system. But their job on the ground was limited. They were there specifically and solely to collect samples, scan them into the Akashic record, and note anything obvious that jumped out at them. Other researchers would be assigned the studies once the initial sorting had been done. That said, if pressed, the scientists in research base New South Wales would grudgingly admit that they didn't envy the decisions that Dr. Standing Bear would have to make when doling out the most promising research to various teams in the task force. Ed note: New South Wales isn't an error. One of the states in Australia is New South Wales, and we thought it would be amusing, or at least I thought it would be amusing, to use NSW as the name of the research base on New Australia by tacking on an extra new to the beginning. It had to be said that, in comparison to the wealth of information about Earth, the overall number of discoveries being made on Proxima Centauri b wasn't even a drop in the bucket by comparison. However, humanity had been learning about their home planet for millennia, so the process was far more gradual than the research taking place in the Proxima Centauri system. Add to that the advanced technologies in play in the labs of research base New South Wales, and the highly motivated and extremely well-educated researchers of Task Force Proxima, and it was understandable that discoveries were coming in faster and in higher numbers than the relatively low number of researchers were capable of handling. Research in the Terran Empire was a far different beast than it had been through much of the rest of human history. It was a perfect storm of education, equipment, resources, and motivation. But that said, it was considered a good problem to have. After all, the samples and data wouldn't be going anywhere, and there was no real rush to dig in and begin deep dives on any of the material that was being generated by the alien planet. Thus, the same thing was taking place in labs devoted to all of the research specialties in Task Force Proxima, or at least those that housed teams on the surface. They were all there to collect, log, and tag samples, and every single man and woman in those brain trusts were falling behind thanks to the wealth of information being discovered. Names would soon begin being etched into history books, but it wouldn't be any of theirs. Theirs was the effort, while others would claim the glory in the end. Chapter 616 Supercell. TS Farsight, Geosynchronous Orbit over Research Base New South Wales. A detachment of 2 corvettes, a destroyer, a heavy cruiser, and a drone tender that Fleet Admiral Bianchi had ordered to take up escort duties for the Farsight had finally arrived and slotted themselves around the exploration cruiser like a protective shield. Except this particular shield had teeth, and knew how to use them. Their job was to provide overwatch with constant flights of drones, and orbital strikes from the cruiser and destroyer, if necessary. The corvettes would be on constant patrol of the shoreline of New Australia, ready to report any activity on the part of the being, or beings, that inhabited the ocean floor. Terran spaceships had excellent sensor suites in general, but as corvettes were meant for pickets and patrols by their very design, they had completely outsized sensor suites for ships of their size. In fact, the only ships with better sensors were the city ships, as they had the room to pack in literally thousands of sensors, redundant sensors, and dedicated reactors to power them all. Well, that's new, Ensign Brett Farnsworth reported from the bridge of the TFS Revanche, one of the 2 corvettes currently patrolling the shore of New Australia from above the Kármán line. One of his LiDAR arrays had picked up a weather system headed inland that would pass by research base New South Wales at danger close range. It was the first weather the task force had seen that generated clouds since their arrival. Indeed, the skies of Proxima Centauri b had been unnaturally empty since the task force had arrived outside the system and begun their scans. Thus, the Revanche's AI had bumped that particular sensor array up in priority and notified the sensor officer on duty on the bridge. "Forward the report to the Farsight, Ensign," Lieutenant Kim Willis ordered, then added, "and page the captain to the bridge." She was currently on her watch while the captain, Lieutenant Commander Evgeny Kuznetsov, remained in his ready room handling the never-ending administrative tasks that any ship's commanding officer had to deal with. If the ship's AI had bumped something innocuous like a weather report so high up the priority response queue that it ended up on a station on the bridge, it merited the captain's attention. Not even a minute later, Captain Kuznetsov entered the bridge in his immaculate ship suit, just in time for a holographic image of Captain Marinakis to appear on the bridge. Status update, Captain Kuznetsov, Captain Marinakis brusquely requested. Sensor status, Evgeny echoed. Sir, we've picked up an anomalous weather system headed inland from the eastern coast of New Australia. Tracking has it passing danger close to Research Base New South Wales, and the AI bumped it up the priority response queue, Ensign Farnsworth reported. How close is danger close, Ensign? Captain Marinakis asked. 5 to 7 kilometers away from the outer defensive perimeter, sir. How severe is the system? Will we have to halt ground ops? The AI says it'll be the mother of all supercells, sir. An estimated 15 centimeters of rain will hit the research base, and the storm will last from 5 to 24 hours. Chance of lightning is high as well. Sensors report a charge differential already building even as far out as the storm is from land. But as for damage to the research base, we expect that to be minimal. The shields can take lightning strikes no problem. They were built to withstand much more than the 5 or so gigajoules we're currently reading in the strikes over the ocean. There's no telling if that'll remain constant once the supercell makes landfall though, sir, if it does without veering off. Storm tracking is still an inexact science, no matter how advanced the tools we use to track them are. And adding mana to the mix, well, there's just no way of knowing what'll happen later. If the storm continues its current course and at its current intensity, it won't even tickle the rovers, sir, much less the shielding around the base. But our confidence level at this point is only 55% based on the information we currently have. Captain Marinakis fell into deep thought for a minute. A supercell storm wouldn't really impact things too heavily in and of itself. The research base and all of the hardware on Proxima Centauri B had been designed to withstand much more damaging things than a little wind, rain, and lightning. However, Ensign Farnsworth had raised a very valid point. Nobody knew just how the planet's mana would affect the storm once it made landfall. He weighed the merits of caution against the benefits of forging forward anyway, and decided that caution would be the better part of valor in this instance. It was a decision that was very much in keeping with the book, too. Cancel all ongoing missions, he ordered. Recall the unmanned rovers and aerial drones, and order all base personnel to shelter in their assigned areas. The recall will be complete and last until further notice. Engineering personnel are to focus on weatherproofing the base and doing proper shutdown procedures on any equipment or unfinished building projects that haven't been designed with tolerances for a storm of this magnitude. All personnel are to assist in battening down the hatches. The shield was never designed with weather in mind, so the wind and rain will penetrate it unless you fancy suffocating to death inside it. He then turned to Ensign Farnsworth and asked, "How long until the storm front makes landfall?" "Anywhere from 7 to 10 hours from now, Captain," the ensign reported. "Our meteorologists are tracking it via Doppler, and will continue updating the estimate as they narrow it down." "Very well, Ensign," the captain said with a nod, and made a mental note to put a commendation in the young sensor officer's personnel file. "Well, everyone, you have your orders, so move out and execute them. Marinakis clear." "Aye, aye, Captain." The bridge crew began in unison, but then fell into staggered silence, like an interrupted orchestra, as they realized the captain's hologram had already vanished and the comms channel was closed. Chapter 6, 17:22 Second. Conference Room, Research Base, New South Wales Main Operations Tower. Commander Takahashi and Major Petrovich were seated along one side of a long conference table that ran down the center of a fairly large, though still barebones, room. At the head of the conference table were the holographic projections of Fleet Admiral Bianchi of the TFS Proxima and Captain Marinakis of the TS Farsight. Across from the commander and major were Dr. Standing Bear, head of research for Task Force Proxima, Lieutenant Commander Kuznetsov, captain of the TFS Revanche, and a representative of the meteorologists who had been assigned to the task force. "Good afternoon, Commander Takahashi," Captain Marinakis said. "I wish I had better news for you, but you've got a potential disaster coming up on you in a few hours. It seems that a supercell formed off the coast of New Australia and is headed your way. Estimates currently have the center of the storm passing a few kilometers off of your." He continued briefing Ayaka until she had been caught up to speed on the current situation on the ground, then finished by asking, "Any questions?" "No, sir," she replied with a faint smile. "I'll recall everyone that's out there and sit tight here in the base." "Good. Thanks, Ayaka. We can't predict anything about this." He sighed and raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. "This mage storm sounds like something an 8th grader would come up with, but—" he gestured to the meteorology representative at the table. "It's what meteorology decided to call it, and they're the ones with naming rights." The meteorologist froze, as if he didn't know whether to be offended or laugh along with the joke. "I understand, sir. Not everything can be new whatever," Ayaka said with a grin. Captain Marinakis could refer to everyone in his crew by their given names if he chose, but as one of his subordinates, she certainly couldn't call him by his, publicly, at least. Grinning was about all the informality she could get away with under the eyes of the strict head of the entire task force. "You have your orders, Commander," the Fleet Admiral interjected. "Best go carry them out before it's too late." "Aye, aye, Admiral. I'll ensure we remain in contact with the fleet as best we can, sir." "See that you do, Commander." Bianchi clear. His hologram disappeared from the room. As the task force commander, it was a surprise he had even attended the briefing to begin with. He was a busy person and had to handle the tasks that kept the full 1,000,000 people in his fleet operating at their peak efficiency. The rest of the holograms also flickered out one by one, leaving only the commander and the Marine captain in the room. "I'll send my people out with orders to sit on the nerd herd if need be, ma'am," Captain Petrovich said. "Wrestling bears would probably be easier, I think. My Nana used to do that, and if she could do it, I certainly could." "I've seen pictures of your grandmother, Captain. I think you'll likely find that you'd rather wrestle bears," Ayaka joked. "You're probably right. My Nana was a strong woman." Captain Petrovich stood and offered her a salute. "I'd best be about it, ma'am. By your leave?" "Granted, Victor. Good luck," she said, returning the salute. Ayaka was in the command center, tracking the progress of the general recall, when O.C. Parker of the disastrous first landing fame burst into the door. He stumbled over an errant cable on the ground and nearly fell, but was caught by one of the Marines guarding the door and saved from another rather inelegant landing. "Ma'am! Commander Takahashi. We have a problem, ma'am," he stuttered. Trying to speak, stand steadily, and salute all at the same time was obviously an issue for him. "What's the problem?" "There's a manned crew out there with a down-checked rover. They won't be able to make it back to base before the storm hits them, ma'am, Parker said. Oh. Ayaka stood and sent a calm's request to the terrible teenager. It was time for him to finally pull his quite substantial weight on their shared mission. Is this the end? Am I really going to die here? Lee Junho was lying on the ground, broken, bloody, and battered. The visor on his helmet was cracked, and an alarm was stridently sounding inside his helmet, warning him of the loss of suit integrity. 22 seconds before, he had been rushing to the site of a busted rover full of scientists to save them. Then, there was no then. He was swatted to the ground by something that he imagined the fist of God would feel like, or what windshields felt like to bugs at freeway speeds. The only reason he knew it had been 22 seconds ago was because his environmental suit's internal clock was still peacefully ticking away in his HUD. Shut up, 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 shut the fuck up, he shrilled at the alarm, completely forgetting that it would be simple for him to disable it. It didn't matter anyway. There was nothing he could do about his ruined suit. In addition to the cracked visor, the rest of the suit was ripped and torn with gigantic rents in it going every which way. The Empire's environmental suits were durable and rugged, with hard armor plating embedded anywhere that wasn't expected to have to move. They also included a certain amount of self-repair capability and, no matter how damaged, they could restore themselves in a matter of half an hour to an hour, assuming, that is, that the wearer could get away from whatever was damaging the suit in the first place. But that was something that Junho most definitely couldn't do at that precise moment in time. The lower half of his body had been eaten by a tree, which had sprung up between his legs after he'd been forcefully slammed to the ground. As for the rest of him, well, the rest of him wasn't doing any better. Small, questing roots had covered his upper body like a pulsing network of blood vessels, immobilizing him and leaving him unable to do anything but take shallow breaths. And the cocoonment continued apace. It wouldn't be much longer before the roots reached his helmet and interred him on this alien planet. At least he had proven that the atmosphere was technically breathable. The twisting and writhing roots finally found his helmet and drilled through it, then into his ears, nose, and eyes. His tongue fought them for a second or two before his mouth, too, was filled with roots. He whimpered as loud as he could in agony, hoping beyond hope that someone, anyone, would swoop to his rescue, but it was all for naught. Then the pain began. Junho's life flashed before his eyes, and, amidst his muffled screaming, he recalled all of his most cherished experiences. His mother, whom he believed to be a saintess, sacrificing her meals to ensure he was fed. His first time eating a proper meal, and the pride in his father's eyes when he was selected to join one of the exploration fleets. He remembered all of his waifus, the long nights spent binge-watching anime, and the love he felt for his leader and partner on this exploration fleet mission, Commander Takahashi Ayaka. All of it flashed through his mind, and he wondered, is this it? Is this what they mean when they say your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die? His eyes, or what was left of them, began glowing a silvery gray as he came to a decision. If he was going to die, he absolutely refused to die alone. Chapter 6:18 Red Rover, Red Rover. EndNote: Red Rover is a playground game that Gen X kids used to play. It isn't played now, because, like most Gen X games, it was incredibly violent and kids would sometimes get serious injuries, like concussions, teeth being knocked out, the occasional broken bone, and bloody abrasions, and nowadays people prefer their children to come home from school uninjured. More info here. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/red_rover an hour ago. A team of seismologists had taken a rover filled with measuring equipment to install on what they believed was a fault line just off the coast of New Australia. It was considered research-worthy, as they had never seen a fault line run perpendicular from ocean to land before. Parallel, sure, there were plenty of fault lines on Earth that came within proverbial spitting distance of coastlands. The San Andreas Fault in California, the Cascadia Subduction Zone in the American Pacific Northwest and Canada, and the Alpide Belt in the Mediterranean region, among others, sometimes reached within a kilometer of various coastlands. But this new discovery had them as excited as, well, as seismologists ever got, really. They were a dour, stone-faced lot in general and tended to be on the serious end of the scale. It wasn't surprising, considering the gravity of their area of study and how oh so very deadly earthquakes could be, and generally were. Just as they were about to reach their destination, the order calling them back to home base had come in. So they dutifully packed up the crates they had just been about to unload, got back in their rover, and started the engine. Or tried to, at least, as it simply refused to start. Dr. Paul Hodgins, the lead researcher, fancied himself something of a mechanic, so he and one of the two Marines attached to the mission as escorts got out of the rover, despite the pouring rain and constant lightning strikes, and opened the engine compartment. "Jim, you're never gonna believe this," he radioed to his friend and co-worker in the rover. "Never gonna believe what, Paul?" "There's some kind of, it looks like roots, maybe. Anyway, it's all tangled up in the engine. Gonna take a while to get it sorted out, and I don't think we have enough time before the storm hits." "Have you called it in?" Jim asked. "I might just have to. Why don't you take a look and let me know what you think?" Dr. Hodgins threw a short video file to him. Jim watched all 15 seconds of the clip and noticed something that didn't bode well for their research team. "Paul, I can see it growing. I don't think that's just something we accidentally picked up on the way out here. I think it grew up into the engine compartment while we were unloading the rover. You'd better get back in here and call it in." "Agreed. I'm on my way, YYYYARRGH." "Paul? Paul!" Jim shouted over the open communicator, but was only met with silence. "Corporal Klinger? Anyone?" The ominous silence continued for what felt like an eternity before the Marine that had gone out with Dr. Hodgins broke into the channel amidst the crackling, hissing, and popping of a damaged communicator or bad connection. "It's got my ARG. Oh God! Help! Get IT!" The Marine's screaming broke down into incoherency and continued for a few seconds. Then he, too, went ominously silent. The four scientists in the rover looked at each other. Then Paul ventured, "I'm calling it into base. Any of you volunteer to go check on Jim?" The other three scientists shook their heads and cast wary gazes at the cab of the rover, as if they expected whatever had gotten the head of their team to leap into the vehicle and come after them. Paul turned to the remaining Marine that had been assigned to escort them. "How about you? Let's see what the external pickups have for us first. I can't leave you completely unescorted. It's against SOP," the corporal replied. The 5 remaining members of the mission turned to the monitor on the divider that separated the driver's compartment from the cargo compartment, and it flickered to life. The flickering was a bad sign. Imperial technology did not flicker. At least, not under normal circumstances anyway. A grainy image appeared on the screen as the camera mounted to the roof of the driver's compartment panned back and forth. Everything appeared normal, though the image was distorted and blurry. "Is there something wrong with the camera pickup?" one of the scientists asked. It almost seems like the ground is moving. Computer, run diagnostics on camera 3. Acknowledged. Diagnostic program in progress. The 6 installed in the rover replied. Diagnostics can complete. No errors reported. So is the ground actually moving? Perhaps it's an artifact caused by the ionization in the atmosphere because of the thunderstorm. Unknown. Let's try another camera and see, the second scientist suggested. The view switched to a camera pickup located over the side of the cargo compartment, but it was the same grainy, blurry image, and the ground still appeared to be moving. Maybe the thunderstorm caused some symbiotic organism to come up to the surface? That patch of ground almost looks like the top of the tubs of earthworms I buy when I go fishing, the third scientist said. Let's see what's on the other side. The view changed to the camera on the opposite side of the rover, and off in the distance, it looked like a solid wall of black had risen up from the ocean that was just a couple 100 meters away from where they were. I don't think that's the sky, someone murmured, almost whimpering. It isn't a tidal wave, either, the Marine interjected. So what is it? Lightning struck the ground only a few 100 meters from the rover, and the echoing boom of thunder was loud enough to rattle the 3-ton vehicle like a paint can in a mixer, as what appeared to be a solid wall of giant roots crashed down on the doomed rover and buried it beneath them. Chapter 6:19. Send rescue teams over. Research Base New South Wales. The storm front had already reached the base and, as they had been worried about, the mana-infused raindrops sheeting down were having a rather negative effect on the shield. It was draining the shield capacitors nearly as fast as the reactor could charge them. But that much they could handle. Then the lightning began striking and the fusion reactor could no longer keep up with the draining capacitor banks. And to make things worse, there was no way of increasing the output of the reactor any more than what it already was. In fact, it had already been increased to 110% of its max-rated output, and after the storm passed, they would need to tear it down and completely rebuild it. But even that much wouldn't be an issue. The reactor could be run at the red line for 36 hours before they began running the risk of a containment breach. The biggest problem they were facing was one they hadn't anticipated at all: mana. As the water built up on the ground, forming a complex network of rivulets and puddles, the lightning strikes, overcharged it with mana, each bolt that struck the ground sending out shockwaves like ripples in space. And those shockwaves had effectively blinded the Henry's eyes sensors in the base, as well as those in the satellite network and ships overhead. The Proxima herself could potentially push enough power through theirs that they would be able to function through the masking effect of the storm front's mana surges, but by the time she could arrive at Proxima Centauri b, the storm would long have passed by the research base. Thus, Admiral Bianchi, acting with an overabundance of caution, had ordered the Farsight and her escort ships to begin a full-scale evacuation of Research Base New South Wales, and a steady stream of landers was flowing to and fro, ferrying passengers from the surface to the ships in orbit above the base. Here and there on the ground, Marines could be seen with lab-coated researchers thrown over their shoulders and being carried like whaling sacks of potatoes. In the Marines' minds, any researcher who wasn't willing to abandon their work to save their lives wasn't worth being handled with kid gloves, so some of them were even going so far as to bodily throw them into the landers, both with and without someone in the loading hatch prepared to catch them. Injuries, after all, could be cured in a matter of minutes or hours in a medical pod. Lightning-stricken bits of vaguely human-shaped charcoal, on the other hand, could not. The only place that was still a reasonably calm island of efficiency was the main monitoring room in the central tower of the base. Ayaka was inside with Captain Petrovich and a few other technicians that would be in the last evacuation group. They were coordinating and directing the hundreds of landers coming down, acting as air traffic control to prevent collisions and keep things moving. Sure, the base's AI could technically do that, but it was in power-saving mode and most of its remaining processing power was being taken up by running backups on all of the information in the local copy of the Akashic record. Thus, nobody really trusted it to handle critical tasks like ensuring a smooth emergency evacuation. The small rivulets of water ran into each other, forming streams. The streams gathered until they became rivers, and puddles expanded into broad, shallow lakes. Soon, the landers could no longer reach the ground, and the evacuating people were directed to the rooftops of their buildings to meet their assigned landers. Over time, the water rose until each building of the research base looked like an island rising from the water, and the sealed passages were completely under it like submerged sandbars, directing the flow of water from high to low and out toward the shore, where it would eventually meet the ocean. Not much longer after that, a lander was headed to pick up its assigned evacuation group when an alarm blared in the cockpit informing the pilot of an incoming object that had been picked up on radar. And soon, more information came from the TFS Khopesh, the drone tender that the lander was from. Warrant Chowdhury, we're picking up some movement on the drones monitoring the coast. Their ground-penetrating radar pinged on many moving objects. Looks like the routes are coming for the base. We don't know exactly how they're doing it yet, but you've got about 37 seconds before they intercept your flight path. Divert on new heading. I'm throwing it to you now. Copy that. Khopesh Control. Heading received and correcting course in 3, 2, 1, mark. Chief Warrant Officer Chowdhury replied. Warrant Chowdhury, Godspeed. You'll probably be dodging routes coming back up. We estimate they'll reach the outer shield perimeter within the next 15 minutes. So get down, get loaded, and get gone. Khopesh Control out. The same notification had obviously reached the control center at Research Base New South Wales, as the base AI halted the backup procedure and assumed direct control of the environment suits those waiting for evacuation were wearing. It was an odd feeling to the scientists, having their body moved like a marionette by an invisible puppeteer as they rushed to the nearest windows and leapt out. Screams of fright resounded amidst the background noise of explosive bolts blowing out window frames all over the base as researcher after researcher defenestrated themselves, spending a stomach-lurching moment in freefall before their suits' jump jets took over and sent them rocketing into the atmosphere at a barely survivable 30 Gs of acceleration. In a stunning display of aerial coordination, choreography, and aerobatics, cluster after cluster of suits formed in staggered formation. They only waited in place for a few seconds, though, as landers came screaming through the atmosphere toward each group, slewing sideways at the last moment to scoop them into the transport bays and catch maneuvers that would have made the pilots' instructors proud. One by one, groups were loaded into landers, which then immediately shot toward orbit in random, jerky corkscrews that would minimize the risk of being hit by the roots that were already rising from the floodwaters to introduce themselves to the fleeing small craft in a most violent, brutal fashion. Ayaka was the last person to be scooped into a lander, and she had the niggling sensation in the back of her mind that she was forgetting something. Something important. She thought about it for a moment, bracing herself against the crash harness of her acceleration seat, then gasped. She frantically toggled her comms channel open and attempted to connect to Lee Junho, but there was no response. Yui, check the last known of Warrant Officer Lee Junho, she ordered her personal AI assistant. Last known position of Warrant Officer Lee Junho is here, Commander. A topographical map of the area was projected in Ayaka's vision, on which were two labels. One for the rover that had broken down earlier, and another where the terrible teenager had been struggling just moments before. And neither of the labeled dots were moving. "Check biometrics on Warrant Officer Liu," Ayaka ordered. "Yes, Commander." "Checking. No biometric data stream found. Searching for backup. No backup biometric data stream found. Checking for SUD data recorder signal. No SUD data recorder signal found. Checking for backup." The checks continued as Yui read them in her calm soprano voice, each failed check hitting Ayaka with an almost physical impact that she felt in her gut. "File found, Commander. Fragmented data stream available. Recompile and display?" Yui asked. Ayaka's heart rose into her throat, and her jaw worked soundlessly for a moment before she could utter a hoarse command to play the video. It loaded shortly after, and her gorge completely rose as she watched a giant root come whipping toward Junho from his suit's perspective. "Junho!" she whispered as the video abruptly cut off. "Playback complete, Commander," Yui announced. Chapter 620 Cogs always fit somewhere. Moments before Lee Junho had been attacked, he was enjoying the feeling of unfettered flight kilometers above the surface of Proxima Centauri b. He had done it before, of course, at least in the simulation and on Earth, but there was something different, something special about doing it on an honest-to-God alien planet. And having been stuck in the research base without being able to fly on his own had been like sandpaper rubbing against his desire to exercise his superpower. Before he'd been blessed by mana, he had been lost. As restrictive as the Kim regime had been, at least he knew he had a place. He was a cog. A small cog, but a cog nonetheless, and cogs always fit somewhere. But then China stuck its fingers in the North Korean pie and triggered an attack on South Korea, the retaliation for which had completely wiped out the dictatorship that ruled the northern half of the divided country. And his place had been wiped out with it. So he lost himself. He lost himself in food, in luxury, in fantasies. His new place was the tiny bedroom in the tiny house, because tiny was comfortable. Tiny was safe. Tiny was all that he had ever known, ever been. But then he became oh so very much more. He discovered a new place, a new role, and he became a slightly bigger cog in a much, much larger machine. A machine that he actually liked being a part of. A machine that allowed him the freedom to fly with the wings that fate had given him. So he hadn't been too upset when his mother had signed him up for the Imperial Hero Academy. Sure, he had made a scene and pitched a fit, but deep down, he was thrilled. Why? Because the Academy would let him be a hero, with a capital H. And that stoked a desire that he had never known was inside him. When Ayaka had ordered him out on a high-priority rescue mission, he felt a thrill that tickled him somewhere deep inside, in his most primal nature. He had never before been in charge of anything. Even the rank he held in the fleet was merely a courtesy, and had no actual privileges of command or responsibilities. It was just the spot in the Imperial machine that a Junho-shaped cog happened to fit, is all. No more and no less. But now he had an actual responsibility, and found something deep inside that responded to that. He was responsible for 5 scientists and 2 Marines, and held their very lives in his hands. If he failed in his mission, they would be lost, or so he believed anyway. It wasn't known what Ayaka thought would happen to them if he failed, but that didn't matter to the 18-year-old awakener. All that mattered to him was that he had just been given an opportunity to fulfill his recently discovered drive for heroism. The truth, though, was that he would never in a million years have been allowed to go on his own, had anyone thought there was even an iota of risk to him. He was the sole awakener on the Farsight's crew, and the only one cleared for ground operations in the entirety of Task Force Proxima. So he was a precious resource to the fleet and would not, under any but the most dire of circumstances, be allowed to risk himself. And because of that misunderstanding, he'd not only been put at risk, but had been thrust into a life-threatening situation. A whimpering cry escaped Junho's lips as rage boiled over within him. He wanted to roar, he wanted to shout, he wanted to scream his defiance and spit in the eye of whatever thing was on the other end of the roots holding him down. He refused, absolutely refused, to go down without a fight. The silvery gray glow in his eyes brightened as mana coursed through his body, and a wave of sheer force blasted out of him, tearing the roots around him to shreds, along with the tattered remnant of his environment suit and the uniform he wore beneath it. He rolled over, stifling a moan of agony that momentarily penetrated the rage driving him, as he used his less injured arm to force himself to his hands and knees. His head held low, he panted as an enormous flood of mana wrapped around him, responding to the primal thought that he must stand. He must face his death on his feet, as a man, not as a coward on his knees. Exhaustion didn't matter. Fatigue didn't matter. Pain didn't matter. All that mattered was his pride as a man, and his will to push on in the face of a world that had declared itself his enemy. He rose to a standing position, his feet drifting inches off the ground, as his mangled legs were incapable of supporting his weight. In his mind, he issued a hearty "fuck you" to the laws of physics as he recalled his training back at the Hero Academy. Looking off into the distance, he saw the massive roots that had flattened the rover he'd been sent to rescue, and all conscious thought left him. His animalistic instincts took over, and he raised his good arm, pointing his palm toward the base of the roots rising from the floodwater 100 or so meters away from him. "Dying!" he snarled, then put everything he had left into a single focused area of gravity that swept out in a beam, ripping, tearing, and shredding the roots apart from their very tips down to the ground beneath the water. If he'd had anything left in him, it fled at that moment, and he collapsed bonelessly to the ground, his eyes fluttering as he drifted in and out of consciousness beneath the pouring rain and rumbling thunder. He felt himself lifted from the ground and enveloped in a warmth, and, in his delirium, saw Ayaka leaning over him. "You shouldn't have come," he slurred. "You're in danger. Leave here." He mustered up the last dregs of his mana and threw Ayaka from him, only for her to be replaced by what looked like a hybrid of Hatsune Miku and Diglett from Record of Lodoss War. "Am I dead?" he thought as he finally lost the battle to remain awake. A new, and much smaller, root quested its way to him and wrapped around him. It was soon followed by another, then another, and still more until the only thing remaining was a writhing pile of worm-like root tips floating on the rapidly rising flood that was accompanying the incoming storm. Chapter 621, Like a Bull in a China Shop. "Divert the lander and pick him up," Ayaka ordered moments after watching the recovered video. "Apologies, Commander. Orders from the fleet are that we are to immediately proceed to rendezvous with the Khopesh. They're non-discretionary, I'm afraid," the lander pilot replied. The lander continued rocketing straight up with over 20 subjective gravities of acceleration pushing its passengers into their acceleration seats and crash harnesses. The pilot would have gone faster, but his passengers were no Ares troopers or fleet sailors that had been trained to tolerate that kind of force. They were scientists, and scientists were by and large a sedentary lot. Lasers from the Khopesh's drones began firing, the ionization in the air from the storm making them visible as flashes of dim blue beams as they burned through root after root. The Empire's drones were designed to increase the strategic missile defense depth of the TSEF, so handling relatively slow-moving roots was an easy task that could be left to their onboard VIS without worry. Missiles in space battles would be traveling at a rate higher than 0.8 c by the time they reached an intercept envelope, which was far too fast for any human to respond to, but the roots were only moving around a few hundred meters per second. Even if the VIS were completely incapable, or even entirely non-existent, human drone pilots would still have been able to protect the landers. Ayaka knew that, so she frowned and said, "The drones are perfectly capable of keeping us protected, Warrant. But Warrantley doesn't even have those, and he needs rescue." "Sorry, ma'am, the orders are non-discretionary, and they came down from the Admiral's staff. No way in hell." The pilot twisted the lander around in a wild corkscrew to dodge lightning bolts, lasers, and roots. "Am I violating them for an EF commander? I get it, I really do. I'm sorry you lost your whatever, but this train we're on isn't stopping till it reaches the station, ma'am." Ayaka looked back at the map display, where Junho's name was labeled alongside the 7 other people he had been sent to save. All 8 of the names were flashing yellow, showing that their connections had been lost. But at least that, connection lost, status gave her enough hope to go on, far more so than the solid red of, confirmed dead, did anyway. She decided to raise the issue with Captain Marinakis. He was an old friend of Admiral Bianchi's, and perhaps he could get the task force's leader to agree to divert a lander for a rescue mission. She knew, though, that it would be putting everyone in the lander in severe danger, but she could do no less than try. After all, she'd been the one that had ordered Junho to go on the rescue mission, so hers was the responsibility for that task's failure. She was also the one responsible for letting him go alone, without any form of backup or escort. Her intentions had been good. She could have diverted a drone from the Khopesh to rescue the scientists, but the opportunity to get the terrible teenager off his ass and contributing to the mission had proven impossible to pass up. And she knew, at least on a conscious level, that there had been zero indication that there was any danger at all. It was just a broken-down rover filled with scientists running one of thousands of experiments on the surface. It was supposed to have been a milk run, without any more danger than one would encounter while heading to the neighborhood bodega to pick up milk. But as Ayaka was now discovering, guilt didn't take rationality into account. Her order had thrown one of her subordinates into life-threatening danger, and she couldn't possibly forget that. Nor could she forgive herself, at least not so soon, anyway. "I'll come for you soon, so you damn well better survive. If you die, I'll kill you," she muttered under her breath, planning on how to make a rescue mission happen amidst the chaos of evacuations going on around her. Junho would be returned to her alive, or she would see his corpse buried with who, or whatever had killed him. The moment the lander settled onto its skids and opened its hatch in the boat bay of the Khopesh, Ayaka stormed down the ramp and headed toward a transport that would take her to the bridge of the enormous drone tender. She had devised a rescue plan that would, she hoped, satisfy all parties involved without the risk of harm to any human life, and was determined to have it carried out, come hell or, well, high water had already come. Now all that remained was to compose herself. She had been raised well enough that she knew anxiety or anger would only hurt the chances of her plan being accepted. On the bridge of the TFS Khopesh, the low buzz of people hard at work filled the air, alongside the almost physical sensation of tension. As a drone tender, each wing of drones was commanded from the bridge, while the pilots of those drones were in VR pods in giant, cavernous bays deep in the guts of the massive vessel. Thus, compared to most Imperial ships, drone tenders had a higher number of active personnel on the bridge, which meant that Ayaka had a much larger audience when she glided into the compartment and saluted the captain. "Captain Chong, a word, please?" she asked, still holding the salute. "In my ready room, Commander," the captain replied, then turned to his communications officer. "Lieutenant Commander Sanders, you have the bridge." Then he stood and gestured toward his ready room, but Ayaka was already on the move. Perhaps her anxiety was showing through more than she would have liked. When they reached the ready room, Captain Chong sat behind his desk and preempted the conversation. "I know what you have in mind, Commander, and I agree. As soon as the evacuation is complete, I'll send a flight of drones to rescue your awakener." Ayaka was taken aback. She had expected she would need to fight for the rescue mission to take place. "Thank you, sir," she finally said. "But it'll have to wait until after the evacuation is complete and the last lander." "Begging your pardon, sir," she interrupted, "but it's imperative that we send the mission out now. The longer we wait—" She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. At least not out loud, anyway. The rest of the sentence was rampaging through her mind like a bull in a china shop. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that he'll be dead when we get there. Chapter 622, Understanding versus Liking. Ayaka was still standing on the bridge of the Khopesh when the last evacuation flight passed Proxima Centauri B's Kármán line and rocketed toward the TFS Escapade, the heavy cruiser it was assigned to. She had, barely, been able to keep herself from pacing back and forth behind the drone wing commanders, but a thrill passed up and down her spine when she heard that the last lander had safely made it off the surface, and she was unable to keep herself from practically vibrating in place. Only 2 decades of comportment and etiquette training, courtesy of her father's expectations, kept her from showing how anxious she was. She turned to Captain Chong, who shot her an empathetic glance as he began. "Don't worry, we've already prepared the rescue mission. Wing 3, prepare to—" Before he could finish his sentence, the holotank in the center of the bridge turned red, and an abort signal flashed, accompanied by a message. "All surface missions are suspended until further notice." The message was tagged as having been sent from the tactical officer on Fleet Admiral Bianchi's staff. Without another word, Ayaka stalked to the captain's ready room just off the bridge. Captain Chong could only watch her go and shake his head in sympathy. He knew what she was about to do, but didn't hold out much hope that it would work out well for the young commander. Captain's ready room, TFS Khopesh. Ayaka was standing in front of the display screen on Captain Chang's desk, which had an open communication line to Fleet Admiral Bianchi. "Why was the operation scrubbed, sir?" she asked, somehow managing to keep her worry and anxiety from appearing on her face. She honestly didn't know why she was so worried and anxious about the terrible teenager. But she did know she had been responsible for him, and she was the one who'd sent him out alone into the teeth of the storm, where his survival was still unknown. The fact that his signal had been interrupted was more worrying than she would like to admit. And as god-awful as the brat had been to deal with, she'd come to think of him as something like the little brother that she'd been forced to leave behind when she left her family. "Commander, I don't normally make a habit of explaining my decisions to my subordinates. But in this case, I'll make an exception. You'll know soon anyway, even if I don't tell you now," the Admiral said. He gestured to someone off-screen and continued. "This is why surface operations are being suspended. It's not that we want to scrub them, but we have to." The display on the screen changed to a view of the planet from high orbit. A red film was rapidly working its way over it, obscuring the surface from view. Approximately 10 minutes before the last evacuation lander broke atmosphere, our Henry's eye sensors detected an upsurge in mana spreading from what we now believe is the source of all of the roots. The display rotated the planet, showing a pointer at an inconspicuous spot deep in the ocean near where the storm had begun brewing earlier. All visual observation of the planet's surface is being cut off, and our instruments can't see it either. All we know is that it's an extremely dense concentration of mana, and when we sent a recon drone to penetrate it, this is what happened. The display changed to a visual of a recon drone being fired from the destroyer, TFS Starry Sky. It completed one orbit, then attempted to breach the atmosphere, only to be crushed against the red film like a bug meeting a windshield at freeway speed. As you can see, whatever that is just as effective as our own planetary defense shields. My intelligence officer and tactical officer recommended, and I agreed, that it's in our best interest to avoid escalating the hostilities against the being until we're able to establish at least a rudimentary form of communication. All indications are that there's a mind behind those roots, and we're the visitors here. We should act like it, he finished as the display screen switched back to a view of the Admiral from his shoulders up. Behind him, uniformed personnel were moving on the flag bridge of the Proxima like worker bees in a hive. I understand, Admiral. Is there any way we can get at least a drone down to check on the Tay Air Warrant Officer Lee? It looks like the shield isn't spreading all that fast, and we should be able to get in and out before it reaches land. That'd give us an idea of what we're dealing with, as well as whether or not further rescue efforts, Ayaka paused and cleared her throat, would be necessary. We can do that much, Commander, Fleet Admiral Bianchi said with a small, tight smile that wasn't happy in the least. And we already have. When the drone got there, this is what it saw. The view on the screen changed again, this time showing a mass of writhing roots piled together in the shape of an egg, or perhaps a seed, where the rover had broken down and where Junho had been swatted from the sky. My God, sir, what is that? Ayaka murmured, shock visible on her face for the first time. We don't know, Commander. There's just too many things we don't know. I've ordered Captain Doss to bring the Proxima into orbit of Proxima Centauri B. She's the only vessel we've got with the sensors and power to spare that might give us a chance of seeing exactly what's going on behind the shield. But until then, ground ops are suspended until further notice. Understood, sir, Ayaka said. And she did understand. She might not particularly like the situation as it stood, but she could definitely understand it. Until and unless they had proof that Junho was still alive, and perhaps even after they had that proof, it wouldn't be wise to risk upsetting whatever being was on the other side of those tentacle-like roots. Chapter 623 Much like a fading mirage. Junho was floating in a warm darkness, his knees drawn up to his chest and arms wrapped around them. Is this what it feels like to be dead? He thought. Just floating in nothingness? Man, a whole lot of people are gonna be really disappointed when they die. No angels with trumpets, no pearly gates, no mythical beings or Buddhas, and apparently no hot goddesses offering perks to be born on planets they're responsible for. He sighed, or at least attempted to. Suddenly he heard a muffled thud-thud and two other noises that reminded him of conversation. One was a low-pitched murmur, a man, he thought, and there was another, higher-pitched sound. If the first was a man, then the second should be a woman. Why does this seem so familiar? He mused. He drifted in the endless dark, listening to the murmuring and rhythmic thud-thud. Well, if this is what the afterlife is like, then I guess it could be worse, he thought as he floated in the warm, welcoming nothing that surrounded him in its embrace. Time passed, as time always does, and a change came over his environment. The rhythmic pulsing thuds began speeding up. Thud thud, 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 thud, thu thud, thu thud, thud. Soon, the female sound rose in pitch and volume, and the warm darkness around him began pitching and tossing him to and fro, setting him spinning along 3 axes. What the actual fuck? He thought as he spun. With a concerted effort, he stopped spinning and reoriented himself. Then the darkness squeezed him from all directions, and he realized where he was. Am I in a womb? He mused. Maybe I really am being reborn on a new world. The pressure increased, and he was squeezed into what felt like an endless tunnel mixed with a toothpaste tube. Finally, he was ejected into a blinding brightness and blinked until his eyes adjusted to the light. He looked up, expecting to see his new mother and father, but then, "What the fuck is that?" he shouted at the top of his lungs, or tried to, anyway, as the only sound that escaped his lips was a high, warbling cry. What he had seen when he looked at who his parents were was 2 trees, a slender cypress tree with black bark and needles so deep purple they might as well have been black, and a tall, powerful oak tree, also with black bark and violet leaves so dark they, too, might as well have been black. The trees had no faces, but somehow he felt the weight of their regard. A string of knot sound entered his ears, and he recognized the voices, associating the deeper baritone with the oak and the softer mezzo-soprano with the cypress. They were still unintelligible, but if what he suspected had happened was true, that would soon change. Years passed as Junho grew out of infancy and into toddlerhood, learning to roll over, crawl, and form sounds with his mouth. The speech of his new treefolk parents lost some of its secrets as well, and he found himself picking out occasional words from the stream of gibberish. One weird thing was that he had none of the various issues that normal infants had. He needed neither food, nor sleep, nor diaper changes. At first, he had been shy of his nudity and waved his chubby arms in an attempt to cover it, but he'd soon learned to simply accept it. He had no clothes, but he needed none. The temperature was always comfortable to him, and it wasn't like trees would give a shit about his genitalia, after all. Day after day passed and his new parents never left his side, constantly babbling gibberish back and forth with him, them in obvious patterns and cadences of speech, and him in the constant babble of baby talk. He learned the words for the things around him, and for concepts like yes and no. Time seemed endless, as he experienced nothing but the single room where he had been born, nor did he meet any other beings but the cypress and oak trees as he went from crawling, to standing on unsteady legs, to walking, then running. And the communication between him and his parents improved at a rapid pace, both trees and human communicating in the method that any parents with small children would know in a language all of their own. Then, one day, something entirely different happened. The room surrounding him disappeared, and he was left in what seemed to be a forest meadow, in his normal 18-year-old body, but still as naked as he had been through the past years he had spent growing and learning to communicate with the tree folk. Around the edge of the meadow were the cypress and oak, but they had been joined by others. A graceful birch tree, still with black bark and violet leaves, but somehow giving the impression that it was white. A gnarled, squat mangrove with knobby roots growing out of it like a skirt, and a short, wide crabapple tree had joined the cypress and the oak, each one taking up a distinct section of the meadow's edge. Who, what, when, where, why are you? Yours, not us. Junho somehow knew which tree the question was coming from, and turned to the birch tree. Me? He asked, pointing his index finger at his face. Yes, not us. Me who what when where why? The birch asked again. I'm Li Junho, a blessed awakener of the Terran Empire and member of the Imperial Exploration Fleet. As he spoke, memories flashed through his mind. Growing up in North Korea, the American and South Korean invasion, the formation of the empire, awakening to mana, and going through Hero Academy and signing up for the fleet whizzed through his consciousness seemingly at light speed. We understand, the birch said. Who, what, when, where, why is this? The image Junho had seen after pushing Ayaka away flashed through his mind. That's Hatsune Miku indeed lit. Who, what, when, where, why is Hatsune Miku indeed lit? There, Hatsune Miku is an avatar, and Deedlit is a character from an anime. Who, what, when, where, why is anime? Another voice interjected. Junho turned to the crabapple tree and said, It's a form of entertainment on my planet. Who, what, when, where, why is entertainment? Entertainment is the question and answer session, or perhaps interrogation, went on for a long time before the tree people seemed satisfied with what they had learned. Who, what, when, where, why is elves? The birch had once again started asking questions. Well, elves are friends of nature, and they live in trees, I guess. Junho answered, memories of all the media he had watched containing elves flashing through his head. We understand, the birch said, then slowly vanished from the clearing much like a fading mirage. Chapter 624 Debriefing and Demerits. Junho felt a thrill pass through him at the question. It was a question he had been waiting for, seemingly for his entire life. He didn't know many people from the task force, having spent the entire journey out either practicing his mana manipulation skills or in his private VR space, but he firmly believed that he was the leading expert in the Proxima Centauri system on all things fantasy, sci-fi, and anime. He began lecturing the trees on all things elven, all the way from the mythological Alfar and Doc Alfar to present, including the race's representation in novels, video games, and movies. He provided every detail he could think of, and as he spoke, he saw them in his memories, including his emotions and thoughts as he first discovered the rich body of entertainment through humanity's history. He recalled heroes and villains, epic tales of adventures, and the struggles and challenges that each individual went through in each story he recounted to the trees. As he spoke, the trees asked questions. Questions about other races he mentioned seemed popular, and Junho figured that there was something about them that spoke to a primal facet of each individual tree around the meadow he was in. The oak, for example, seemed very interested in tales of giants, particularly those of hill giants from a popular tabletop role-playing game that Junho played in his personal VR space. The longer Junho spoke, the more memories flashed in his mind, and the more questions the trees asked him. And he basked in the attention. For most of his life, he had been ignored, overlooked, or bullied due to his introverted personality and neurodivergent behaviors. So having an enthusiastic audience that not only respected his knowledge, but thirsted for it, satisfied a deep drive that he never knew he had possessed. Then came a rather unexpected statement. The trees actually apologized for the attack on the lander, and the later destruction of the rover with all hands aboard it. They had thought that humanity was like them, and losing individuals of the species would be much like trees shedding leaves, or perhaps twigs. But along with the realization that each human being was an individual came sorrow. Sorrow that they had cut short a life with all that entailed. While Junho was giving the lecture of his dreams, perhaps quite literally, Ayaka was busy dealing with the many tasks that a commander in the exploration fleet an executive officer of an exploration cruiser had to deal with. It wasn't made any easier by the emergency evacuation from the planet's surface, either. It took her 2 days to untangle the personnel issue alone and ensure everyone was returned to their proper places after the ad hoc temporary personnel reassignments, as someone had jokingly referred to the post-evacuation chaos. The work helped some, at least. It kept her mind off her responsibility in Junho's disappearance, but every time she recalled that he was listed as missing, presumed killed in action, she felt a stabbing pain in her chest and a burning sensation in her eyes. He wasn't the only person she knew in the doomed mission to the surface, but he was the one she had worked the closest with, and one that she'd personally ordered to go into harm's way. After she finished sorting out the personnel tasks and the resulting paperwork, she stretched and leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes with the heels of her hands. A soft chime sounded in her office, announcing that she had a visitor. She blinked away some of the tiredness from her eyes and said, "Enter." A young, red-haired ordinary crewman with a sprinkle of freckles across his cheeks, wearing a steward's uniform, entered the office and said, "Ma'am, Captain Marinaki's compliments, and he'll see you in his ready room at 1,400 hours. "Thank you, crewman," Ayaka replied, a touch more formality in her tone. Having the captain's steward deliver the captain's order, and an order it definitely was, didn't portend well for her upcoming debrief. Perhaps the admiral had been put out more than she thought by her questioning his order a few days ago. The steward saluted, then smartly turned on his heel and walked out of her office. She sighed and pulled up her report on the doomed rover and Awakener, reading it again to ensure it was fresh in her memory. She checked the time. It was 13:45, just enough time to straighten out her uniform and make it to the captain's ready room. She schooled her face into a pleasant expression, then walked out of her office. Captain's ready room, TS Far Sight. At precisely 1,400 hours, holograms of Fleet Admiral Bianchi and his chief of staff flickered into existence. Ayaka and Captain Marinaki stood and saluted. "Sit down, you two," the admiral sighed. "What a clusterfuck this mission is shaping up to be." He turned to Ayaka. "Commander Takahashi, walk me through what happened on the surface. Your report was thorough, but there are still questions." Ayaka nodded, then stood. "Yes, sir. When we were notified of the supercell, we began preparing to weather the storm. Then the evacuation order came down." She narrated the events of the evacuation and its aftermath up to the present, after she had straightened out the inadvertent chaos caused by the emergency order. Once she was finished with her presentation, the questioning began. "Why did you send your Awakener, warrant officer?" the admiral began. Then his chief of staff leaned in to whisper something in his ear. "Yes, Warrant Officer Lee. Why did you send him out for the rescue instead of a lander? And without escort at that?" "There was only one lander at the research base at the time, and it would have taken longer to reach the rover and the science team, sir," Ayaka began. "Also, I felt that we should reserve the lander we had for any emergencies that arose during the storm. Warrant Lee couldn't bring a team of Marines with him, not and travel as fast as he could alone, and I judged that speed was of the essence in rescuing the seismology team." "Why did it take you so long to realize he had failed in his mission?" The admiral's face appeared to have been carved from granite, giving away no clue as to what he was thinking. "By the time we got the report that we'd lost connection with him and the team in the rover, the emergency evacuation was in full swing. The Base 6 judged it as a low-priority issue and didn't report it until the evacuation was well underway. By that point, the base's quantum supercluster was in power-saving mode, and couldn't be brought back up to full power before the evacuation was complete. So I made the call to divert the lander I was assigned to go and pick up the stranded personnel, but by that time the evacuation order had been made non-discretionary, and I couldn't divert the lander. What is your impression, Commander? Do you think there are survivors down there? The Admiral asked. I believe so, sir. Do you have any evidence, or is it just wishful thinking? A bit of both, sir. Warrantley is a concept-level awakener, and a strong one at that. I have to believe that he could survive the attack scene in the video we recovered. Very good, Commander. And I happen to agree with you. A conceptualist wouldn't die so easily. We will continue monitoring the planet as best we can and send a rescue mission at the soonest opportunity. The Admiral turned to Captain Marinakis and continued. Enter a disciplinary note into Commander Takahashi's file regarding her breaking the chain of command. She's to be docked a month's pay and confined to quarters for a week, pending the needs of the fleet. VR access will be denied for the duration of the confinement. Yes, sir, the captain replied. Fleet Admiral Bianchi looked at Ayaka again. I trust you'll do better in the future, Commander Takahashi. I will, sir, she said, and saluted him. Very well. See that you do. Bianchi clear. Chapter 625 A Xenobotanist's Wet Dream. A month passed, and the red mana shield around Proxima Centauri B was still present, just as strong as it had been when it was first raised, if not stronger. The TFS Proxima had been in a high polar orbit practically the entire time, and it seemed like the shield had detected her sensors and strengthened itself as a result. But if they had been able to see through the obscuring shield, the members of Task Force Proxima would likely have been rather surprised. Who wouldn't be surprised if they saw continents springing up seemingly out of nowhere? That said, the continents hadn't been created out of nothing. Rather, it was more like the roots occupying the ocean floor had mostly withdrawn, lowering the water level and exposing continents that had already been there, but flooded by the water. And following the law of unintended consequences, the withdrawn roots had taken most of the mana with them from the water. But as energy, including mana, could neither be created nor destroyed, barring certain types of conceptual and esoteric mana that specialized in delivering hearty fuck yous to the laws of physics, that mana had somehow been redistributed across the new continents, balancing the density between land and water. It was at a slightly lower level, of course, but still significantly higher than the mana density of Earth. Another surprise was waiting for the task force on the new continents. One would think that any land mass submerged in the hostile environment of any saltwater ocean would be scoured of all but the hardiest archaebacterial life, and in most cases, they would be correct. However, on Proxima Centauri b, the newly revealed continents were undergoing an extreme cycle of vegetation growth, to the point that in but a few more short months there would be no difference between them and New Australia. The growth was enormous, both in size and scale. Lush violet forests were springing up, blending kilometers-tall oaks, squat crabapples, tall and slender cypress trees, dank and murky mangroves, and straight birch trees into a cohesive whole that would never be seen anywhere on Earth. And all of them were dozens of times the size of their more prosaic counterparts on humanity's homeworld. Ed note: the trees and other plants mentioned in this chapter aren't the actual trees and plants found on Earth. Instead, they're lookalikes. Agent and I decided to go with using actual plant species to make it easier to visualize them instead of making y'all keep track of things that obviously alien. Like, the Z4 plant looked like a branching fractal crystal. That would quickly become too much to keep track of, so using more earthly forests just made sense. Xenobotanists would have an absolute field day when they discovered the mixed forests. And in the middle of what used to be a much bigger ocean was a singular tree, made up of woven roots twisted together, whose crown brushed against the manna shield over 100 kilometers from the water's surface. It was practically a supercontinent itself, and each of the 5 main branches grew a specific type of tree and its accompanying symbiotic vegetation on a mass of twisted roots and soil from the bottom of the ocean that would put most of Earth's continents to shame if they were to be compared in size. The lowest of the main branches was home to vast groves of crabapple trees. The forest floor was covered in moss, and surrounding the crabapples were dogwood, serviceberry, and hazel shrubs, each of which had their own attendants. Great, broad ferns of all kinds surrounded them, and an enormous rocky mountain range split the continent-sized branch practically in half, running from northwest to southeast. The next highest branch was covered in rolling, grassy hills and knolls, all of which were home to oak trees that grew in groves to the height of 2 or 3 kilometers. Each grove had between 20 and 100 oak trees, surrounded by which hazel, dogwood, mountain laurel, and rhododendron shrubs. Interspersed between and around the oak groves were vast meadows of wildflowers, lillipad and duckweed-covered lakes, and rivers lined with cattails and goldenrods. The oaks themselves were home to lush curtains of ivy and honeysuckle, and the rocky areas of the hills were covered in mosses and lichens. Above the oak-forested branch was a wetland surrounding a single vast mountain peak that reached 8 kilometers into the air, practically brushing the bottom of the branch above it. From that mountaintop ran great, rushing rivers in all directions that split and meandered through the wetland surrounding the foot of the mountain until they poured themselves off the edge of the branch itself, falling to the ocean surface as a fine mist. On that particular branch grew tall, slender cypress trees surrounded in mist and rainbows, albeit muted ones. Alongside them were wax myrtle, alder, and buttonbush shrubs that surrounded meadows filled with moss and grass, from which sprouted mushrooms and scattered rings here and there. Still higher was a branch covered in dank, dark swamps, from which grew great and twisted, gnarled mangrove trees. Accompanying them was a low ground cover comprised mostly of marsh grass, sea purslane, glasswort, and seawort, with marsh ferns scattered here and there peeking out of the low fog and swirling mists that covered the ground. This continent-sized branch had very little solid ground, most of which were sand dunes and sandbars that rose a few feet above the algae-covered swamp waters, stabilized by sea oat plants that prevented them from being washed away by the shifting swamps. And riddled throughout the mass was a deep, dark network of tunnels and caves. And on the highest branch of them all was a vast forest of graceful birch trees, rising so near to the manna shield that, if one were to stand atop the tallest of the birch trees, they would be able to reach up and touch the shield itself without stretching or straining. Surrounding the birch trees, like attendants, were alders, dogwoods, and weeping willow shrubs, and carpeting the ground itself were grasses, sedges, and wildflowers of all kinds, occasionally giving way to meadows filled with bluebells. The birches themselves were organized into groves, where the trees grew so close that their branches intertwined on multiple levels, creating broad paths above the ground. From each tree on every level of the enormous world tree grew giant, eggplant-shaped fruits. The fruits pulsed with a rhythmic red light, almost like a metronome, or perhaps a heartbeat. They ranged in size from the 4 to 5 foot long fruits on the crabapple trees to enormous 16 to 20 foot long fruits on the great oak trees. The cypress trees had irregular fruits, some of which were as small as 4 feet long, while others were 9 or 10 feet long and almost as wide in diameter. The birch and mangrove trees were home to fruits in the 6 to 7 foot long range. The explorers of Task Force Proxima would be in for quite the surprise, if and when they ever made it back to the surface of the planet. Chapter 626 Brute Forcing It. 3 months later, Ayaka and Captain Marinakis were in the captain's ready room on the far site, attending a virtual meeting with the task force's leadership. Things had settled into a routine, and the meetings had gone from daily to weekly, and now this was the second monthly meeting they were holding. Nothing of any note had yet been accomplished. The situation remained unchanged. We're still functioning on skeleton crews to reduce resource consumption. Even though we have the replicators, our problem with the algae in the feedstock tanks remains unsolved, but we're still working on it and should have a solution soon, the fleet's head of logistics reported. For the past 6 weeks, the crews of the ships had been rotating in and out of VR training simulations, with only skeleton crews maintaining the ships in reality. The initial mission planning had called for restocking their algae tanks and supplementing them with organic compounds from asteroids in Proxima Centauri and on the surface of Proxima Centauri b, but they had yet to discover any asteroids rich in organics, and the surface was unreachable. Thus, their dilemma. The stopgap solution the leadership had decided on was to step down the crews of the ships and put them in long-term training, rotating skeleton crews and to stand physical watches in case disaster struck. They had plenty of nutrient-matched stock for the VR pods, but they hadn't counted on the mana-triggered mutations in their algae tanks, making them completely unusable in the food replicators. It only took 3 deaths and a wave of illness before they tracked down the problem and decided on a solution. Efficiency was the hallmark of the Empire, after all. Confidence level? Admiral Bianchi asked. About 75%, sir. Not the best, but acceptable. Keep working on it. The Admiral turned to the fleet's head engineer. Anything to report, Scotty? He asked. We've completed the protostellar forge and are working on the construction queue, Admiral. Commander Gale Scotty Coleman reported. All head engineers were, by long-standing tradition, given the nickname Scotty when they took over the engineering department of their ships, or even task forces. It was only engineers that weren't assigned to shipboard positions that had other nicknames. How long until the exploration crew's build requests are ready? Ayaka asked. You'll be at the head of the build queue as soon as the planet becomes reachable, Commander Takahashi. We've only got a hold on your modified landers and upgraded satellites because there's nothing we can do to get you in place to actually use the gear you've requested. So until that changes, you'll just have to wait, I'm afraid, Scotty replied. You'll be at the head of the build queue as soon as the planet becomes reachable, Commander Takahashi. We've only got a hold on your modified landers and upgraded satellites because there's nothing we can do to get you in place to actually use the gear you've requested. So until that changes, you'll just have to wait, I'm afraid, Scotty replied. Speaking of the planet, Admiral Bianchi began, turning to Dr. Standing Bear. Do you have an estimate for when the shield will come down? Although our Henry's Eyes sensors are still being overloaded and rapidly burning out, we've been detecting a steady reduction in mana density across the entire planet. If the falling density remains constant and our calculations are correct, we estimate it'll be somewhere between 2 and 7 E-days from now when we can brute force a sensor signal through the noise, sir. And after that, we should be able to get landers through to the surface in about a month, assuming, of course, that the reduction in mana levels remains steady, Dr. Standing Bear replied. She wasn't lazing around, nor was her staff, despite not having much to do in regard to the planet. How long will our spares inventory hold out, Scotty? The Admiral asked. About another 3 weeks, Admiral. Long enough, at least, to verify our calculations and see if the trend continues, Dr. Standing Bear interjected. Throw your estimates to the engineers, the Admiral said, then turned back to Scotty. When you get the data from the researchers, reorganize your build queue and time it so the exploration crew gets their equipment by the time the planet's open to landers again, or no later than 2 weeks after. So 6 weeks from now, give or take. Turning to Ayaka, Admiral Bianchi continued, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer than that to use your new toys, though, Commander Takahashi. We'll need to reevaluate the planet before sending crewed missions to the surface, so expect to repeat the process you used when we first arrived. Understood, Admiral, Ayaka said, her face schooled into as pleasant an expression as she could force it into without it coming across as forced. No shortcuts, Commander. Yes, sir. The meeting continued until everyone in attendance had a chance to report on the progress of their departments, but it was still a case of stagnation. Things hadn't become so hopeless that they would abandon the mission to Proxima Centauri and move on to the binary Alpha Centauri system, but they were still edging toward that level with every day that passed. If the planet remained inaccessible, and they failed to discover organics in the asteroid belt, the entire mission might have to be scrubbed and Task Force Proxima would be forced into an early return to Earth with a failed exploration mission under their belts. 2 days later, a constellation of upgraded Henry's Eyes satellites had been completed at the Protostellar Forge and moved into position around Proxima Centauri b, powered by fusion reactors with many times the output of the standard recon satellites. Their sensors matched the performance of those on the TFS Proxima, but without the risk of burnout. After all, they had been designed to be used to brute force their sensors through the jamming effect of the mana shield and the increased atmospheric mana density under it, while the city ship herself could only do that in a pinch, and only as long as the spares in her cavernous holds could last before they ran out. Aboard the bridge of the Proxima, a soft chime sounded at the sensor station as the city ship's AI alerted the watch of a change in status. Henry's Eyes sensors have detected something, the AI reported. Captain! The watchstander said with some anticipation in his voice. Yes, Lieutenant Commander? We've got something, sir. Chapter 627 The Last Human in Proxima Centauri? Oh, my God, Ayaka murmured. Her murmur was caught by everyone else in the meeting, as they had all been stunned into silence by the hologram the AI had generated in the middle of the conference table. All of them couldn't help but agree, as the visual of Proxima Centauri b was starkly different than when they had first laid eyes on it. Proxima, generate a comparison hologram, Admiral Bianchi said once he recovered his voice. Comparison generated, Admiral, the AI said, as a hologram of the planet as it was appeared next to the current one. The two planets looked completely different. When they had first arrived, there was only one continent on it and some scattered islands. But now 1, 2, 3, 5 continents, Dr. Standing Bear said, her tone filled with shock. Great Coyote, that should have taken millennia, not just months. She wasn't wrong either. Change on a geological scale took time that was better measured in eons, not months. Earth had once been a Pangea as well, back in the late Paleozoic period, roughly 335 million years ago, and continental drift had only broken it apart in the early Mesozoic period, roughly 175 million years ago. In other words, Earth's continental drift had taken around 110 million years to change the surface to what it was now, and the drift was still ongoing. Earth had looked different as recently as 65 million years ago. Ayaka gasped, and everyone turned to her. They thought she had been struck by the absurdity of the situation, but that was far from the case. The realization that Junho was likelier dead than alive had just hit her like a gut punch in the feels, and she was trying to hold back her tears and stay strong. Before seeing the changed planet, with no sign of human presence at all, she had held some small hope that Junho, and perhaps some of the other scientists, would still be alive. They could have made it to Research Base New South Wales over the past few months after escaping the ambushing routes, but now, the research base was gone, and it had taken that tiny flickering flame of hope along with it. Furthermore, even though she was no geologist, or any kind of scientist at all, really, she still knew just how much energy and force it would take to change a planet to the extent Proxima Centauri had been. That knowledge was like a jackboot that came crashing down to trample the small seedling of hope. The only thing preventing her from breaking down into a sobbing mess was, again, her more than 2 decades of comportment training, which ensured that she could keep a straight face no matter how she felt inside. It was her armor, and now it had become her reliance. Perhaps later, when she could think straight, she would whisper a thank you to her father, who had forced her through those lessons and prevented her from having a normal childhood. But for now, she continued paying attention to things in the virtual conference room around her. The hologram of the newly redecorated Proxima Centauri B was still blurred due to all of the mana interfering with their sensors, but some markers bled through. The 5 continents, roughly the size of Eurasia, South America, Africa, Australia, and the Eden-Hesperian archipelago, were visible in the hologram, along with indicators showing that they were completely covered in plant life with no non-organic materials present. We should adjourn until our sensors are able to get a clear image of the surface, Admiral, Dr. Standing Bear began. It'll save time in the long run for us to not come to any conclusions based on rapidly evolving fuzzy data, then need to throw them out whenever new data comes in. It wouldn't be that long a wait, either, so long as the mana density on the planet continued dropping at the same rate it had been over the past months. Agreed. Meeting is adjourned until our next monthly meeting, unless things on the surface become clear enough to gather data from orbit, Admiral Bianchi said, then blinked out of the VR conference room as though he had never been there to begin with. He, too, needed time to recover from the shock and come up with plans for the new situation. Junho had spent the last few months in the Timeless Meadow, or his jail cell, as he jokingly called it. All things considered, he could have been in a far worse situation, though it was cold consolation when he thought of the unchanging environment and the endless questions the trees had for him. "So they're going to be born soon?" he asked the cypress, which was the chattiest of the bunch. "Yes, our children are almost ready. We have already drained too much of our world's mana in hastening their growth, but all has gone according to plan," the tree replied in her gentle tone. Thanks to all of the conversation, the trees now understood almost everything Junho knew about humanity, and they had become much better conversationalists as a result. Getting them to understand what, to him, were simple concepts had been frustrating for, well, he didn't exactly know how long. Time was a loose concept for him, stuck in an unchanging environment as he was, but they had finally understood simple things like the difference between you and me and the 6 question words. Who, what, when, where, how, and why. Oh, the plan. Right. The plan, he said, giggling to himself. He might have become slightly unbalanced during his time in the Timeless Meadow. He had to admit as much to himself in his more lucid periods. "So can I ask you something?" "Go ahead, Junho," the cypress replied. "What plan?" "The plan to populate our world." "Right, populate. That'll be nice. Will you bring some of your children here to visit me? I mean, don't get me wrong, you're all nice enough and everything, especially considering that I'm basically an invader, but a change would be nice. Yes, a change. That's what we need. But we've already changed the world, Junho, the cypress responded, a quizzical note in her tone. You have? Great. Let me out so I can go and see. We can't do that yet. Why not? You currently don't have a body. Well, you have a body, but it's not ready to be born yet. Right, I don't have a... Wait. I don't have a body? I don't have a body. He rushed over to the cypress and tried to shake her, but even as hefty as he was, a 280-pound man trying to shake a tree that was hundreds of meters tall was an impossibility to begin with, especially considering that he lacked a body at all at the moment and was present only as a phantom of his consciousness. Indeed, Junho, the oak interjected in his rumbling basso profundo voice. You lack a body because we had to use you as a pattern to create our children. Before humanity came, we only knew ourselves and each other. There was no other but us, and we lacked a certain spark, so to speak. You brought us that spark, willingly or not, knowingly or not, and for that we will be eternally grateful. So you tried birthing children before? Junho asked, his mood rapidly swinging from anger to curiosity. Yes. We came together for the first time to create children, and you've seen those children. They lack what you humans call sapience, and they fear us and our power. That's why the continent we created first was covered by our children, but there was a vast separation between them and us, caused by their fear and reverence. We've always mourned the loss of what could have been. Junho was completely lost and couldn't comprehend the thought of what the trees had accomplished. He would just have to bring smarter people than him to figure out what exactly the oak was talking about. That is, if there was anyone smarter left in the solar system to begin with. He couldn't be sure of that without knowing how long he had been trapped in the timeless meadow. He might just be the sole living human left in the Proxima Centauri system. Chapter 628: The Thin Line Between Existence and Non-Existence. Junho had taken to sleep as a way of measuring time in the timeless meadow. Although he never knew how long he slept, or when he fell asleep or woke up, for that matter, at least he could count days by tracking his sleep schedule. Currently, his count was at 763. He had no way of knowing how accurate it was, but at least the practice kept him sane. Time had proven a difficult concept to communicate to the trees, who seemingly lived forever, and saw no point whatsoever in dividing days into hours, minutes, and seconds, or years into months and weeks. The only thing the trees cared about were seasons. There was a season to sleep and a season to grow. Everything else was superfluous to them. Currently, he was laying on the soft grass, trying and failing to fall asleep. Not only was he excited by his impending rebirth, but the role he had played in the creation of new life had his thoughts in a tizzy. Though the trees had done all of the work of birthing the new species, Junho had given them the final piece of the puzzle necessary for those births to happen, a spark of inspiration. Oftentimes, the barrier between success and failure was simply the knowledge that success was indeed possible. And humankind's mere existence had given the trees that knowledge, which they used to successfully birth individual life forms that were separate from the collective communities that the trees had formed on their first attempt. From what he had gathered, humanity's advancements in genetic engineering were kindergarten level to the immortal trees. No, not even that. Humanity wasn't even in the same ballpark. If it had to be compared to something, humanity was a newborn infant that hadn't even learned to open their eyes yet, much less crawl, walk, or run. That, he thought, might be a fairer comparison, though he was tempted to put it even farther back in a human's development cycle. Perhaps humanity's knowledge of genetics and evolution placed them on the level of a sperm cell, whereas the trees were adult Olympic sprinters. They were so far advanced, in fact, that they couldn't even explain their knowledge in terms that could be understood by humankind. Everything Junho knew about evolution told him that it took millions of years for a species to evolve, all the way back from when the first single-celled amoebas living in the primordial soup devoured the even smaller mitochondria and developed a symbiotic relationship to the present. Millions of years passed as evolution worked its slow, inevitable magic on developing and pushing forward the species. Note: the endosymbiotic theory is a hypothesis for why mitochondrial DNA is completely different from nuclear DNA, to the point where they aren't even shaped the same. Mitochondrial DNA is a ring of about 16,500 base pairs and 37 genes, while nuclear DNA is a strand of about 3 billion base pairs divided into 23 pairs of chromosomes. Mitochondrial DNA is entirely inherited from our mothers, while nuclear DNA is a random mix we inherit from both parents. It's an interesting field of study, to say the least. And when he had asked the trees, their response was simple: "We just let them grow." They were either unable or unwilling to elaborate further. Junho suspected it was an inability to couch it in terms he could understand, as the trees were otherwise incredibly forthcoming in their answers to his other questions. They held nothing back from him, and even forthrightly told him that it was their compensation for having killed the science team and eating his physical body. When the trees had brought that up, he'd wholeheartedly accepted their apology. He figured he might as well get upset at a newborn puppy making a mess by pottying on the floor. The trees hadn't known any better any more than that newborn puppy, so his fate wasn't something he could exactly blame them for. Sure, it had taken him a while to come to terms with being eaten and all, but he'd never blamed them for it. His thoughts continued racing until, without realizing it, he crossed the line between wakefulness and sleep, then completely lost consciousness. It was almost as if a light switch labeled Lee Junho, Human Awakener, was flipped from on to off as he ceased to exist. The moment he lost consciousness, a vast torrent of mana was forcefully thrust into his body, which slowly broke up into particles of pulsing light. If anyone were present that cared to count, they would see more than 37 trillion small blinking dots that drifted up into the sky above the timeless meadow before being gathered into a stream and fed into what looked like a very small black hole. Before all of the particles had been absorbed by the black hole, the cypress turned her attention to the last little bits of what was formerly known as Lee Junho, Human Awakener, and a distinct sense of fondness projected from her to the particulate stream. It was almost maternal in nature. Obviously, the cypress was the one who had been most affected by the tree's interactions with the young awakener. The trees themselves appeared to have been physically present in the meadow, and they took a different exit. Instead of dissolving and flowing into the sky as a stream of particles, they slowly sank into the loamy soil until there was nothing left of them above the ground. Soon, all that remained of the timeless meadow that Junho had grown so familiar with was nothing but a large, grassy meadow lit in a dim light that seemed to have no individual source and cast no shadows. If Junho had been conscious, he might have mistakenly thought that his mother had come to join him in his last moments, which would have been quite confusing. He was 5 light years, more than 47 trillion kilometers, away from Earth, where his mother still was. But he wasn't conscious. In fact, his entire existence was still in question, and he may have crossed over the line between life and death instead of that between wakefulness and sleep. Chapter 629 The Yap. Proxima Centauri b. 1 month later. At the former site of Research Base New South Wales, a single tree grew. Unlike any of the other newly created vegetation, it was alone in the center of a vast clearing and was of no particular species of tree. And on that tree was a single fruit, pulsing with a rhythmic red light. Motes of shining manna were flowing into the fruit, causing it to sway from side to side. As more and more motes struck the fruit and passed through its skin, the swaying sped up with each passing second until cracks spread on the fruit's surface. They continued spreading and widening until the fruit fragmented much like an eggshell, dropping a slim, hairless human figure to the ground, covered in a clear, slick goo. The man, for man he obviously was, given the equipment between his legs, stood and wiped the goo from his eyes. "Fuck me!" he cursed as a wave of dizziness swept over him, and he nearly fell to the ground. "I think I forgot how to walk. Do I have to grow up again? Fuck!" He took a deep breath and looked at his slimy form. "Holy shit! I have an 8-pack now!" he exclaimed. "Sweet!" The man lay on his back, staring up at the red sky of the planet, then crazily cackled. "I'm back!" He was none other than Lee Junho, and he had escaped certain death a second time. Once his laughing fit passed, he rested, regaining strength with every breath he took. It felt like he was inhaling something together with the loam-scented atmosphere of Proxima Centauri b, and he immediately deduced what it was: manna. "I wonder how long I've been out of it," he mumbled to himself. He was completely out of the habit of silently thinking after having spent such a long time in the timeless meadow, where the only sound was that of his own voice. "I hope I'm not the only person left here." He raised his hand to his eye and gazed through the circle formed by his thumb and forefinger. "Gravitational lensing," he enunciated, willing the gravity manna around him to form a telescopic lens. His eyes flashed silver as a small blob appeared over his right eye, much like a monocle. Through it, he saw a rapidly disintegrating manna shield above him. But that was all. He couldn't see through the mostly opaque construct. He sighed and dropped his hand from his face. "I'll try again later," he said with a grin. "Not like there's an answering machine anywhere around here I can leave a message on. Or wait, is there?" Junho tried accessing his quantum microcomputer implant, but got no response. "That's weird," he murmured, then began pacing back and forth. He tried accessing it again, then again, and kept making attempts, like picking a scab. "Why isn't it working?" Finally, he stopped trying and sighed. It did make some sense that he couldn't access it. After all, the trees were geneticists, not biomechanical device specialists. "I guess I'll just wait until the shield drops." He closed his eyes and started drifting off to sleep before a sudden realization jolted him back to full awareness. "Wait a minute. I couldn't use gravitational lensing before, not without using my implant to run the calculations. So why'd it work so well for me now, if I don't have my implants at all?" An hour of pondering passed, then he snapped his fingers. "They must have incorporated my implants into my new body. That has to be it," he cackled, imagining what it would be like to double up on his implants. Then he yawned and murmured, "I'll think about it after a nice nap." TS far site, Proxima Centauri b orbit, an hour and a half earlier. "Captain!" the sensors officer on the bridge called out. "We have an enormous manna signature flaring up on the surface where Research Base New South Wales used to be." He flicked his fingers, slaving his display to the main screen and overriding what was previously on it. Everyone on the bridge stopped what they were doing and stared at the screen. It showed a spot of manna that was so concentrated that it looked almost black, instead of the usual medium blue that Mana normally showed on the Henry's eyes sensors. "What is it?" Captain Marinakis asked. "No telling yet, sir, but whatever it is, it's big. Really big, sir," the sensors officer replied. "It's coming through clear because the mana shield around the area seems to have thinned. It might finally be disappearing, sir." Captain Marinakis exchanged a glance with Ayaka, then nodded. He turned to the security officer on the bridge and ordered, "Prepare a lander for a remote mission to check out that signal." The security officer came to attention and snapped, "Aye, aye, Captain." He was just short of saluting. "And belay the Academy Yap, Lieutenant," the captain said in a wry tone. Ed note, the Academy Yap is a distinct tone that new graduates from military training use when speaking to officers or NCOs. It's difficult to describe in text, you just have to hear it to understand it. It's highly formal, very precise, and usually overly enthusiastic. It's also very, very loud. I couldn't find anything on YouTube for you, but check back in a few days. I'll keep looking, and if I find it, I'll leave it here as a comment. An hour later, the sensors officer on the bridge of the far site reported, "Looks like the shield is down, Captain. I'm getting good returns on all sensors." Captain Marinakis acknowledged the report, then turned to the security officer again. "Send the lander mission, Lieutenant. Remember, remote piloting only, no sense risking the few flyboys we have aboard." The lieutenant began, but was shortly interrupted by the captain. "And can the Yap, Lieutenant?" Everyone on the bridge fell into a sudden coughing fit as they stifled their laughter. Chapter 630 Doomsday Archive. TFS Proxima, Mobile Fleet Hospital Quarantine Ward. Junho was lying unconscious in a medical pod undergoing scan after scan at a blistering pace. In a side room, separated by a thick plate of armor glass, doctors were scurrying back and forth from screen to screen, tracking the real-time data coming from the medical pod. All of them were mystified at his miraculous survival. Sure, he had lost weight, but he'd survived for months on the surface of a planet with hostile life forms, yet showed no sign of the hypertrophy they expected from someone who hadn't had a bite to eat in all that time. They weren't alone in their surprise either. Every single crew member aboard the Proxima, naval, marine, and scientific staff alike, were curious as to how Junho had survived. Anyone who wasn't currently standing watch was focused on the public security feed, tapping into it with their implants and staring at Junho's medical pod, searching for the slightest sign that he was about to be released from it. Even the off-watch medical staff had clustered in the passageway outside the quarantine ward, practically choking it off. Calls of "make way" and "make a hole" occasionally rang out in the packed mass of doctors and corpsmen. A small group of researchers had gathered in the Mobile Fleet Hospital's wardroom, each of them holding a cup of coffee or tea or a soft drink, and were discussing what the fleet had already dubbed the miracle. "So he's the only survivor, eh?" one of the researchers asked. By the flash on his lapel, he was a seismologist, making it likely that he knew one of the researchers in the doomed rover. "Seems that way," another answered. She was wearing a lapel pin that showed her specialty was xenoanthropology. "I heard the Proxima did a full-powered scan of the entire equatorial orbit looking for other anomalies similar to the one in the clearing they found Warrantley in, but..." She sighed, and her shoulders slumped a little. "They didn't find a damn thing." "It does make a certain amount of sense for him to be the only survivor, though," a third researcher, another seismologist, interjected. He's an awakener, and he was in the middle of a mana-infused storm of unimaginable proportions. With that much mana at his fingertips, he would have been like a fish in water. Agreed. But we'll have to wait until he wakes up and can tell us what happened to him before we can reach a conclusion, though. PCB has given us so many surprises that any hypothesis we come up with before that would just be us shooting in the dark and hoping we hit something, the first seismologist said. PCB? Another person at the wardroom table asked, his head tilted a bit in confusion. Proxima Centauri b. It's a mouthful, so I took a page from the Marines and shortened it. The seismologist laughed. The xenoanthropologist couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. She wasn't friends with any of the seismologists who hadn't been rescued, but they did share a mission and a sense of scientific curiosity that had brought them this far. And that made her ponder the realities of existence, the discussion around her fading into the background and becoming white noise as she fell deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. A few minutes passed like that before she came back to reality with a jolt, then stood and headed back toward her lab without a word. The other researchers at the wardroom table, used to the hyper-focused state that some scientists would enter when they were on the verge of a breakthrough in their research, didn't think anything of it, and the discussion of the miracle proceeded apace. As Sun Tzu once said, the world is run by meetings, and Fleet Admiral Bianchi had called another general meeting of his staff, plus the doctors working on deciphering the results of Junho's scans. Also in attendance were Ayaka and Captain Marinakis of the TS Far Sight, present in the form of holograms. Are you 100% positive that this? The Admiral gestured at a pair of holograms floating over the conference table. Is the same Warrant Officer Lee Junho that survived the attack during the storm? His skepticism was understandable. The new Junho was taller, had more defined, toned musculature, and was somehow even better looking than before. Not that that was really a stretch, given that he'd previously had squinted eyes and facial features that were covered in a thick layer of fat, hiding his features and making them indistinct. Overall, he looked like he had matured by a few years and now appeared to be around 25 years old instead of his actual age of 18. The probability of the awakener in my medical pod being one Warrant Officer Second Class Lee Junho approaches unity, Admiral, the Proxima's AI reported. We have a 99.999% match across all biometrics, sir, Dr. Elaine Cho, Task Force Proxima's chief surgeon added. We've compared retinal scans, facial scans, fingerprints, and DNA sequencing, and it's all 100% match to the same person who was originally assigned to the task force. The only questions we have are a variance in his mana signature and the unexplained absence of any of his fleet implants. We're comparing the results of his situational interview with his Akashic record as we speak for a more positive identification. Since the security clearances of those at the meeting varied, and some weren't cleared to have been read in on the Empire's memory mapping and modification technologies, the good doctor was using situational interview as code for the comparison of Junho's memories with the memories in his Akashic record files. No interrogator, no matter how good they were, could possibly get every single memory, even the ones a person had completely forgotten, out of their subjects' minds. The only thing the Empire knew of that was capable of that was their own brain scanning tech, which was still currently held as tightly secured as the classification levels allowed. And the only people in all of Task Force Proxima who had been read in on it were the Fleet Admiral, his flag intelligence officer, the chief surgeon, and Ayaka herself, who had the need to know as the head of the ground exploration team. After all, while they had expected that something like Junho's condition was possible, the probability of it happening was so vanishingly small that the protocol for it was only held in the hard copy vaults of the mission contingency plans, or as people in the know called them, the think tank's Doomsday Archive. Chapter 631, an inadvertent pun, a special interview proceeding. And how is the special interview proceeding? Ayaka asked, though she knew the process had likely been finished in seconds, or perhaps minutes. Comparing things didn't take long, after all, not for quantum computers anyway. The only limiting factor was that there were a lot of items to compare, which would take at least a little bit of time due to the quantity, if nothing else. Due to the way Warrant Officer Lee was discovered and some anomalies in his scans, the interview will take extra time as the interviewer implements psychological testing measures to detect and prevent inaccuracies in the process or dishonesty on the part of the warrant officer, the AI faithfully replied. The scope of the Empire's brain and memory scanning technologies had been hidden from it on a classified, encrypted server that it was unable to access in the normal course of things, so it naturally referred to the process as a special interview. If you use all available computing resources in the Proxima and shut down everything but critical infrastructure, would that speed up the process? The Fleet Admiral asked. Yes, Admiral. By how much? The process would be completed in approximately 62 seconds, Admiral. Then do it under my personal authorization. Confirmation Zulu Bravo X-Ray Tango Whiskey Foxtrot, he ordered, attaching his own vocal confirmation code as shutdown protocol required. Each of the captains had a unique 64-character confirmation code for command override protocols that would prove they were in control of themselves when issuing certain orders. Part of the lessons the Empire had learned after the progenitor cult's downfall dealt with mind control as a fact of life, rather than a conspiracy theorist's wet dream. After analyzing footage of all the known cult assets that had been forced to comply with Rick Ashley's mana-backed orders, Nix had discovered that no matter how perfect their behavior was, there were always subtle tells that indicated they weren't in complete control of themselves. One of those indicators was vocal tone, stress, and inflection. Thus, for orders that could be considered harmful or damaging, the AI that would carry them out had to be able to confirm that they were being made of the person's own free will. Yes, Admiral. Verifying identity, verified. Verifying control protocol, verified. Handshaking complete. Orders confirmed, Admiral. Proceed with shutdown of all non-critical operating tasks? The AI asked. Proceed, Proxima. Confirmed, Admiral. Shutting down extraneous processes complete. Shutting down normal processes complete. Shutting down emergency processes complete. Shutting down research tasks complete. Shutting down virtual reality processing, the AI reported. Just tell us when you're redirecting your capacity to the special interview, Proxima. Fleet Admiral Bianchi sighed. Some AIs were better than others, and truly earned the moniker of artificial intelligence. But others, like the one he had been stuck with on his flagship, was more like an artificial stupid and was prone to following the letter of orders rather than the intent behind them. 5 minutes later, everyone on the ship had been forcefully ejected from their VR spaces, and the AI reported that all available computing power was being focused on creating a time dilation field in the sole remaining VR space, which housed Junho. Note: some people might wonder why it would take any time at all. After all, aren't the computers magical and able to instantly do things? Well, yes and no. Consider that literally every single second since even before you're born, your brain has been processing input and forming memories, most of which were completely incapable of remembering on a conscious level. The Empire's tech can dredge those forgotten memories up and use them as an absolutely unique, 100% unbreakable identifier for a person. But that's still an enormous pile of data to work through, even at quantum speed. Procedure complete in 62, 61, 60. The countdown continued as the conference room came under a complete silence. Everyone in the room was well aware of the potential that Junho had when it came to causing harm and wreaking havoc, and the next 50-odd seconds would be the ultimate determiner of his fate. If he was still the same Junho, that would be great, but if he was some sort of quisling, he would be painlessly euthanized and broken down into his component atoms along with everything he had touched, and every deck panel his body had been carried past due to the Empire's rather draconian quarantine and sterilization regulations. In fact, much of that was being done already, with G-Bots having already dismantled the lander that had brought Junho up to the Proxima, as well as much of the boat bay it had landed in. Everything that he had been in proximity to would be replaced with spares from the fleet spares inventory, from the smallest set screw to the largest pieces of deck plating, and everything in between. Procedure complete, Admiral, the AI reported. Resume normal operations, Proxima, and display the results of the special interview. Yes, Admiral, the AI replied. Then a hologram snapped into existence around the people in the room, and they were transported to the timeless meadow. The silence stretched as everyone in the conference room watched the events of the last few months playing out from Junho's perspective. Their implants allowed them to process the scenes much faster than living them, so the file played out from start to finish in just a shade under an hour. Then it was over, and the spell was broken by the AI. Playback complete, it said, the two words snapping the attendees of the meeting back to reality. I have no words, Dr. Standing Bear finally said. I don't even know who to run that past. Xenobotany? Xenoanthropology? Xeno. She trailed off, and her eyes glazed over as she considered the ramifications of the first contact interaction between Junho and the trees. She began mentally shuffling personnel from research team to research team, forming the seed of a super team that would take over as advisors for the diplomatic efforts that would inevitably come. She barked a laugh, and everyone in the room looked at her. Seeds, never mind, she said, shaking her head. I just startled myself with an inadvertent pun. Chapter 632, Not on Her Watch. Everyone at the conference table seemed to be focused on a different part of what they had seen in the reconstruction of events. Their concerns were, for the most part, what one would expect from their fields of expertise. General Francis Robespierre, the commander of Task Force Proxima's Marine Contingent, was stunned by the tree's ability to create life, and on such a grand scale. Though there were only 5 new species, high elves, dark elves, fae, hill giants, and dwarves, multiple billions of each had been birthed and brought to full maturity in a much shorter time than any human could even give birth to full-term infants. 4 months. 4 months, he thought. It only took them 4 months to outnumber the entire human population, and that's just their adults. The thought of facing a potential enemy with that kind of ability to raise troops in that quantity was frightening, to say the least. Commander Bryce Harrison, the Admiral's personal awakener-cum-bodyguard, was sitting in a daze, with his eyes glazed over as everything he knew about mana, and what it could do, was being overwritten in his mind. He couldn't fathom the thought of a human awakener ever becoming strong enough to terraform an entire planet. Not even a small one, let alone Proxima Centauri b, which was almost a fifth again the size of Earth. Dr. Standing Bear was considering the ramifications of the tree's demonstrated ability to replicate the biology of other species well enough to not only replicate them, but improve upon millions, if not billions, of years of evolution in such a short time frame. Not only that, they had done something to separate Warrant Officer Lee's consciousness and sustain it outside his physical body for an extended period of time. It was a feat that would potentially redefine a number of fields in quantum physics, specifically those that sought to discover whether or not humans actually had measurable, detectable souls. As for Ayaka, she was caught between laughter and tears that the trees had just happened to catch the one person in the entire task force that would guide them in creating races specialized for something other than their strengths in combat. Perhaps the terrible teenager's obsession with fantasy had come in handy after all. She didn't know whether to be thankful for that, or exasperated by the thought of all the sex objects the hormonal teenager would have dreamed up. The thought of a 9-meter-tall giant, naked and aroused, flitted past her mind, and she couldn't help but shudder at the size of his weapon, in the mental image, and what it would do to someone else, but definitely not her. Nope, she would never be in a position to see a naked hill giant at all, aroused or not. But it was certainly better, she knew, that the races created by the trees were bred along the lines of suggestions made by a horny teenager than if they had been influenced by a scientist, or even worse, a Marine. If that had happened, the only solution she could think of would be to have the fleet back off to a safe distance and bombard the planet with C-fractional spinal-mounted kinetic penetrators until it shattered, then use manipulator fields to send the debris directly into Proxima Centauri itself. If any of the Marines' twisted life forms were to spread around the galaxy, it would be an unrecoverable blow to humanity's prestige and ruin their chance of standing on the galactic stage alongside any other civilized life they met. 10 billion, Fleet Admiral Bianchi sighed. The number changed things. What had begun as a mission of exploration with the possibility of first contact diplomacy had just become more complicated by several levels, and his was the head that wore the crown in the Proxima Centauri system. It would take at least a year to send a dispatch back to Earth and receive updated orders in return, so as the de facto plenipotentiary of the Terran Empire, his decisions over the next few hours could potentially steer the entire Empire's future direction. 5 light-years used to be an unimaginable distance. All of human science had said that it would be virtually impossible to reach that far without a generation ship. But over the past few years, human science had been continually proven wrong and updated with new theories, new technologies, and new fields of study. Fields that had once been known as the home of crackpots, like quantum physics and any branch of science with Xeno prefixed to it, were now flourishing on the bleeding edge of theoretical science like weeds after monsoon season. And with the discovery of the trees of Proxima Centauri b, those xenosciences would move from the theoretical to the practical. Proxima, the Admiral said. Yes, Admiral. Send Warrant Officer Lee to the meeting room. We've seen through his eyes. Now we need to hear his thoughts as we move forward with this new information on hand. Immediately, Admiral. He will arrive in approximately 15 minutes from now. 15 minutes later, Junho arrived and was directed to the front of the conference room to brief the brass on his experiences over the previous months he had been stuck in the Timeless Meadow. Let's begin with the million-dollar question, Fleet Admiral Bianchi said. Are the trees, or their child spawns, hostile to humanity? I don't believe that to be the case, sir, Junho replied. They seemed more curious than anything, and when they discovered that we were different from them, they were apologetic and almost mournful over the loss of life they caused. To them, sir, individuality is a vague and ephemeral concept. There's only 5 of them, after all, that are sapient. The rest of the flora on the planet was the result of a failed attempt at creating life, one they didn't repeat for an immeasurable amount of time. Immeasurable, Warrant Officer Lee? Dr. Standing Bear cut in. Yes, ma'am. They appear to be immortal, and time is a very loose concept for them. In speaking with them in the Timeless Meadow, I got the impression that it was at least 1 or 2 geological ages since their last attempt at creating life before they succeeded with the second batch, which will be born shortly. Dr. Standing Bear nodded and indicated that she had no follow-up questions. General Robespierre asked the next question. What are the combat capabilities of the new races they're birthing? I don't know, General, Junho replied. They haven't been born yet. I think it's safe to say that they'll be awakeners from birth, though. The general visibly paled at the thought. Humankind only had a few 100 million awakeners of their own, and the thought of a species with 10 billion of them terrified him. He had seen the devastation a single awakener was capable of producing, and the thought of that many of them would fuel his nightmares until the day he died, most likely. They'll soon have 10 billion awakeners then, all birthed and raised to maturity in a matter of months. Did they give you any indication of whether or not that would be a repeatable achievement? He continued. It won't be, sir. They used all of the mana that they'd accumulated on and in the planet to create the variety of life they have now, or will have once they're finally grown. There's also the terraforming they did with their personal mana reserves, sir. Unlike us, the trees are capable of storing mana within them and drawing from their own reserves, like other plants that have been mutating back home. But they emptied their tanks, sir, and won't be able to repeat the growth process anytime soon. The general nodded and fell silent, lost in thought, as he signaled that his questions were done. The presentation and debriefing continued for a few hours before Fleet Admiral Bianchi called a halt to it for the day. Go back and meet with your teams. Poll them and bring a list of questions for tomorrow. Junho's eyes rolled back in his head, and his vision turned black. He fell to the floor and began convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Everyone in the conference room began panicking, especially Ayaka. She refused, absolutely and categorically refused, to let the annoyance she had recently realized was like a little brother to her die. Not on her watch. Not again. Not ever again. Chapter 633. Did I just see what I think I saw? Ayaka was the first in the conference room to react to Junho's sudden collapse. Proxima, dispatch RSQR response to my location immediately. Her words shook the rest of the attendees out of their stupor, and a low hum of activity picked up in the background. Dr. Standing Bear muscled her way through the gawking civilians around her and rushed to the fallen awakener's side. She pulled an instrument from the pocket of her traditional white coat and ran it over Junho from head to toe. What? How? She stuttered. How what? Ayaka practically snarled. He's suffering from mana deprivation. I don't understand how that could be. We simply aren't made to store mana. It flows through and enhances us. It isn't something we require to function. The petite Native American woman muttered, shock still clear on her features. Then her gaze sharpened and she continued. The trees, Commander. They must have done something, and I think I know what the source of the anomalies we found in his scans is. Quick, help me get him out of this room. It's too tightly shielded, and there isn't enough mana here for him to function. The two women hauled Junho roughly to his feet and threw his arms over their shoulders. Make way! Ayaka bellowed, roughly elbowing people who were too slow to move out of her way as she practically dragged both of the people she was linked with toward the hatch leading to the passageway outside the secure conference room they were in. As the two women disappeared through the door, Fleet Admiral Bianchi smiled wryly and said, I'll see you here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Come with your questions ready. He turned to his flag captain and continued. Take us to 10 light hours away from the planet, Captain. I'll be on the flag bridge. Yes, Admiral, Captain Doss replied, getting only a casual wave of the Admiral's hand in response as he headed toward the lift with broad strides, his chief of staff and personal awakener flanking him. Mobile Fleet Hospital, TFS Proxima. Dr. Cho met Ayaka and Dr. Standing Bear at the entrance of the hospital's quarantine ward. I'll take it from here, she said, gesturing for a RESQR to take Junho from the two anxious women in front of her. Dr. Cho, a moment, please? Dr. Standing Bear asked. A moment is all I've got, Miss Standing Bear. Make it quick, the chief surgeon snapped. It was obvious by the irritation and exasperation in her voice that she wasn't fond of the task force's head researcher. He's suffering from mana deprivation. When the trees rebuilt his body, they incorporated the same type of mana veins and storage that they use in their own. You'll need to, Dr. Standing Bear began, but was cut off by the woman in scrubs. Don't tell me how to do my job, Rebecca. I'm well aware of his status and receiving continuous updates. Don't you have a lab to get back to? If you don't, then go somewhere else. I'm busy. Dr. Cho sneered, then turned to go back into the hospital ward she had just walked out of. What? Dr. Standing Bear began. Leave, Rebecca. You've always been good at that before, so just be good at it now and leave. What? Fly away. Get out of here. Dr. Cho snapped as the door to the hospital shut behind her. Dr. Standing Bear took a deep breath and muttered the numbers 1 through 10 under her breath, then, having obviously calmed herself somewhat, turned to Ayaka, who was standing there, her eyes glowing with a gentle white light. As Rebecca watched, Ayaka floated a few inches above the deck and simply phased through the bulkhead and into the hospital ward. The researcher blinked, then rubbed her eyes and asked, Proxima, did I just see what I think I saw? I'm not sure, lead researcher. What do you think you saw? The AI faithfully replied. Never mind, Proxima, she sighed, then rested her right elbow in the palm of her left hand and brought her right hand up to massage her temples. It's been a day. Fleet Admiral Bianchi strode onto the Proxima's flag bridge, then called out, I'll be in my ready room. Aye, Admiral. Should I? The watch officer began, but trailed off as he saw the hatch swoosh shut behind the Admiral. He shrugged and turned his attention back to monitoring the fleet's movement through the Proxima Centauri system, shuttling to and fro as they set asteroid after asteroid on a near-approach pass to the star itself, where they would be separated into their components by virtue of the different melting points of the metals and silicates contained within them. The star itself was a critical component of the protostellar forge they had spent so long setting up, and was only now coming into full operation. Marco Bianchi removed his uniform jacket and hung it on its designated peg, then set his uniform beret on it. He groaned as he fell into his chair, not because he was growing older and creakier, he mused, but rather out of habit and expectation. The VR pods used by the fleet maintained the sailors' bodies at their peaks, so there would be no creaky old bones until their bodies reached an age that not even genetic enhancements and engineering could counter, and decrepitude finally set in. He sighed and poured himself a snifter of brandy, then pulled a cigar from the humidor on his desk. He cut it and wet the cut end in the brandy, then clamped his teeth on it and lit the other end with a wooden matchstick. Well, fuck me sideways, he muttered to himself. That was certainly an eventful meeting. The conference room they had met in was a SCIF, and was classified as secret, need to know. The majority of attendees had had no need to know about the security measures that went into the city ship's SCIF, but that had flown out the window thanks to Dr. Standing Bear's ill-timed revelation that the Admiral's current headache had collapsed due to mana deprivation. He knew his officers, and once they had time to think, they would realize what that meant. Ed Note: ASCIF, short for Sensitive Compartmentalized Information Facility, is a secure facility that's exactly what it says on the tin. If information needs to be handled and absolutely cannot be leaked, it's stored and or communicated in a SCIF. They're the most secure facilities that the military and government agencies know how to build and are constantly upgraded as new discoveries are made. The SCIF was impermeable to mana. During the city ship's construction, the Emperor himself had visited the shipyards and carved runic circuits into one large conference room in each of them. There was nothing to indicate that the rooms themselves were any different than any other meeting room on any of the city ships, but they were indeed very special. They were shielded from all outside influences, be they biological, chemical, electronic, and even, thanks to Aaron's shielding, shielded from the mana that permeated the very fabric of existence. Smoke wreathed his head in a swirling vapor as the Admiral puffed on his cigar. He knew that, come tomorrow, he would have some explaining to do. Chapter 634: A Piece of His Mind. Elsewhere. Ayaka found herself standing in a bright white nothingness. If she didn't feel a hard surface under her feet, she would have been incapable of telling up from down. But even with that as a reference point, she could see absolutely nothing anywhere around her. She looked down to see what she was standing on, and a part of her mind absently noted that she was naked. For some reason, though, her nakedness didn't bother her in the slightest. Her rational mind knew that it should be bothered, but for some reason she simply couldn't muster up any fear, nervousness, or anxiety at all, despite everything that had happened over the past few days, giving her plenty of reasons for those negative feelings to have latched on to and taken root in her psyche. Looking past the obvious, it soon became apparent that whatever it was she was standing on was so perfectly camouflaged with the glowing white mist that blocked her view in every other direction that she could see nothing. But the mist itself was so comforting. It was like being in the arms of her mother, who'd often held her as a child when her father's strict discipline had had her in tears. Or perhaps, she imagined, what it would feel like in the arms of a lover. The comfort itself made her rational mind scream that she should be terrified, alone, naked, and in a place so far removed from where she had been moments before as she was. But she couldn't. It was as if fear had become an alien concept, something she could rationally know existed, but never experience for herself. "Hello?" she said in a loud voice. "Is there anybody out there?" The mist around her absorbed her voice with nary a swirl, much like molten mercury would absorb a grain of sand. "I'm Commander Takahashi Ayaka of the Terran Exploration Fleet ship Farsight. Please respond. Is there anybody out there?" she called out again. But there was no response, so she simply sat down on the whatever it was she had been standing on and awaited a response. If she had been brought somewhere, it was done by something, and it thus logically followed that it was for some purpose. And all she had to do to discover that was simply wait. Sickbay, Mobile Fleet Hospital Ward 3, TFS Proxima. Ayaka drifted along, phasing through bulkhead after bulkhead and occasionally crossing passageways in front of dumbfounded sailors, marines, nurses, and doctors. Her brightly glowing eyes stood out against her uniformed figure, which had itself begun glowing in that warm, comforting white light. Occasionally, as she passed a room, an arrow of that glow would shoot out from her and pass through obstacles in its path until it touched, and merged with an ailing patient. Those whom the light touched were restored to peak condition, all aches, pains, bruises, and scratches caused by whatever had sent them to the hospital completely healed. The doctors and nurses watching it happen were completely mystified, as was the AI of the Proxima itself. Admiral, there is an event taking place in the Mobile Fleet Hospital that you should be aware of, it reported to Fleet Admiral Bianchi, who was still in his ready room pondering how he should read people in on the Emperor's capabilities, or at least a part of them. The Admiral groaned, fragrant cigar smoke escaping his nostrils and causing his eyes to water, and a sneeze to build up in his sinuses. "What now, Proxima?" Instead of verbally answering him, the AI threw a data recording of Ayaka floating through the hospital ward like a ghost, healing people as she passed. "What the fuck?" Admiral Bianchi was speechless. First, sapient trees, then a warrant officer who didn't have the good graces to stay dead when he died, and now an expedition leader had turned into a ghost. Just what the hell was going on with his command? He stood with a groan, then squared his shoulders and pulled his uniform jacket and beret from the peg they were hanging on. As he squared his appearance away, he grumbled, "Someone's gonna explain just what the fuck is going on if I have to reach into hell and choke them to within an inch of their lives." He stalked through the flag bridge and out, headed toward the hospital, where he would give whatever the thing was a piece of his mind. Ayaka finally reached her destination, a medical pod deep within the quarantine ward of the Mobile Fleet Hospital. "Oh, you poor dear boy," she said, an echo in her voice, as though hundreds of people were softly speaking the word shortly after her. She stroked the pod and triggered the manual emergency release, and causing the lid to slide open and away. Inside the pod was the recumbent, sleeping form of one Warrant Officer Second Class Lee Junho. "What have they done to you, my sweet child?" Ayaka, or whoever was currently inhabiting her body like a meat puppet, murmured. She stroked Junho's brow, pulses of the bright white light surrounding her penetrating his forehead with each pass of her fingertips. "Rest now, child. You'll be fine when you awaken." She bent over and softly kissed his forehead, then turned and drifted toward the armor glass separating the quarantine ward with the observation station. She tilted her head to the side and blinked, then gave the observers a brilliant smile and brought her legs up to sit cross-legged in midair as she waited for someone or something. It was obvious that she knew she had provoked a reaction and was simply waiting for it to arrive. A few minutes later, the hatch in the quarantine ward opened and a squad of Marines in full battle rattle stormed in, surrounding Ayaka at gunpoint. Following them was the stocky form of one pissed-off Fleet Admiral Marco Bianchi of the Terran Space Fleet. "Who, or whatever you are, you have some fucking explaining to do," he growled as he stared daggers at the softly glowing form of Commander Takahashi, hovering in the air before him. Chapter 635 The Source. "Hello, Marco," whatever was inhabiting Ayaka said in its distant, echoing voice. Fleet Admiral Bianchi simply stared back, irritation written across his face. "And who or what are you?" he said in an overly calm tone. "I am—" The being wearing Ayaka tilted her head, as if listening to a distant sound. "He wakes," she floated, still cross-legged in the air to Junho's side. Junho's eyes fluttered, then snapped open, and he sat up with a gasp. He looked around for a moment in wide-eyed panic, then, upon realizing where he was, visibly calmed himself. "So I'm not dead yet, am I?" "No, child. You're still very much alive," Ayaka's passenger said, stroking Junho's hair. "And I am glad that you are." Junho looked at Ayaka for the first time since waking up, really looked, and out of all expectations merely said, "I'm dreaming, aren't I? Very funny, Proxima. I didn't know you had it in you." "Had what in me, weren't Officer Lee?" the AI interjected. "Wait, this isn't a dream?" "No, child, you're very much awake," the glowing Ayaka said. Fleet Admiral Bianchi glared at the glowing figure. "We need to talk," he interjected. "But first, release my commander this instant." "I am she is me. We are Laifu. I cannot release her because there is nothing to release. We are one, just as this dear child is one with gravity." "You're what now?" the Admiral snarled. "What did you do with Commander Takahashi?" He grabbed the glowing figure by its uniform jacket and pulled hard, but Laifu didn't move. "Calm yourself, Marco. Ayaka is fine. There was just something I needed to do, and I used her hands to do it. But you're right," she said, her voice collapsing in on itself and discarding the echoes until only Ayaka's familiar sound remained. "We do need to have a discussion." "My ready room, then," the Admiral growled, then stopped off on his way to the flag bridge. If it wasn't one headache, it was another. Oh, how he wished they would come one at a time, but such was the burden of command. Ayaka offered an enigmatic smile to Junho, then serenely floated after the Admiral. Elsewhere. Section Welcome to the Source, Ayaka. Section A voice said from somewhere within the mists Ayaka was trapped within. "Who's there?" she said, leaping to her feet. The unexpected sound had startled her, and she felt odd that her heart didn't seem to be beating fit to escape her chest. Then she realized her heart wasn't beating at all. Section Don't worry, you aren't dead. This is your astral body, and astral bodies are the truest representation of the self. You need no heart, no blood, no bone, no flesh here. You only need yourself, and your representation of that self is reflected in your form. Here, form is all that matters. It is not reflected by nor does it reflect function, and function is lacking entirely, needing, as you do, only the form. Section. It might have been just her imagination, but Ayaka thought she heard a smile in the voice. Section Indeed, Ayaka. Were I to take form, and limit myself that way, I would have been smiling. Section. Are you reading my mind? Ayaka asked, then recalled her training on what to do if she came across a mind reader. In her conscious mind, she began reciting the digits of pi by dividing 22 by 7. Section No, Ayaka. I don't need to read your mind, because I am you and you are me. We are Laifu. We are in the source, child, Section Laifu said. Source? What's that? Section It is the source, the root of my power and the branch, the beginning and the end, and all things between. The source is the source, child, Section Laifu patiently explained. Ayaka was only more confused by the explanation and decided to switch gears. You said by taking form you limit yourself. What did you mean by that? Section Form does not follow the function, nor does function follow the form. Cause and effect are meaningless in the source. By limiting myself, I move from singularity to singular and cease to exist there in order to only exist here. Section. My head hurts, Ayaka groaned. Section Impossible. To hurt is a function, and function does not exist here, only form. Section. It was a saying, Laifu, Ayaka sighed. Would limiting yourself allow you to better communicate with a limited being like me? Section Yes and no. You are not limited. We cannot be limited. I am you, you are me. We are we. But yes, perhaps understanding could better be achieved were limitations implemented. Section. The mist began thinning, then an instant, a second, an hour, or perhaps an eternity later, dwindled into the form of a humanoid female. She looked like a cross between Hatsune Miku and Deedlit, with long, blue hair and high pigtails that swayed with the movement of her head all the way down to her knees, and long ears that tapered to a sharp point sweeping back from the sides of her head. Her face was heart-shaped, with high, chiseled cheekbones tapering down to a narrow chin below a small mouth with thin lips. Her nose was pert and turned up at the tip, and her phoenix eyes were turned up at the ends. Her eyebrows were thin and perfectly contoured to the shape of her brow. She was relatively short, at around 151 centimeters tall, and slender, with a boyish, athletic figure, though she was still relatively generously endowed with D-cup breasts. They looked larger than they were, given her overall petite form. Laifu opened her eyes.
"Is that better, Ayaka?"
she said with a smile.
"Much. Can you explain things now that you're singular?" "Yes. This is the source, the wellspring of eternity. It's where our power springs from, the power that your species is only now learning to tap into." "You mean mana?"
Laifu nodded.
"That is what you call it, yes. Mana. This is where it begins and ends." "Am I dead?"
Ayaka asked.
"No, child, you're not dead,"
Laifu said, then giggled.
"I am the personification of life. Of course you're not dead." "So why am I here?" "I needed Junho to live, and you cared for him." "It's that simple?"
Ayaka sneered. Nothing was free, and she was convinced that someone would have to pay Laifu's price somehow. Chapter 636 Life, the Universe, and Everything. Admiral's Ready Room, TFS Proxima. Fleet Admiral Bianchi dropped into the chair behind his desk, foregoing even his usual customary groan.
"Commander Takahashi." "Laifu, Marco." "Commander Takahashi is elsewhere at the moment. She has much to learn and little time in which to learn it." "Fine. Laifu, then. Explain yourself,"
the Admiral ordered.
"I am life."
Admiral Bianchi was silent, waiting for Laifu to continue. The silence stretched for a full 5 minutes before he realized she had explained everything she meant to explain.
"What do you mean by that?"
he asked.
"Exactly what I said, Marco. I am life."
The Admiral had no idea what to say to that, so he just pinched the bridge of his nose. Headaches were coming faster and harder than he could deal with, apparently, and before one was resolved, another was already crowding in to take its place.
"Let's pretend for a moment that I have no idea what you mean by that. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old child."
Laifu tilted her head, lost in thought, then blinked and began.
"In the beginning, there was only void." "Stop! Stop, stop, stop!"
Admiral Bianchi groused.
"Keep it to relevant things." "But the history is relevant, Marco." "I don't need the history of life, the universe, and everything, Laifu. I'm not Douglas Adams."
He sighed.
"Very well, Marco. I am what you humans refer to as the esoteric mana of life. But you only have a shallow understanding of what that means. How many fingers do you have on one hand?"
she asked.
"I don't see the relevance. Just get to the point." "But it is important, Marco. How many fingers?" "4."
Laifu blinked, taken aback.
"Can you not count?" "I counted just fine. Humans have 4 fingers and 1 opposable thumb. You're not the only one who can be maliciously compliant, lady."
The Admiral sneered.
Point taken, Marco. I'll try to take your limited experience and viewpoint into account going forward. See that you do. Now continue, please. Just like human beings have 5 fingers on a hand, there are 5 of us that rule over all the mana in existence. I am one of those 5. I am life. What are the other 4? He asked. You should know how we operate and why we are important, Marco. I will begin with that. All of existence is, and must remain, balanced. So just as I am life and my sister is creation, we have opposites that balance our existence. Life and death, creation and destruction. We maintain the fragile balance upon which all of existence hinges. You said there were 5. What or who is the 5th? Chaos, Marco. Chaos is the fulcrum, the hinge, the point upon which all of existence is precariously balanced.
Admiral Bianchi furrowed his brows. Chaos seemed an odd thing to center existence on, to his mind.
But chaos is unsteady? Random? Unpredictable?
Lai Fu finished the thought for him.
Yes. How can something so unsteady be what all of existence depends on? Have you heard of chaos theory, Marco? Isn't that like the butterfly effect? Yes, but not completely. Chaos theory merely states that outcomes are dependent upon their initial conditions. Chaos was that initial condition that resulted in existence. I see. But isn't that still too random and unstable to act as a balance point? No. A chaotic system is one that only appears disordered and random on the surface, but is underpinned by a very strict underlying pattern and governed by a set of deterministic laws. You mentioned the butterfly effect, and that is an excellent example. If a butterfly flaps its wings here,
Lai Fu gestured, and a visual of Proxima Centauri B appeared in midair, formed of mana instead of the Empire's holographic or augmented reality technology, upon which was a single blue dot.
A hurricane arises over here.
The globe rotated to show the opposite side, where a swirling red vortex appeared on it.
I fail to see how that's pertinent, miss. Oh, but it is. Humanity believes that to be random and unpredictable. Complete chance, in other words, but it is not. If the same butterfly in the same position flaps its wings with the same strength at the same time, among many other variables, the exact same hurricane would appear in the exact same place. It is very deterministic, but that determinism is what you perceive to be random chance. What do you mean by that? That random chance that you ascribe to the phenomenon is actually just getting one or more of the variables wrong.
The globe rotated back around and blue dots began flashing and disappearing from various locations.
I see, I think,
Admiral Bianchi said.
Very good, Marco.
Lai Fu offered him a brilliant smile.
Your arrival here was that very butterfly flapping its wings, and you have influenced an event that simply never happens. Your awakener, Junho, was directly involved with the creation of brand new, never-before-seen life, Marco. And that is what attracted my attention.
A look of comprehension dawned on the Admiral's face.
So why are you using Commander Takahashi's body instead of his, then? He asked. Because his body is already entwined with a mana that isn't under my direct, or even my indirect, supervision. So I required another, and Commander Takahashi, Ayaka, was the ideal candidate. Why is that? Because she was meant to be a mother, a wife, a woman, a caregiver, a supporter. She was never meant to be what she is now, a leader, but chaos dictated otherwise. So here she is, and here I am, and now we are bound to one another as Junho, that dear, sweet child, is bound to chaos.
Admiral Bianchi frowned again.
What do you mean he's bound to chaos? Indirectly,
Lai Fu laughed.
The boy is bound to mana, that is bound to another mana, that is bound to a subordinate conscious mana, that is bound to another, that is under the direct control of chaos, one of the five. Chaos is unique in that it never binds itself directly to anyone. So it's like a chain of command? Exactly, Marco. That's exactly what it is. I myself have many other conscious mana that I directly supervise, and that filters down through the ranks. The universe would not work otherwise, and existence would fall out of balance and cease to be were it to be left unsupervised.
Chapter 637 Rules with a capital R. Fleet Admiral Bianchi wasn't exactly sure he liked the thought of that level of existence being under his command. Lai Fu laughed again.
Don't worry, Marco. Commander Takahashi is under your command. I am not. I cannot be, for many reasons, foremost of which is that there are rules by which I must operate and things I am strictly forbidden from doing. Are you reading my mind?
The Admiral's eyes narrowed.
No, Marco. I don't have to read your mind when your worries are written on your face.
Lai Fu gave him an encouraging smile.
So what are you forbidden from doing?
He asked, wanting to get an idea of what he could expect once Commander Takahashi was released and under control of her own body again.
I'm sorry, Marco. I can't tell you the rules. All laws and rules have loopholes, shall we say. But trust me, not telling you the rules is the best thing I can do for you. Why is that? Temptation, dear Marco. You would be tempted to find ways around them, and perhaps even succeed. And why would that be bad?
He asked. Lai Fu unfolded her feet and drifted over to the view screen on the wall of the Admiral's ready room that simulated the view outside the Proxima.
Have you heard of heat death, Marco?
She asked, her voice suddenly grave.
How does heat death relate to temptation?
He replied.
Entropy, Marco. Entropy. Every rule the five labor under is directly aimed at preventing, delaying, reducing, and combating entropy. And entropy is what will eventually lead to the death of everything and the unraveling of the fragile skein of thread that is existence.
She smiled a bit sadly.
So you're saying that every time you break,
the Admiral began, but was interrupted.
Or bend, Marco. Especially bend. Bending the rules is sometimes, or perhaps even most times, worse than breaking them outright. Okay, so every time you break or bend a rule, entropy creeps in. Not exactly, Marco, but close. Entropy does not, by itself, exist. It cannot exist, not on its own. If there is no order, there can never be entropy. Entropy exists because order exists, and the converse is also true. Order exists in order to combat entropy. So it's like the chicken and the egg argument? Not exactly. More like the Ouroboros, or at least what it has come to symbolize. An endless cycle of beginnings and endings? In part, yes, but also so much more. It symbolizes unity and wholeness, self-sufficiency and introspection, infinity and eternity, and most importantly, duality. Order and entropy are a duality, and one cannot exist without the other. But they are also eternal foes, and to oppose something is to maintain it. What do you mean by that? Isn't opposition what eventually triumphs over what it opposes? No, Marco,
Lai Fu said with a sad shake of her head.
It's precisely the opposite. The more you oppose something, the more firmly it entrenches itself. Look to your own history for examples. The civil rights movement in the United States gave rise to both the Black Panthers and Aryan Nation. The women's liberation movement led to feminism and men's rights activism. And with every generation that split into opposing viewpoints, those viewpoints grew further and further entrenched, dividing society along an ever-deepening and widening gap until it was virtually uncrossable. But then you formed an empire and began to heal the various divisions and schisms which plagued your own society. When I look across your grand fleets that you sent out into the vast cosmos, I see men and women of varying identities, ethnic groups, religious beliefs, tribes, communities. I see many divisions among them, but they are striving to integrate rather than separate. They do not oppose each other, thus the divisions cannot be maintained, and the people come together as one. I see. So by seeking not to oppose, but to understand, we naturally come together. But I don't see how that's relevant to the topic at hand, Admiral Bianchi said. Because it isn't very relevant, dear Marco, Lai Fu laughed. We've gotten a little bit sidetracked, but the same can apply to order and entropy. Much like matter and antimatter, the two are complete opposites with nothing in common, so the only thing they can do is annihilate each other when they meet. So what you're saying, then, is that if we break one of the rules that govern your actions, we introduce entropy into our ordered system? Lai Fu turned and a brilliant smile spread across her face. Exactly. You understand it exactly. And that, simply by knowing the rules, we might try working around them, thus bending them, which is somehow even worse than breaking them. Yes. You get it, dear Marco. You get it. How does that work? Lai Fu was slightly taken aback by the question. She assumed that Admiral Bianchi understood what she had spent all this time talking about. How can bending a rule ever be worse than breaking it? He continued, pressing the point. Lai Fu took a moment to consider how to get the idea across to the Admiral, then finally said, If you live in a house and a water pipe breaks, how easy is it to spot and seal the point of the break? Very easy, Admiral Bianchi said. But how does that apply? And what if that same pipe had, instead of broken, sprung a small leak? How easy would that leak be to find? Marco's eyes flashed with understanding. I get it. You're saying that breaking a rule is like breaking a water pipe. It's easy to seal the breach when you know exactly where it is. But if a rule gets bent, it's much more subtle and harder to discover. And as you're looking for it, the leak continues dripping water into the walls. But then, if you know exactly where your pipes are, wouldn't you know where to look? Lai Fu laughed. Indeed, Marco. Of course we know where to look. The thing is, when you're looking for a small leak in a house, that's only a few hundred meters of pipe to look through. And when you're looking for a small leak in a house the size of existence itself, the search takes quite a bit more time. And during that time, more and more entropy is allowed through. Exactly. So that's why we can't tell you the rules. Marco and Lai Fu continued speaking long into the ship's night, while the others, who had been present at the meeting in the SCIF, were also busy working in their own specialties, coming up with a brand new SOP for interacting with the new species about to be born, along with contingency plans and questions that would be asked of Junho in order to further refine the fleet's response to the new normal. Chapter 638 Analysis Paralysis. The next day, TFS Proxima, the SCF. Fleet Admiral Bianchi had decided to gather a debriefing question list, considering Junho was incapable of remaining in a mana void for any length of time, lest he risk collapse and death. Lai Fu had explained his situation the night before during their conversation,
before returning control of Ayaka's body to her. It had been quite a surreal experience for the Admiral, and he was still contemplating the ramifications of Ayaka's new mana attunement. It wasn't every day that you met one of the beings that governed all of existence, after all. "As you were," he said to the rest of the people in the room, who had stood to attention as he'd entered. "Since Warrant Officer Lee is otherwise occupied, my Chief of Staff will be collecting the questions your sections have for him." Everyone at the table was silent. "None of you have any questions?" he asked. "No. We simply don't know enough to know what we don't know, Admiral," Dr. Standing Bear finally replied. "There's no baseline reference we can use to determine what we need to know, so asking anything at this juncture is likely to be a waste of time at best, and send us herring off after wild geese at worst." "Very well. Then this'll be a short meeting. Last night, I spoke with the being that borrowed, shall we say, Commander Takahashi's body and—" The Admiral went on to explain what had happened to Junho, as well as sum up what he'd learned in the conversation with Laifu. "So does that mean—" Dr. Standing Bear began, but trailed off as she realized her thoughts were beginning to circle. Ayaka had awakened completely outside the age range that would allow for awakening, and in such a short time at that. And not only that, she had awakened an affinity to one of the 5 fundamental forces that governed all of creation, and it was sapient. She had so many questions they were all jammed up in her head and stuck there, unable to fit through the gate that was her mouth. It was a classic case of analysis paralysis, something she rarely suffered. "Commander Takahashi, would you mind?" "No," Admiral Bianchi interrupted. "But Admiral, we could learn so much." "No, Dr. Standing Bear. Laifu made it perfectly clear that it would not allow Commander Takahashi to become a lab rat, I'm sorry to say." Dr. Standing Bear's shoulders slumped, and she seemed to collapse in on herself in her chair. "Are there any other things we need to discuss?" the Admiral asked. There was no response from anyone around the table, save for a few who shook their heads. "Very well, then. Commander Takahashi." "Yes, Admiral." Ayaka perked up in her seat and sat at attention, head turned in Admiral Bianchi's direction and eyes focused on him. "You are hereby promoted to full captain and will be assigned as the head of the Xenodiplomacy Task Force. Warrant Officer 2nd Class Lee Junho will be seconded to your command. Your primary duty is to act as the connection between the tree folk and the Empire, and you are to investigate their intentions as well as put together a full dossier on them. This is a discretionary assignment, but the promotion is contingent upon your acceptance of the mission. Do you accept?" All eyes in the room focused on Ayaka as she pondered the ramifications. On the one hand, she would be promoted out of schedule to full captain, but on the other hand, she wouldn't get a ship. Instead, her career would pivot to a dirt-side billet, likely in intelligence. However, her sacrifice would greatly benefit the Terran Empire and her name would be in history books. She would come home covered in glory, as all Takahashis should strive to do. After another minute or so of internal debate, she stood and saluted the Admiral. "I accept the mission, Admiral," she snapped in her best Academy yap. "Very well. Proxima, make a note in the ship's log. At this time and date, Commander Takahashi Ayaka is promoted to captain and will be taking over the Xenodiplomacy Department of the fleet. She is to be immediately transferred from the TS Farsight to the TFS Proxima. End note." "Yes, Admiral." "Also," he continued, "assign her a steward from the pool. Do a full personality matching scan, you know the drill." "Yes, Admiral." "Very good. He turned his attention back to the people around the conference table. Are there any other orders of business? Everyone shook their heads again. Very well. Return to your duty stations and prepare for diplomatic support. Captain Takahashi, meet me in my ready room at 1,500 hours. And bring Warrant Officer Lee with you. Aye, aye, Admiral, Ayaka replied. Dismissed. Everyone filed out of the SCIF, still digesting the bombshell that Fleet Admiral Bianchi had dropped on them. Admiral's Ready Room, TFS Proxima. Ayaka, with Junho at her side, was just about to pawn the door to request entry when it slid aside with a hydraulic swoosh. Enter, the Admiral said from inside. The pair walked through the door, and Ayaka came to attention and saluted. Captain Takahashi and Warrant Officer Lee reporting as ordered, Admiral, she crisply said. Sit down, Ayaka, Admiral Bianchi chuckled. You're a captain now, no need for formalities in private. She sat in the chair on the other side of the Admiral's desk and looked around at the room. It was decorated in the style of an old tall ship from the age of sail, all wood paneling with brass accents and a large window to the rear of the room. The desk was to the left as she entered, and opposite the desk on the right side was a table, upon which rested the map of the Proxima Centauri system in the style of an old naval chart. On the bulkhead by the door, the Admiral's coat and beret hung from a peg, and behind his desk was an assortment of crystal decanters filled with various colored liquors. The Admiral's steward entered from a camouflaged door beside the bar. What would the captain and warrant officer like to drink? He asked, setting a mug of steaming coffee on the desk in front of the Admiral. Nothing for me, thank you, Ayaka said. I'll have a mango juice, please, Junho added. Very good. The steward bowed at a precise angle and, like any good steward, seemed to vanish, his presence no longer required in the room. All right, Admiral Bianchi said. We have much to do and little time in which to do it. You two will be headed to the surface tonight at midnight, ship time. So use the next few hours to come up with an initial action plan. He threw Ayaka a data file and continued. Your official orders and requirements are in that file. Read it and ask anything you need to ask for clarification. Chapter 639 Mission Possible. Ayaka and Junho looked over their orders, which were incredibly broad. Normally, military orders would provide detail after detail, along with multiple contingencies at every escalation step up to and including planetary destruction. Thanks to training in the simulation, they even knew what a planet looked like after being hit by one of the spinal-mounted planet-killer coil guns mounted on some of the TFS ships. And they also knew what would happen if even a TS exploration cruiser were to continuously bombard a planet with their spinal-mounted coil guns. It only took the two a few minutes before Ayaka began asking questions. Who is going to be assigned to our task force, Admiral? She asked. Whoever you need, Captain. You have full authority and first priority to pick whomever you think you'll need on your team. What about materials, sir? It simply says here that we'll have full access to any and all necessary resources. Full access means full access. You even have first priority on the Protostellar Forge, and if a project is currently underway, depending on its level of completion, you can kick it out of the queue and take its place. The weight of the mission was growing heavier on Ayaka's shoulders by the moment as she continued hearing the dreaded, full support answers from the Fleet Admiral. What about training, sir? We don't have many, if any, xenodiplomacy specialists in the task force. Let me put it to you this way, Ayaka. Full access means full access.
As long as you can establish a permanent, beneficial connection with the trees, you can have whatever you want. I'll even authorize a fleet-wide connection and stand down so you can train your personnel at the highest possible level of time dilation in VR. The only, and I stress only, requirement being asked of you is that connection. Understood? Yes, sir,
Ayaka and Junho chorused.
Very well. Get to work,
Fleet Admiral Bianchi ordered. Ayaka and Junho snapped to attention, then headed toward the door. But before they walked through it, the Admiral's voice drifted to them once more.
And one more thing, Captain. You and your team report directly to me.
Ayaka turned and saluted, then marched through the door, her spine ramrod straight and shoulders back. Orders in hand, Ayaka and Junho immediately got to work. The Admiral approved their request for 3 days of fleet stand-down and max dilation VR training environments, using Junho's memories as the basis for the Treefolk representatives. And while that environment was being built, they weren't idle themselves. Instead, they were sorting through the dossiers and records of every single member of Task Force Proxima. With the AI's help, they had narrowed their candidate pool down to 1,000 potential members, but the final goal was to only have 5 diplomats with 2 squads of Marines providing both security and ceremonial details. After all, their negotiations with the trees would be a groundbreaking, epic-making event in both societies' history books, or whatever the trees used to record their history, if anything was recorded at all, at least. When they were notified of the training simulation's completion, by unspoken agreement, they both took to their pods in order to continue their work there. Considering the vast number of ships in the fleet, they were able to achieve an 80:1 time dilation rate, which would give them about 8 months of subjective time to build their team and learn the ins and outs, such as they were, of dealing with the tree folk. Meanwhile, outside of the VR environment, the Protostellar Forge ramped up to 100% of its capacity, all projects that had yet to enter the pipeline delayed in favor of stocking up brick after brick of raw material. Something within her told Ayaka that she would soon need as much raw material as she could get her hands on. 3 days later, Ayaka and Junho were in a lander, preparing to head back to the surface of Proxima Centauri b. Opposite them were the 3 people they had finally settled on to join the diplomatic mission. Liers MacDougall, a tall brunette from Australia with an olive tan, George Stephanopoulos, a medium-height Greek man with dark, curly hair, and Boris Rustikovia, a tall Russian with blonde hair and blue eyes that looked like he had been chiseled out of a granite cliff and could carry the rest of that cliff on his back if need be. Lee was a botanist and had been poached from Dr. Standing Bear's team, where she served as the head researcher's right-hand woman. In her spare time, she just so happened to be a Nixian agent as well. She had been recruited by the NIS straight out of her master's degree program after a disastrous marriage ended in a catastrophic divorce, and was one of the intelligence branch's finest twists. Not that she found any use for that particular specialty as part of Task Force Proxima, of course, though her personal VR space had caused her ship's AI to put a number of flags in her confidential record. George had been a lawyer specializing in contract law before signing up to join Ares after his wife had gotten caught up in one of the cultist attacks on Mykonos, where they had been vacationing at the time. When he graduated his training, he had been placed as a bosun's mate and worked his way up to the rank of BN2, or bosun's mate second class. Contrary to most lawyers, especially those that specialized in negotiations and contracts, he was a gruff, silent man who spoke little and listened much. But the oddest of an odd selection of diplomatic members was Boris. Standing well over 6 feet tall and being almost as wide in his shoulder circumference measurement, at first glance one would quite likely think that he would punch first, then punch later, then punch some more if the first two didn't get his message across. However, that was absolutely not the case. Boris was a rather jovial, outgoing, pacifist vegan. He also held multiple PhDs in specialist fields of psychology, and was a practicing ship psychologist on the TFS Proxima herself. He had been added to the diplomatic mission as its xenodiplomacy specialist, at least insofar as anyone could be considered as such. Heading up their Marine detachment, which the Admiral had increased from 2 squads to a reinforced company of 5 squads, was Major Viktor Petrovich, seconded from his position as the commanding officer of the Marine contingent aboard the TS Farsight. Unlike the others in the diplomatic mission, he had volunteered for groundside duty instead of being poached from other positions in the fleet. The light in the passenger compartment of the lander flickered from amber to red as the pilot received clearance to launch, and soon after, he executed a textbook combat launch complete with both manual and AI-controlled evasive maneuvers from the moment they left the comparative safety of the TFS Proxima's boat bay. Chapter 640 Plenipotentiary. The wildly corkscrewing lander entered the atmosphere at combat speed, echoing sonic booms and contrails of moisture in its wake, tinted black and gray by the fireball of superheated air surrounding the craft itself. Soon, though, the smoke, fire, and vapor dissipated as the pilot brought the lander to a sudden halt just a meter above the ground, then smoothly drifted down the rest of the way until the deployed landing skids took up the weight of the craft without a single jostle or bump. The indicator light in the passenger cabin switched from red back to a warm amber as the pilot's voice came over the intercom. "We're on the ground," the pilot announced to the diplomats. Luckily, it was also transmitted directly to their implants, because none of the 5 members of the diplomatic mission could actually hear the announcement over the sound of their own retching. "Thank God," Ayaka sighed, then closed her eyes and focused on what she was feeling in her toes to take her mind off her stomach, which was still doing its own form of acrobatics in her belly. She slowly counted to 10, then opened a comms channel with Major Petrovich. "Establish the perimeter, Major," she ordered, receiving an almost immediate confirmation. The status indicator on her combat helmet's HUD updated as the reinforced guard company of Marines rushed out of the lander at full speed and moved to create a 50-meter diameter perimeter around the lander. 5 minutes later, the perimeter had been established and an activity baseline set to prevent false alarms. "All clear, ma'am," the Major announced. "Thank you, Major." Ayaka turned to the rest of the diplomats sharing the passenger cabin with her and continued. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to us now. The future of the Empire itself hinges on our actions over the next few hours and days, so let's get to it." Without further ado, she released herself from her crash harness and forced her unsteady legs to support her as she hustled down the lander's exit ramp where, just a few meters north of the lander, the tree that Junho had been discovered beneath was peacefully swaying to and fro in the gentle breeze. The 5 diplomats moved to stand in front of the tree, where they waited for something. Junho hadn't been clear on how to contact the trees other than simply going to the tree his new body had been nurtured by and waiting. Beyond that, everything was a mystery. Nothing happened for a few minutes, and Boris turned to Junho. "Are you sure this is what we need to do, comrade?" he asked. "Well, I think so," Junho replied, a lack of confidence in his voice as he brought up his hand to scratch the back of his head only to be reminded that he was wearing an upgraded MK-X Ares sleek suit, which was 2 generations improved over the suits Ares troopers had worn during the last war. "I mean, I'd thought that." He was interrupted by a violent tremor shaking the ground beneath him. He stumbled and almost fell, but was saved at the last minute by a dark, almost black hand wrapping itself around his elbow and helping steady him.
It seems your empire's efficiency is everything you told us it was,
an amused, feminine voice said from near his ear. Ayaka was startled by the voice and turned around, looking for the speaker. On the opposite side of Junho from her was a nude woman with her left hand on the teen's elbow. She was slender and athletic, with only the barest hint of breasts and a flat posterior. Her face was slightly, yet exaggeratedly triangular in overall shape, and she had wide cheekbones with equally wide-set eyes resting above them, between which was a long, straight nose that rested over thin lips and a sharp, angular chin. Her skin looked like the local tree's bark, all gnarled and so dark it was nearly black, and the hair, tumbling down from the top of her head, was a mere carpet of vines and moss, somehow knit together in a shape that was suggestive of hair without actually being hair. A pair of long, slender ears poked through the carpet of faux hair, running nearly horizontal to the ground and tapering to a sharp point at the tips. As the deep violet hair swayed in the breeze, a careful onlooker would see that it actually separated around the woman's ears like water flowing around a rock. Overall, her appearance was notably alien and evoked a slight discomfort in the diplomats as they looked at the woman from top to bottom. It wasn't just the alien proportions, which were completely unlike the golden ratio, or divine proportion, that dictated human appearances. There were also other differences, some subtle and some otherwise. For instance, the woman's feet completely lacked toes, and her skin didn't just share the appearance of the local tree bark, it actually was the bark of a proximal tree. The woman released Junho's elbow and threw both arms around his shoulders, drawing him in for a close hug.
"It's so good to see you again, Junho,"
she exclaimed.
"It's good to see you too, Birch,"
Junho replied, then reached up and pulled off his sleek suit's helmet.
"I can't say as though I missed the meadow, but I definitely missed you guys. I think. How long has it been since we last saw each other?"
Birch tilted her head until her ear almost brushed her shoulder, which would be practically impossible for any human to accomplish without snapping their spinal cord.
"Not long. Not short. I don't know. Oh, right. I forgot. Time isn't something you're good with."
Junho smiled at the proximal woman, then turned to Ayaka.
"Let me introduce you."
He gestured toward Ayaka.
"This is Captain Takahashi Ayaka, the leader of the Terran Empire's diplomatic mission to the Proximan people and plenipotentiary of the Terran Emperor, who has a bunch of titles that would take a long time to recite, so I'll just say that she's awesome as fuck and leave it at that."
He grinned at Ayaka and continued.
"Captain Takahashi, this is Birch, of the Proximan Tree Folk, who has no titles and I'm sure is working on coming up with a better name as we speak."
Chapter 641 Proximan Hospitality.
"We are pleased to meet you, Commander, Captain Takahashi, plenipotentiary representative of the Terran Empire,"
Birch said, extending her hand to shake Ayaka's. She paid no attention to the Marine Guard contingent standing like statues, weapons in hand, albeit politely pointed toward the ground, and rendered anonymous by their unmarked sleek suits.
"I am Birch, and through me you may speak to oak, crabapple, mangrove, and cypress as well. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice, Lady Birch, and the others as well,"
Ayaka said, taking Birch's hand and politely shaking it. Her other hand signaled the rest of the diplomats. Then she broke the environment seal on her sleek suit and removed her helmet, followed by the 3 remaining diplomats.
"These are my colleagues, George Stephanopoulos, an expert in contractual and treaty law." "Pleasure, Lady Birch,"
George said with a slight bow of his head.
"Dr. Lee Ayres MacDougall, a xenobotanist expert and the scientific advisor of the delegation,"
Ayaka continued.
"I'm thrilled to finally meet you, Lady Birch,"
Lee chirped in a friendly excited tone.
May I ask? There'll be time for that later, Dr. Ayers MacDougall,
Ayaka interjected.
And this is Boris Rustikovia, our xenodiplomacy advisor.
Boris waved at Birch and said,
I'm excited to meet you, Lady Birch, and look forward to discovering more about you and this delightful planet of yours. And warm greetings to the others present as well, Lords and Ladies Oak, Crabapple, Mangrove, and Cypress.
He gave Birch a brilliant smile, turning his craggy face from broody to boyishly charming in an instant.
And I believe you've met Warrant Officer Lee Junho, our delegation's awakener,
Ayaka finished. Junho smiled and waved at Birch.
You look magnificent, Birch. It's nice to finally put a face to the air tree, I suppose. The meadow was a bit hard to get used to, and I could never really tell if I was talking to myself, you see, because we... All right, Junho, you can catch up with Lady Birch later,
Ayaka said, shooting him a look with a capital L.
Right now, we need to attend to business.
Birch returned his smile with her head once again tilted, this time toward her other shoulder.
Of course, Junho, and thank you for your compliment.
She turned back to Ayaka and continued.
I know you must have many questions, since Junho was too busy answering ours to ask any of his. Please allow me to bring us to a more comfortable setting. I know Junho complained about our hospitality many times during the time he spent with us in what he called the Timeless Meadow.
She waved her hand, and meters-thick roots sprang up from the soil, racing into the sky and twining together, weaving themselves into thick walls, and finally arranging themselves into what looked like a daimyo's castle straight out of the Japanese Sengoku period. The Marines, when they saw the roots break ground, began shouldering their pulse rifles, but Ayaka shook her head at Major Petrovich and gestured for the security to stand down. She perceived no threat from the roots, and her instincts had told her that Birch was being honest and forthcoming. Or perhaps it was Laifu, mostly dormant within her, giving her that sixth sense and empathic abilities. Ed note: the Sengoku period ran from the 1460s to 1610s in Japan and was characterized by daimyos and samurai. It actually wasn't a very pleasant period to live in, as the caste system was incredibly strict and samurai weren't nearly as decent or as honorable as they've been depicted in Western targeted media.
Thank you for the hospitality, Lady Birch,
Ayaka said as she checked that all of her links with the Proxima were still connected and properly functioning.
Will this castle interfere with our communications with the ships in orbit?
It would be a shame if such a beautiful castle were to be on the receiving end of a planet-killer bombardment, after all.
It will not, Captain Takahashi,
Birch replied in no uncertain terms.
Then we accept your hospitality,
Ayaka said with a smile, as though there wasn't the threat of immediate planetary destruction hanging over the head of the tree folk and their soon-to-be-born children.
And you are absolutely correct. We do have many questions for you. Warrant Officer Lee's debriefing was not as hopeful as we'd have liked, shall we say. What's a debriefing?
Birch asked, her head practically turning a full 180 degrees upside down. Ed note. Again, still not fond of multiple Ed notes per chapter, but picture the Kodama, or, from the classic Studio Ghibli film, Princess Mononoke. They were the little critters in the trees with the 3 holes as faces. Here's a picture, safe link, I promise /Miyazaki Kodama.
A debriefing is when someone is brought before a panel of interested parties and questioned about a specific period of time or operation,
Ayaka answered.
It's much like how the 5 of you interacted with Warrant Officer Lee in the Timeless Meadow.
Birch stilled, then lowered her head and cutely pressed her index fingertips together.
We owe you an apology for that, Captain Takahashi. It was never our intention to harm any of your individual beings. We thought you were much like us, and only Junho was a sapient being, and the rest of you were as disposable to him as our leaves are to us. We had no concept of individuality before that, nor could we ever have imagined that beings different from us existed. Those reasons don't, and aren't meant to excuse our reprehensible actions that cost you the lives of 7 individual beings. If you would like to memorialize them, you can tell us about them at your convenience. We remember. We may not have conceived of individual life like that before, but we never forget anything that passes, she said with obvious grief in her voice. It was apparent that the tree folk had never come into contact with death before. Ayaka blinked away the moisture from her eyes before it could form tears and said, "Thank you for that, Lady Birch. Your offer is most appreciated." Chapter 642, A Difficult Problem. Ayaka took a moment to compose herself, then squared her shoulders and faced Birch. "But right now, we have more pressing matters to consider. We'll take you up on your gracious offer of a memorial in the future, but we need to know more about your children and the children of your compatriots," she said. "How mature, mentally and emotionally speaking, will they be when they're born?" "That is an excellent question, Captain. We discussed it among ourselves and decided that it wouldn't be cost-effective, in terms of mana expenditure, to raise them to the maturity level of Junho when they're first born. But that was only a contributing factor to the eventual decision. What was more important was that we learned from him that individuals that aren't part of a collective, as we are shaped and formed by their experiences. So if we were to artificially implant Junho's experiences into our children, they would be born with the same inspirations, hopes, and plans that he has within him based on his own life experience. And that, we thought, would be unbefitting of their unique individuality, an individuality that we hope to foster in them." Ayaka nodded in understanding. She wholeheartedly agreed, and the thought of billions of terrible teenagers running amok sent a chill shivering down her spine. One Junho was more than enough, and perhaps half a Junho too much. "How do you plan on raising them, Lady Birch?" she asked. Birch's head rotated 180 degrees, and she gazed off into the distance, as though she could see through the root construct that compromised the outer walls of the castle she had created out of what was essentially an extremely sturdy wicker. "We were actually hoping that you could help us with that, Captain," she finally said after a moment. The smile on Boris's face faltered as he was reminded that Birch was still fundamentally alien. No human could possibly swivel, twist, and turn their heads as she did out of hand. "We can teach you developmental psychology if you like, and child-rearing practices. At least, we can teach you human child-rearing practices. I'm not sure how well they would apply to non-human species, though," Ayaka said, then turned to Boris. "What do you think?" "It's likely that our child-rearing practices and developmental psychology would only have limited applicability to the newborns," he said, resting his elbow in his hand and rubbing his chin with his thumb. Ayaka concealed a wince. Boris had apparently forgotten that he was still wearing a sleek suit, and that chin rub must have stung like a bitch. But the gregarious Russian gave no sign as he continued. "We would need to study one in their development and generate a new field of developmental psychology." He trailed off, mumbling incoherently to himself as he considered the creation of an entirely new field of psychology and the ramifications of it. As far as anyone knew, this was the first interaction humanity had ever had with an alien species, so his name would join the other greats of psychology in recorded history. If, that is, he was successful, developing an entirely new school of thought to the point that it could be applied to billions of newborns, adult bodies or not, would be extremely difficult. And that difficulty would be raised to hell mode if he had to do it in the remaining time
before the population was born. Damn it, he thought.
Why couldn't they have staggered the births or reserved some of them? Or even just not birthed so fucking many of them, so they came out at least able to speak and use rudimentary tools.
Well, Boris? Ayaka asked.
Oh. Ahem, duh. It's possible, but so is Proxima Centauri going supernova tomorrow. There's just not enough time to come up with a developmental plan for a species that doesn't even exist yet, he said. But it's theoretically possible? What about time dilation? We would need a control group and enough time dilation to watch them develop completely without interference to get a baseline, then repeat the process through a generational study with multiple test groups.
Boris devolved into highly technical psychological terms, and Ayaka's mind fuzzed out a bit.
Give me a moment to discuss the situation with the fleet, please, Lady Birch. Right now it's looking like we simply don't have enough time for the first generation, but there may be another possibility, she said, turning to Birch. Another possibility, Captain Takahashi?
Birch asked, spinning her head back around to face the erstwhile diplomat.
Yes, it's possible that, if you can delay their birth for, say, a week, perhaps 2, we can come up with a stopgap measure. What is a week?
Birch tilted her head in confusion.
A week is 7 days, oh. Right, your concept of time differs from ours. A week would be...
She turned to Junho with an expectant expression on her face.
Almost a full turning around your sun, Birch, he added. Better to say 3 full turnings tops. That would be 4 weeks, give or take, in Earth time.
Ayaka nodded, and her eyes glazed over as she spoke to the Admiral on the Proxima. A few minutes later, she said,
Yes, 3 turnings would be barely enough time for what I have in mind. We can build a massive supercluster that allows extreme time dilation and build enough VR pods to grant your children access to it, where they would be raised in a free-form environment that allows for maximum possibility in their development. Would that suffice, Lady Birch? That would be splendid, Captain Takahashi,
Birch said with a smile. Though, on her alien face that lacked lips, her smile looked more like a thin-lipped grimace. But that was just one of the quirks of xenodiplomacy. Body language, in particular, would always remain different between different species.
So what would you offer in exchange?
Ayaka asked.
Well, I'm not sure we really have anything to offer,
Birch said.
What about joining the Empire?
George interjected. Birch turned to him, her face a mask.
Join the Empire? We will not promise anything on our children's behalf, nor will we attempt to guide, or force, them into a decision of their own. What about if the decision was left up to them? He continued. That would be acceptable, Mr. Stephanopoulos. We understand that diplomacy requires negotiation, and negotiation is a matter of give and take. But there are some things we will never compromise on, and interfering in our children's lives is one of those things. Excellent, he exclaimed. Then let's begin the negotiations, shall we?
George, now in his negotiator mode, was far less dour and much more willing to speak in complete sentences. Chapter 643, with a provisional solution. Hours passed as George and Birch negotiated, seated at a table she had grown for the specific purpose.
What do you mean provisional citizenship, Lady Birch? We cannot promise full and lasting entry into the Empire as an auxiliary society without first meeting the very emperor we would be swearing our allegiance to, can we, Mr. Stephanopoulos? Well, if you put it that way, no, that's an unreasonable request.
George pondered for a moment, then continued.
Very well, I can accept that in our tentative agreement. How will you meet the Emperor?
Ayaka asked. She agreed that the meeting would be of pivotal importance to both societies, but the logistics of facilitating such a meeting would be an absolute nightmare. Even at their ship's fastest speed, it would require the Emperor of Humanity to be absent from Earth for a full year. And that didn't take into account the length of time he would need to spend on Proxima Centauri b.
We have no idea,
Birch answered.
But until we personally meet him, we won't allow our children to potentially die in your conflicts. And what criteria will you judge him on? Whether or not he is worthy of our sacrifices.
Ayaka considered that for a while. But since the criteria was so broad, she could do nothing about it, so she didn't waste much time thinking about it and switched topics.
Would you permit us to reestablish our research facility on the surface?
She asked. Last time hadn't gone exactly smoothly, between the mana-infused storm and the dangers posed by the tree's roots. So it would be a good idea, she thought, if she asked for permission up front rather than seeking forgiveness later. As if she could read minds, Birch smiled and said,
Don't worry. Nothing will harm you if you choose to rebuild your base here. Last time it was a reflex, like swatting away a buzzing fly. This time, as long as you don't willingly harm the planet, you're welcome to our world.
Ayaka returned the smile.
Thank you, Lady Birch. And I have to ask, humankind has a virtual recreation of reality that we access through our conscious minds. Do you have a brain structure that would allow you to join us there? That would take a larger device than I think you have.
Birch laughed.
Our neural network is distributed throughout the entire planet, so unless you have a planet-sized, what did Junho call it? A VR pod?
She fell silent in contemplation for a brief moment, then continued.
Anyway, unless you have hardware that would fit our bulk in, I'm afraid the answer is no.
Ayaka and Birch traded questions back and forth for more than 3 hours before the conversation came to a satisfying conclusion, and the two agreed to meet again after the thorny problem of raising the first generation of Proximans was well on its way to completion.
I'm always available, and will be keeping close watch on my children from afar,
Birch said as she stood and extended her hand to Ayaka for a handshake. Ayaka shook her hand and watched as the elven woman with the bark skin and mossy hair turned back into a towering birch tree. She ran her fingers through her hair and sighed.
Time to get to work.
There was much to be done, and not a lot of time in which to do it. She slowly spun around, taking a good look at her surroundings. Only Junho, she thought, shaking her head with a wry smile. Only the terrible teenager could come up with such a mishmash of history and earth mythology. Giants, really? She suppressed a giggle, then schooled her face back into its normal neutrally pleasant expression. Although she was about to begin an enormous time and resource-intense task, she felt nothing but excitement deep down. While, technically speaking, Junho was the one who had established first contact with the Proximan tree folk, she would be the one credited with opening a diplomatic communication channel. It was something that would have been almost impossible to even begin contemplating had she remained in her previous position. But thanks to the terrible teenager, her little brother in all but ancestry, she had ended up receiving that exact impossible opportunity. And she wasn't about to fuck it up. Ordering Junho to remain on the surface with a fire team of Marines to act as embassy guards, Ayaka took the rest of the diplomatic mission and Marines back to the Proxima to wait for research base New South Wales to be rebuilt. As for Junho, he was to remain dirtside to act as the liaison between the Proximan tree folk and the humans, who had already begun construction of an artificial moon that would house the quantum superclusters they would need to maintain high VR time dilation without virtually crippling their entire fleet every time the need arose. a second lander that had undergone refit to act as temporary housing for Junho and his security team had already been dispatched from the Proxima, and the two landers passed each other as they headed for their destinations. One of them was crowded with G-bots and constructor swarm queens, while the other was packed with diplomats and marines. Aboard the outbound lander, which Ayaka had ordered to take a normal approach to the Proxima, the woman in question was busy finalizing a plan that would enable the Terran Empire to absorb 10 billion aliens as provisional citizens. She had discovered a love for the job of xenodiplomacy and planned to exploit her current circumstances in order to provide the maximum benefits possible to the Empire. Not for a single second did she consider using the Proximans as the basis of a second star empire. She didn't even consider forging them into a country or returning to Earth for a hostile takeover and supplantation of the current ruler. She knew deep down that the moment anyone attempted such a thing, they would be hammered by the fist of a god and cremated by a rage that burned hotter than the fiery cores of 10,000 suns. Chapter 644 Ayaka's Elevator Pitch. TFS Proxima, the SCF.
That's everything we discussed, sir,
Ayaka said, ending her report to the fleet admiral. He took a moment to consider the information. The meeting had gone in a direction he couldn't possibly have expected. Initially, he expected the worst, given the early hostilities between the trees and humans, and had thought there would be some misunderstandings or ideological differences between the species. But though there were indeed misunderstandings and ideological differences, the misunderstandings have been cleared up and the ideological differences resolved through the brilliant policy of
"It doesn't matter."
Junho's experiences with them had already indicated that the trees were a tolerant, forgiving, and compassionate species, but as a lifelong military man, Fleet Admiral Bianchi had a decided pessimistic bent to his thought process. And now that he had heard Ayaka's report, his skepticism was beginning to wane, and he was feeling rather optimistic, a state of mind he wasn't all that used to.
"What's your take on their request, Captain?"
he asked after a few minutes of thought. He had rearranged his decision-making process to fit the reality of the interspecies dialogue and was willing to entertain Ayaka's input into his upcoming plans, should it make sense.
"There's nothing to lose and everything to gain, sir. No matter what the reasons are behind the tree's request, everything will be beneficial to the Empire whether they hold up their end of the bargain or not. If they do hold up their end, then great, everything's worked out for the best. And if they don't hold up their end of the bargain, they'll find their children leaning rather far toward humanity instead of the trees."
Ayaka had already considered the matter from every angle she could think of, so she didn't even have to consider her response for a moment. The question was one she had anticipated anyway. In her mind, it wouldn't matter if the trees held up their end of the agreement. No matter what, they would have an overwhelming amount of data on the 5 species, as well as hundreds of millions, if not billions, of new citizens for the Empire. The only thing that would change would be whether or not those new citizens were initially willing to join the Empire on a permanent basis. If everything worked as planned, they would willingly join the Empire. And if the trees proved untrustworthy, well, humanity would simply wipe Proxima Centauri B from the galaxy and brainwash the new species into compliance. It wouldn't be the first time humanity would be required to be trickier than others, nor would it be the last. It wouldn't even be the first time the Terran Empire as a polity would be using their technology to brainwash people, or at least she thought that was the case anyway. All throughout history, the militaries of various countries hadn't even bothered trying to hide the fact that they brainwashed their members, and Ayaka had a sinking suspicion that the diaspora would include heavy levels of brainwashing the people aboard their cold sleep generation ships as they sailed across the galaxy looking for new planets to plant their inhabitants on. But something about brainwashing the newborn species still bothered her quite a bit, though she shoved that feeling into a box and would examine it later, when she had a moment. Her duty to the Terran Empire came first, then her duty to her family, then her duty to her species. Her duty to herself was far down on her list of priorities, if in fact it was on that list at all in the first place.
If it were up to you, how would you go about it? The Admiral asked. I have a basic idea, sir. What's the elevator pitch?
Ed note: an elevator pitch is a concept from Hollywood where screenwriters submit, or pitch, their ideas to producers and financiers in presentations that last about as long as an elevator ride. For example, the elevator pitch for the movie Inception would be something along the lines of,
a gang of thieves enter people's dreams to steal information and plant ideas. We need to put all of them into VR before they even wake up and increase the time dilation to as much as they can handle. While they're in VR, we'll teach them everything they need to function and let them live out a normal life without further interference. And how would you suggest we go about that, Captain? We bought ourselves another E-month, which should be just enough time to manufacture all the pods we'll need for the children. Once we have them all in VR, we can build an artificial moon filled with enough quantum superclusters to increase time dilation in our VR simulation to the maximum amount they can handle. And by doing it in that order, we'll be able to avoid waste by bringing the dilation up incrementally.
Ayaka spoke for the next 10 minutes, adding details to her plan as she went. Once she started taking longer breaks to think of things to add to it, the Admiral interrupted her.
Excellent, Captain. I think we can call it for today,
he said, deciding not to waste any more of either of their time. Ayaka stood to attention and saluted the Admiral, then exited the SCIF, leaving the Admiral behind to continue his own work. A small smile played across her face as she headed to the boat bay, where she would board a gig and head out to the Protostellar Forge. They had a lot of work coming their way, and all of it would be backed by a deadline that was, by anyone's standards, brutally short. But she understood that some people live for that kind of high-stakes, high-stress environment. And engineers, she had found, especially fleet engineers, were all among that small group of people who enjoyed impossible challenges. Their motto, in fact, had been directly taken from the old United States Army Corps of Engineers. The difficult, we do immediately. The impossible just takes a little bit longer. Well, Ayaka was about to drop a workload on them that would prove that motto. And the thought of the engineer's reaction was giving her a lot of amusement already. Chapter 645 Operation Raising Cain. A month after the initial diplomatic contact, the frantic period of activity in the Protostellar Forge finally came to an end. 10 billion VR pods had been rolled off the production lines in the space of 4 short weeks. The fleet engineers had truly lived up to their motto. The impossible had been accomplished. It had just taken a short time. Birch and the other tree folk had been invaluable to the Herculean task. Delaying the birth of their children and ensuring their safe transfer to the pods may have been easy for them, but without their aid, the entire effort would have failed. As the pods were filled with occupants, they were activated on stasis mode, waiting for the quantum superclusters to come online to generate a VR environment conducive to raising and educating them. And during the wait, the researchers of the task force were practically driven insane by the wealth of data generated by their scans. After the initial building and transplantation efforts, it fell to the scientists to determine what key points they would need to take into account once the system was in place and ready to be fully activated. After all, it was only to be expected that different species would have different requirements in terms of environment and so on. But they could take their time.
Each VR pod had been fitted with a fusion battery that would allow for up to 50 years of uninterrupted power before the pods themselves would need to be connected to a power grid. At least in stasis mode, anyway. It would require more power to have the inhabitants' consciousnesses transported to virtual reality, tailored or otherwise. That said, however, time was their most valuable resource, so having such a surplus of it was quite a luxury, allowing them to focus their attention on developing the virtual environment rather than forcing them to rush the completion of an infrastructure that would allow them to accommodate the newborns. And the entire process was handled with care and attention to detail. Every bit of their actions were recorded, verified, and dug through by others to catch anything the initial groups missed. Then, once the peer review was completed, the AIs of the task force took their turn and resolved whatever issues remained. The 3-pass procedure ensured maximum results, with minimal errors, at the cost of redundancies in data collection artificially inflating the total amount collected. Virtually every member of the fleet was spending every waking moment on the project. There was a truism in life that went something along the lines of, "Good, fast, cheap. Choose two." The fleet had obviously chosen good and fast, with the cost measured in man-hours rather than Earth-new dollars. And that choice was working well for them, as measured in the constant discoveries being made practically every day, which provided motivation for the workers, as they would receive a bonus in E&D once the project was completed, as well as bragging rights for being included in it to begin with. 2 weeks after the initial transfer had been completed, the initial simulated environment was available and debugged. In addition to that, enough quantum superclusters had come online to allow for a 2-to-1 time dilation rate, so at the 2-month mark, 10 billion infants had been alive for a full month of subjective time, under the care and supervision of their human nannies, and living in a virtual copy of the buildings and cities that were planned in the next stage of Operation Raising Cain. Protostellar Forge. The machinery of the forge had been operating at max capacity for 2 months, and would be operating at that rate for at least the next 2 years. Most of the capacity was dedicated to Operation Raising Cain, while the remainder had been devoted to constructing a second protostellar forge. If all went to plan, it would be just enough, running 2 protostellar forges at 80%, to ensure the successful completion of the operation and build cities on the planet to house the new graduates, who would then be expected to fend for themselves as any adult citizen of the Terran Empire would. In addition to those 2 ongoing projects, small automated courier ships were being constructed in order to reestablish and maintain contact with Earth. They were tiny, hardy things, all armor and shielding strapped to the engines of a much larger class of ship. Each of them was little more than a sphere of about 30 meters in diameter, with just 8 meters at the very center dedicated to housing a quantum supercluster, warp bubble generator, and fusion reactor. Theoretically, they would be able to maintain a speed of warp 10 without the need to drop out of warp every few days to recalibrate their warp bubble generators. Needs must when the devil drives, and the task fleet's engineers had gone above and beyond to design and manufacture the tough little Meteor-class messenger ships. And today, their efforts finally bore fruit as the first Meteor-class messenger rolled off the production line. The final checks were completed without issue and the vessel, designated TFM-001, immediately engaged its gravity drive and headed above the system ecliptic at 0.75 c, its maximum in-space speed. Normally, the fleet maintained all traffic along the ecliptic plane, but Fleet Admiral Bianchi had approved the messenger boats to operate above the ecliptic in order to avoid other traffic that was held to a much slower top-in-system speed. Once TFM-001 reached a clear plane, it reoriented itself and flew toward Proxima Centauri's heliopause in the direction of Earth, carrying dispatches from the fleet to headquarters and letters from the crew to their families
and friends they had left behind. About 8 hours later, the first messenger boat, dubbed Little Meteor, transited the heliopause and engaged its warp generator, blinking out of in-space and rocketing back toward Earth at 10 times the speed of light. Contained within Little Meteor's databanks was a copy of every research project that had come to a conclusion, along with a detailed report of everything that had happened on the surface of Proxima Centauri b, with an emphasis on the discussion they'd had regarding the new Proximans joining the Terran Empire. The second most highly flagged message was regarding the 5 researchers and 2 Marines that had been crushed by roots. Everyone in the fleet had spent hours, days, or even weeks of the trip out to Proxima Centauri agonizing over what to send home in case they died. Fleet Admiral Bianchi's chief of staff, Lieutenant Commander Boda, had ordered every member of the fleet to record a message for posterity to be sent home in case the worst happened. And for those 7 people, the worst had indeed happened. Chapter 646, A Man's Romance. Lee Junho and Ayaka were walking toward the New South Wales research base, a couple tons of raw materials hovering in the air behind them, courtesy of Junho's affinity.
So what do you think the Emperor will do? Will he actually come here?
Junho asked. Ed note, added another New South Wales since they're rebuilding it. Not an error, just me being silly and wondering just how many new S we'll be able to add before this arc is finished.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure he won't order us to forcefully subjugate the Proximans. I've never met him before, but if you look at the history of the Empire's founding and the years leading up to it, he doesn't seem like the kind of leader to initiate wars of aggression. Even when the rest of the world formed a coalition against Eden, he only defended himself, and it wasn't until they launched pretty much the entire world's nuclear arsenal at him that he retaliated. And after that, he even put the world leaders on trial instead of executing them. It wasn't even in a kangaroo court, either. The trials were fair, and some leaders were even left as heads of their countries. But will he come here? I don't know. It'd take an awfully long time. He'd be in transit for a full year, plus however long it took him to convince Lady Birch and the others once he arrived. I guess that's fair,
Junho mused.
But wouldn't it be awesome for him to actually show up? He's my hero, you know.
Ayaka just smiled at the youngster and refrained from patting his head as they continued working on the infrastructure of the New South Wales research base. Task Force Proxima had hundreds of different teams and many more ad hoc workgroups dealing with various issues ranging from the mundane to the critical. It was like a complex machine made up of many moving parts, each of which contributing something that made the whole far greater than the sum of its parts. But in practice, what that meant was meetings, hundreds, if not thousands of meetings. At any given moment, whether it be day, night, or some unholy combination of the two, someone, somewhere, was stuck in a meeting. Currently, one of the more important of those meetings was taking place on the protostellar forge between the engineers responsible for designing and producing new hardware. It wasn't an emergency meeting, far from it. It was just a routine monthly meeting where the attendees reported what they had accomplished over the month before and any minor problems they were currently facing that didn't merit an actual emergency meeting. It was also during routine meetings like this one that people would submit proposals, either for new products or suggestions on how to streamline the production process of a product they already had in their design catalog. And when the chairperson of today's meeting opened the floor to new business, a light lit up in front of one of the junior engineers in attendance, signaling that he had new business to introduce. The meeting chair nodded at the junior engineer and said, "The floor is yours." "Thank you." The engineer stood and waved his hand, generating a hologram of a giant over the conference table.
Based on our data, they should be approximately 10 times as strong as humans as a baseline. And it's fairly obvious that we don't have any vehicles that would accommodate their size, nor could we make them, and have them remain even moderately combat effective. So my suggestion is that we implement power armor for the giants, and mecha of equivalent size for human-sized combatants. Giving the giants power armor would amplify their strength and provide power to ship-class weaponry. We could probably fit cruiser-class point defense lasers on their shoulders, along with a Corvette-class coil gun modified to be carried as a rifle.
He paused for a moment, realizing that he was wandering slightly off topic.
But we don't necessarily need to stop there, he continued. We can design mecha for human-sized pilots, along with even bigger reactors powering stronger weaponry. I suggest, though, that due to the more complex nature of mecha compared to power armor, we should design the power armor to act more along the lines of close-range shock troops and use the mecha as long-range support and highly mobile artillery platforms. That way we maximize the benefits and minimize the drawbacks of each platform, all while keeping them to a size that should be effective in combat against any enemy they come across.
The engineer threw a data file to the others around the conference table, and the room went silent as everyone read the file from start to finish. Although some of them were disappointed when they saw that the mecha and armor in question would only be 10 to 15 meters tall, and completely unlike their childhood.
Giant robots, fuck yeah!
Dreams, they understood the realities of combat. Giant robots may be a man's romance, and they may look good in movies and cartoons, but when it came to reality, simply trying to maneuver 30-story tall robots around a city without completely destroying it would be functionally impossible. Thus, based on the information they had at hand, giants would be the perfect shock troopers. They wouldn't require as much power from a reactor or fusion battery to move under the mass of their armor, which meant more of a limited power resource could be diverted to beefed-up weaponry. Shoulder-mounted lasers, naval-class coil guns, and even close-quarters weaponry like plasma swords and vibra knives the size of a standard human sword were all on the table. Mecha, on the other hand, were too inherently fragile to withstand the shock of melee combat. They were comprised of entirely too many moving parts, which meant they would be perfect as long-range fire platforms. And since humans were much smaller than giants, the engineers could fit entire fusion reactors into the mecha form factor, which would lead to really big guns being a possibility. For example, some of the secondary weapons on a battleship, like plasma casters, grazers, and even entire missile control and coordination suites were a possibility. Everyone at the conference table got lost in the possibilities presented by mecha as a combat platform, and the silence stretched out until someone broke it with an inadvertent sneeze.
Excellent suggestion,
the meeting chairman said, startled out of his daze by the sudden noise.
I think we'll adjourn here for the day, and when we meet again in a month, bring potential mecha and power armor designs with you for approval. But we're done for today, ladies and gentlemen.
Chapter 647 Failure to Overcome. EndNote: Apologies for the spotty uploads lately. I've been apartment hunting in 80% plus humidity, and by the time I get home, I'm farewell shattered and unable to really do much of anything. The silence within a nursery was broken by the sound of an infant's wail. It was allowed to continue crying in the brightly painted nursery for a few minutes. Then a merely pretty, middle-aged woman walked into the room and moved to the side of the crib. EndNote: For those curious as to why the baby was left crying for a few minutes, it's an early childhood development strategy. By picking up an infant as soon as it starts crying, you teach it that crying equals attention. In a nutshell, never pick up a crying baby unless it's sick or injured. Let it cry for a few minutes, then distract it until it stops crying before finally picking it up. She leaned over the crib and teased the infant with a canary yellow plush toy until it stopped wailing with a hiccup and focused on the toy, reaching out for it. The woman let the baby take the toy, then reached in and picked it out of the crib. Bringing it to her breast, she sniffed the air and said, "Pew, it's time for a diaper change, isn't it?" The baby giggled and smiled at the woman, dropping the plush toy as it reached up to grab at her nose and pat her face. She carried it over to the changing table and laid it down, then grabbed the baby's feet and sang a short nursery rhyme about body parts as she raised the baby's chubby legs in the air and began unfastening its diaper. Similar situations were happening in nurseries all over the simulated virtual version of Proxima Centauri b, which was far more developed than the reality. In keeping with imperial design philosophy, vast cities of tall white spires rose from the ground, but as a nod to the local environment, the city was planned around equally tall black-barked and violet-leaved trees. Black, violet, and white would normally be a very stark design choice, but somehow, under the red light of Proxima Centauri, it all blended into a cohesive, beautiful whole. In order to save on processing power as fusion reactors and quantum superclusters were constructed deep within Proxima Centauri b, the only interior rooms in any of the cities were carbon copies of a single, gender-neutral nursery, staffed with a variety of species that corresponded with the infants housed within. But the cities spread across the continents were accurate to what would later be raised on the surface in later phases of construction in real space. Despite things going very well so far in the simulation, a problem was growing closer and more inevitable by the day. Once the children were raised to the point they were self-sufficient and the infrastructure was present and waiting for occupancy, there would be an influx of 10 billion young adults with no elders or children among them. Thus, the decision to design and dispatch Meteor-class messenger vessels to Earth, as Task Force Proxima, had met a sociological issue that they simply weren't prepared to handle. Xenobotany, xenopsychology, xenodiplomacy. There were a lot of xeno prefixed research fields represented among the scientists of the task force, but not a single person had anticipated needing to bootstrap an entire society comprised of 5 unique species. Not to mention Birch's request to meet Aaron, which also had to be communicated back home. Still, despite the looming sociological issues, Operation Raising Cain continued as planned. And it would do so until if and when one of the newly developed messenger vessels returned with further instructions. While Task Force Proxima busied itself raising children that weren't theirs, another fleet had finally arrived at their destination and immediately started working. The initial phases of mapping and exploration were precisely the same. Even the system was much the same, with a red dwarf primary star about 11% the size of Sol, but it had 2 planets within the habitable zone. Teegarden B was almost the same size as Earth, but it orbited Teegarden star at about 0.025 Australian dollars with an orbital period of less than 5 days. By comparison, Teegarden C was only slightly smaller than Proxima Centauri b, at around 1.12 times the size of Earth with 1.11 times the mass and gravity. It orbited Teegarden star at 0.044 Australian dollars and had an orbital period of 11.4 days, more than twice as long as Teegarden b and almost the same as Proxima Centauri b. The 2 planets were a mere 2.84 kilometers away from each other on average. When Nova had selected the systems to explore, she had used 2 main criteria: the distance from Earth and the likelihood of finding sapient life in the systems. Thus, all 5 destinations were known to have planets in the Goldilocks zone of their stars and were within reasonable distances from Earth, ranging from the 6-month travel time for Task Force Proxima all the way to the 4-year voyage of Task Force 1140, whose destination was the LHS 1140 system, a full 40 light-years from humanity's birthplace. Teegarden Star was on the nearer end of that spectrum, with a travel time of around 14.5 months for Task Force Teegarden.
"Oh my God!"
the commanding officer of Task Force Teegarden said, as the holotank on the bridge of the TFS Teegarden updated with the most recent mapping data. A chill passed through the entire bridge crew's collective spine as they saw the 2 planets of Teegarden Star. Both of them were in ruins, with evidence of enormous cities turned to rubble and gigantic craters scattered around the surface of the planets like sprinkles on donuts. The level of ionizing radiation in the atmosphere of both planets was almost 50 times what would be survivable for humans, and nuclear winter had set in. It was obvious what had happened in the Teegarden Star system, evidenced by the wreckage of, primitive, to the Imperial eye, at least, ships stretching in a long, still expanding line between Teegarden B and Teegarden C. Researchers on Earth had once theorized that one of the reasons humanity had yet to meet aliens was that there were certain stages in a species' development that could either bring advancements or catastrophes, and one of those stages was the nuclear power stage. It was clear that the situation in the Teegarden Star system was evidence of the species failing to overcome that hurdle, one that humanity had only luckily survived by dint of Aaron's overwhelming technological superiority making nuclear weapons obsolete. Chapter 648 Mars Could Wait.
"How long?"
Fleet Admiral Jason Rifkinski said.
"How long ago did this happen?"
Initial scans indicate a range of 30 to 75 years ago, Admiral. More detailed scans will narrow the field, Teegarden, the task force's AI, replied.
"So there's a chance of survivors." "Signal the fleet, launch a satellite constellation, and put the Explorer team on short call. Their orders are to find the survivors of this unholy massacre, should any exist. If there are no survivors, I want bodies,"
the fleet admiral ordered.
"Yes, sir,"
the flag comms officer replied, then turned back to his display to distribute the orders to the fleet.
"Satellites deployed, Admiral. They'll be on station in approximately 5 hours. Split the fleet, send half of it to Teegarden C. The other half, including the Teegarden herself, is to approach Teegarden B and enter a high equatorial orbit." "Aye, aye, Admiral,"
the flag tactical officer replied.
"ETA to high equatorial orbit around Teegarden B is 11 hours.
Thus began the exploration of the Teegarden Star system. The occasion was a solemn one, as the planets they were set to explore were in the grip of a nuclear winter, likely caused by an interplanetary war the likes of which no human could imagine. Nobody knew what they would find, but they knew one thing for certain. Whatever was Derside would most definitely fuel their nightmares for years, if not decades to come. As always, the universe had no fucks to give about what humanity was currently up to, and time continued its impassive march forward. For some, the ticking clocks were too fast, leaving them with too much to do and too little time in which to do it, while for others, the ticking of the clock was agonizingly slow, with seconds seemingly stretched out into endless hours. 6 months passed, just like that. Mars, CENTCOM, System and Monitoring Control Center. Over the past 3 months, CENTCOM SMCC had been tracking an object traveling at 10 times the speed of light. It was on a direct course from Proxima Centauri, and was traveling through a warp bubble that was likely generated by an Alcubierre drive, which made many believe that it was a dispatch vessel from Task Force Proxima. They should have been on station for long enough by now that a dispatch wouldn't be entirely unexpected. But what had really sealed the deal was the rudimentary IFF, identification friend or foe system built into all Imperial warp engines. One of the discoveries made in Lab City was that all Alcubierre warp bubbles vibrated along certain frequencies, depending on their size, shape, and a few other variables. And by designing the engine along those lines, they were able to kludge together a recognizable signal similar to a transponder, except it couldn't be turned off or modified without a major overhaul, and it only operated while the ship itself was inside a warp bubble. And whatever was incoming was sending a crystal-clear Imperial identification. A tall, rugged-looking man entered the room in full Ares dress uniform, followed by a much smaller woman in office lady attire, carrying a tablet and wearing a pair of AR glasses.
Any changes in the object?
The man asked as soon as he reached the railing separating the entryway from the pit where the analysts worked at their stations.
None, sir. If there are no changes, the incoming vessel will come in on course to arrive at the heliopause below the ecliptic. Our projections have it breaking warp directly in line with Sol. We've sent out picket corvettes and a few destroyers on intercept courses and expect they'll arrive on station to meet the vessel in exactly 3 hours and 37 minutes.
One of the analysts answered, pushing a button on his console that switched the main screen in the SMCC to display a detailed plot of the Sol system.
Excellent. Keep me updated and let me know when they get into comms range,
the man said, then turned and strode out of the SMCC without waiting for a response, his secretary fast-walking to keep up with his pace. Although they had a protocol in place to handle incoming objects, this was the first time they were putting it into use outside of their training simulations. Thus, even though they were almost 100% positive that the incoming object was friendly, they were still using it as a drill for the sailors of the Terran fleet. And not a single person in the SMCC, or by extension, the rest of the fleet, wanted to fuck it up, by the numbers or otherwise.
Yes, sir.
The analyst attempted to respond to the man, but had ended up talking to nothing but the door. Still, he returned to his work with a serious look on his face that showed exactly how seriously he was taking his assigned tasks. Precisely 3 hours and 50 minutes later, the Meteor-class messenger boat left warp speed directly below the ecliptic in a brilliant display of visible Cherenkov radiation reminiscent of a bird mantling and spreading its wings. The visible radiation was accompanied by a much deadlier invisible blast of ionizing radiation and supercharged particles that spread out in a cone in front of the small automated craft with enough force to strip the atmosphere off a planet, even with a strong magnetosphere around it. Endnote: while we can't know for certain, the general consensus among scientists is that any ship coming out of an Alcubierre warp bubble would immediately launch all of the cosmic dust that got pasted to the front of the bubble, and approximately all of the radiation ever in a spreading cone, like it was fired from a shotgun. Not everything would stick to the bubble, of course, but even if 99% of the dust slides around it, that's still a lot of particulate matter being shot out at relativistic speed. A few seconds later, quantum communications were established with the waiting picket ships. They hadn't missed the mark by much, and in a feat of excellent stellar navigation, had come to full stop only 5,000 kilometers away from the messenger. The messenger herself, having performed outstandingly well on her maiden voyage, squawked her Iden codes and signaled that she carried eyes-only dispatches for one Aaron Michael, Emperor of the Terran Empire, from his subjects in the Proxima Centauri system, and requested an escort to Earth to deliver those dispatches. Mars could wait. There were more important deliveries to make first. Chapter 649: Nobody Jumps the Lunar Queue. The messenger was swiftly ordered to proceed directly to Earth, escorted by the picket detachment nearest to her. After signaling an acknowledgement of the order, the small vessel 6 fell into formation between the two corvettes and behind the destroyer. Once everything was in place, they lit off their gravity drives and began maneuvering through the Oort cloud and the Sol system's heliopause beyond it. As it passed through the system, the 6 communicated with CENTCOM and received the updated map and access to the system plot, allowing it to see all of the public ships in the system. Almost all of the industry and shipping was distributed along the system ecliptic. Humanity still thought of things along 2D planes, it seemed, but it was unimaginably difficult to overcome hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years of evolution telling the species that ground was ground and sky was sky. Learning that down was more loose as a concept than they had imagined would naturally take some time. The 6 continued scanning the system plot and updating its navigational database. The orbit of Neptune, the 8th and last planet in the Sol system, was mostly vacant. Only a few picket vessels were patrolling it, constantly on the lookout for anything coming into the system from beyond the Kuiper belt. Pairs of fleet corvettes sailed hither and yon through the area, their sensors reaching out at full power. It was mostly the same for Uranus, though there was a thriving industry in orbit around the planet itself. As an ice giant, Uranus was a hub of activity for so-called slush miners, who would send ram scoops into the planet and haul back container after container of supercooled slush. They would then bring those containers to processing facilities that had been built by civilians on Uranus' 27 moons for further processing. Note: insert Uranus pun here. The Empire was also in fair competition with the civilian cooperatives and maintained a processing station in high polar orbit, where those who were contracted to the Empire instead of a civilian company would drop their loads and spend time in one of the many entertainment establishments there before heading out to pick up their next load. The Imperial Station was somehow more dignified than the lunar ports of call, with higher-class entertainments and a far calmer atmosphere overall, compared to the moon-based processing plants. The same held true, for the most part, around the next 2 planets in system from Uranus. Saturn was mostly occupied by a far rougher sort of asteroid jockey, mostly grim and stubborn men and women who made their living in the densely packed rings of Saturn. Jupiter, on the other hand, was primarily a rest, resupply, and logistics station where the miners of the Trojan asteroid belt congregated. They were more corporate than the rough and tumble rock jocks of Saturn's rings. There were a few things in common between the 2 gas giants in terms of industry. Both planets were gas farms, with the same ubiquitous ram-coupe tanker vessels operating around Jupiter and Saturn as there were around Uranus. The biggest difference in the Sol system, though, was displayed on the next planet in system from Jupiter. Mars had simply ceased to exist on the plot. The planet was hidden from all forms of detection the Empire could itself use. Even visuals were blocked by the always active planetary defense shield around the red planet. In fact, if Aaron weren't so paranoid about using the brainwashing tech at his disposal, only to have it somehow fail, he would likely go so far as to remove the very memory of the planet itself from humanity's collective memory. He had even considered removing it from textbooks and movies everywhere, so the next generation wouldn't know that there was a hidden planet orbiting Sol. After all, another lesson the cult had taught the then fledgling emperor was that not even humanity's minds were completely impenetrable forces. Even though he had the psionic shielding technology from the system, human beings were far from perfect and would lose them, break them, or even simply forget to charge them. Much like they did with cell phones, before cell phones became obsolete upon the introduction of AR glasses. But since the star system's planetary information can be extrapolated from the rest of the planets in the solar system, he decided against it, making the thought come and disappear from his mind in only a few seconds following his thought process. Mars, and the Ares facility that was almost completely operational upon and within it, was simply just that important. Finally, the messenger reached Earth. The planet looked nothing like it had when the first diaspora had left, much less like it had when the exploration fleets had left before Aaron got fed up and threw all the malcontents off the planet and sent them scattering off across the galaxy. Orbiting outside Luna were hundreds of thousands of vessels, carrying the raw material from the giant processing stations and factories concentrated around planets and dotted here and there throughout the system. The ships there were in continuous movement, though, as planetary traffic control slotted them into arrival gates within hours, if not minutes, after their arrival from the outer reaches. The planetary shield was in its low-power mode and being used mostly for automated scans of the ships passing through either of its two main gates, ensuring that nothing was being brought in, accidentally or otherwise, that could harm the planet or the people that lived on it. On the messenger's visual scanners, it looked much like two lines of ants trooping along, one line going toward the space elevator carrying food, and the other line leaving in search of that same food. Once the messenger and her escorts reached exolunar orbit, the escort ships broke off and returned to their picket stations, leaving the messenger boat behind. But it didn't stay in the entry queue for long, however, as Gaia opened a priority path for the Meteor-class ship to jump the queue and directly enter Earth through a gap that was opened up in the shield for her use specifically. Those ships the messenger passed were naturally curious. In all the time that humanity had been building its space infrastructure, one thing, and one thing only, had remained constant from beginning to end. Nobody jumps the lunar queue. Nobody. But though they were unaware, that rule was constantly broken as stealth ships considered the lunar queue more of a suggestion than a rule. However, the Meteor-class messenger ships had no stealth capabilities. And nor should they, as their role was to carry dispatches from place to place, so adding stealth functions would run counter to that role. Still, it was the first time that any ship had ever flouted the rules so blatantly, and for a long time after the messenger had landed in her docking cradle on the surface, traffic controls, communications lines were tied up by the complaints of those who had been passed in the queue. Chapter 650 Our transport shall block out the sun. Since the foundation of the Empire, we have taken pride in our track record of promises made, promises kept. And today, we are here to deliver on one another of those promises, our 1,000-fortress city. Aaron stood at a podium addressing the public in one of the new fortress city's government squares, a space about as big as an American football stadium. The entire area was filled to the brim with citizens, who had nothing but smiles on their faces as they listened to his address. The people watching Aaron's address live would be among the first to finally receive keys to their new living spaces in the fortress city Aaron was currently using as a venue for his speech. They had been anticipating the day they would finally become property owners in the Empire ever since their interior designs had been approved. Over the past 6 months, Fortress City after Fortress City had been coming online and filling with residents in an orderly fashion. There was something to be said for the organizational skills of AIs, after all. The release of homes to those who had bought them, subsidized or not, had also been a great boost to the morale of the Empire at large. Most of the new homeowners were of the millennial generation, and had been most afraid of never owning property of their own and always being subject to the whims of landlords. For them, it was a brilliant plan on the Empire's part, and they were practically shouting with glee after receiving their own little piece of permanence. For landlords, though, it was a different story. Often acting as mosquitoes that sucked the lifeblood of the population, their lifestyles relied entirely on forcing people to pay ever-increasing rental fees simply to keep roofs over their heads. As a class of citizen, they quite suddenly, despite the years of advance notice, found themselves without a ready source of income they could fleece from sheep that had nowhere else to go. Not that anyone would miss them, of course. There wasn't a single person on the planet that would choose to rent when the option to own was available to them. Due to the large number of cities coming online across the globe, Aaron couldn't deliver a speech at each of them. For multiple reasons, the most impactful of which was that it would be impossible to deliver 1,000 different speeches in 1,000 different locations without having them all become repetitions of the same script. And anyone who knew anything at all about public speaking knew that, without the impact of relevant information tailored specifically to the audience, no speech would have a positive effect. So Aaron could only deliver addresses at milestone cities. The first to open, the 100th, and so on, which led to today's address being delivered at the 1,000th Fortress City. Thus, while his schedule was fairly relaxed, it was a different story for everyone else. The logistics behind moving billions of people together with their possessions was tens of times more complex than the last empire-wide movement, when they had gathered all imperial citizens in cubes around the globe for their initial medical treatments. For the entire 6 months, the swarm of ships flying hither and yon in the atmosphere practically blocked out the sun entirely. But with the efforts of Nova and Gaia working together, everything had been proceeding on track in an efficient manner without any of the clusterfucks that would have been involved had the moves been done by mere humans. After all, with each fortress city being built to accommodate more than 1 million inhabitants, billions of people had to be moved from their current homes to their new ones. And with Aaron's insistence that each city would be multicultural and blended, with inhabitants drawn randomly from across the globe, unless they specifically requested to be housed near their neighbors, relatives, and friends, the process of the move-ins themselves were as delicate as the finest clockmaker's creations. And with that, we hereby declare this fortress city officially open, Aaron concluded as he cut a golden ribbon with comically oversized scissors. The city's official mayor aided him by holding half of the scissors as they snipped through the ribbon. Some traditions were timeless, and ribbon-cutting ceremonies were one of them. The people in the audience wildly cheered as Aaron shook the mayor's hand and stepped down from the temporary stage that had been erected for his speech. He walked through the crowd, shaking hands and kissing babies, as the saying went, until he finally made it to the other end where he met with his 2 Aegis shadows and began an unofficial tour of the rest of the city, leaving the mayor to handle the rest of the administrivia involved in opening the fortress cities. Having walked for miles, he ended up in one of the many large playgrounds scattered throughout the city. He sat down to rest on one of the benches, and a group of children ran up to him, showing no fear of the most powerful human in the species, and chattering at him like a flock of magpies. They had seen him on TV and heard enough about him from their parents to know that he was powerful, but children have a strange idea of power and often mix it up with physical strength, something that Aaron didn't appear to possess much of. The media and most of his Emperor's Aegis escort were quite a distance from him, at his personal request. The reporters were focused on his interaction with the children, while his Aegis escort was busy maintaining a security perimeter around the edges of the park space. Aaron squatted down so that he was at eye level with the leader of the children and began, "So what's your dream?" But before he could finish his question, his expression grew serious and he rose to his feet. The 2 Emperor's Aegis near him, alerted by his behavior, were only half a heartbeat slower than him in turning on their combat mode, so to speak. Aegis teams, and especially the Emperor's Aegis, were never entirely lax, but the current threat level had been deemed as minimal, so they were as relaxed as they ever were. "Protect the kids," Aaron ordered his 2 close guards, then stepped away from the gaggle of children.